What's up, party people? What is up? Salute. Good evening. We have made it. Most of us, anyway. Those of us on the East Coast, anyway, um, have made it through election period. It is 7 o'clock, 7:30. Actually, a lot of the voting precincts on the East Coast have started closing. Results have started coming in. Of course, this is going to keep happening through the night. So we here for the long haul. You know what I mean? This is like the election political Super Bowl. And the ironic part about this thing is right as I was about to press the button to go live on this thing, I got a notification that Dear Woke Christian just went live, also monitoring election results. So shout out to DWC. I actually went on your site today to look to see if there was a notification of a live for tonight, and I meant to shoot you a text to see because I probably just would have come on your choice. But anyway, but yeah, we gonna be here tonight, man. We gonna see what's going on. We've got some results in from the AP. Let me see what we got here. Yeah, this is the Google AP feed, Associated Press. Right now, they are showing Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia in, which almost all of those electoral votes, are, of course, and what we got, I think Vermont is up there in the top right. Those guys are in. Almost all of those electoral college votes went to Senator Donald J. Trump. I don't think any of these states were a surprise. And Harris right now has a whopping 3. So that's where we are. I am going to actually be jumping on some through some coverage from both CNN and Fox. I may also jump over to some TNT and some Newsmax as well, just to keep it well-rounded. But we'll definitely be looking at coverage from both Fox and CNN, because we're the independent mail over here. We're not gonna have it one-sided. We're gonna see what everybody's saying tonight. And I also put a poll out there, wondering when everybody thought we would know who won this thing. And in a little while, I'll go back and check on the results. I had the options of we may know late tonight, tomorrow. Option C was next week, and option D was next month. Sometimes, if anybody is old enough to remember the 2020 election, that one actually drug out much longer than the 2020 did, with the swinging chats, the hanging chats. I was chatting with somebody earlier about that remembered that. So that one stretched out for a month, but I think right now the lead was about a week. Most people don't expect to find out until a week, but it could be a scenario where it's a blowout tonight and we may find out. So anyway, I am going to jump over to Fox, actually. Yeah, let's jump over to Fox and see what they're talking about with the results and how they're reading, the precincts and stuff that are coming in so far, and if they're optimistic and all that good stuff. So let's see what they have. Let's jump over to Fox, and I'm also going to send. I think I've got a couple of people. Let's see. I think Ariel, my man Ariel ENT up in the Mile High, being Mile High flying Denver, Colorado. I think he's gonna come sit in a little bit with me, and maybe Sean B from He Talked Too Much. Let me see. Oh yeah. I feel that. He may not be on, but I'm definitely going to send out a link to Ariel. So shouts out to Ariel ENT. But let's jump over here to Fox right quick and see what they're talking about and see what they see what kind of optimism that they're feeling right now, because of course they've got all the points right now. And let me see what their outlook is. Let's see. Let's come down off the music and get them some volume. Yeah, let's do that. Let's hear these good guys.
Carolina come into play. And Martha and I have spoken about it, not to make this a gender issue, but Arizona and Nevada do have reproductive rights on the line. So that makes a big difference on the gender vote. So I listen, I'm not going to say I went from optimistic to nauseously optimistic. I'm going to stay at optimistic, but we're going to have to see what happens in Atlanta and Charlotte and some of the big cities that, we're depending huge votes for Harris, but it doesn't feel as good yet.
But we have a lot of vote that is still outstanding, right, Carl?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we some of these smaller counties in Georgia and North Carolina will come in quickly, but the bigger counties where this will be settled will take a little while to get compiled.
But you'll be looking not only at how she's doing versus Biden, but how he's doing against himself, 2020 and 2016.
Right. And my suspicion is that we will see a pattern of he's doing better in rural areas and he's doing slightly worse in urban and suburban areas. And the key will end up being, the decider will be, if he continues to get 25% of the black male vote, this will be the best Republican performance in that group since at least 1960. And it will be powerful.
Okay, that's one to watch. Thank you, panel. The countdown is on to a slew of poll closings across the country, including the Big Kahuna, Pennsylvania, one of the biggest battleground prizes of the night. Our special coverage continues here on Fox next.
Probably help if I press that button. But Pennsylvania is the biggest Big Kahuna. It's the swing of the swings right now.
Today, most people don't.
I wonder if that gets called tonight. Like, seriously, do we get Pennsylvania tonight? I'm curious.
American farms and ranches.
And Ariel, I'm about to shoot you a link. I'm actually going to be able to send it via text.
No imports. Just 100% American born, raised, and harvested meat delivered directly to you.
Baby.
We select only the finest cuts that we would feed our family.
Visit goodranchers.com and discover American meat.
I ain't gonna lie, I
delivered.
want some Good Ranchers. I got some American. We've got an American Pilsner here.
Yes.
Oh, let's make that big because these ain't nothing but commercials. Matter of fact, I'm playing with this beer. I'm actually gonna take, since they're a commercial, I'm going to jump over to CNN. Let's see what they're talking about. Let's cut your volume off. CNN. Y'all like commercial too, bro?
Race alert. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead with 62.7% of the vote.
Wow.
Harris has 36.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with a healthy 166,655 votes. That's with 13% of the estimated vote in.
So far.
Still a lot of votes to be counted.
Yes, a lot.
in Georgia.
I forgot to see
North
the percentage
Carolina,
if that was in.
Kamala Harris has 67.5% of the vote. Donald Trump has 31.4%
What's the percentage that's
of the
in?
vote. Kamala Harris has
2%.
40,929 votes ahead of Donald Trump, but it's still very early.
Very
2% of the estimated vote
that's
is
what
in.
2%.
Still a lot of votes to count in North Carolina. In the Commonwealth of Virginia,
we got
Kamala Harris has
for lovers.
58.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 121,029 vote lead. It's still very early, only 15% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Virginia. In Florida, Donald Trump in the lead, 54.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 44.7%. Donald Trump with a healthy 822,987 vote lead. That's with an estimated 71% of the estimated vote in from Florida.
You can bag those.
In Ohio, Donald Trump with 56.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 42.5% of the vote. Donald Trump has a 31,716 vote lead.
How much is it at 4%?
It's still very early in Ohio. Only 4% of the estimated vote in. In New Hampshire, Kamala Harris in the lead, 58.7% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40.8% of the vote.
All right.
Kamala Harris has a 10,020 vote lead. Still very early in New Hampshire, only 7% of the estimated vote in the Granite State. We're only minutes away from the biggest wave of poll closings in this entire presidential race.
When is it? 14
minutes? Counting down to the top of the hour. That's 8 minutes. When a total of
political Super Bowl, everybody.
171 electoral votes on the line.
Baby.
That's a huge chunk of the 270 needed to win. Voting is about to end in Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware,
this is
the
exciting.
District of Columbia,
It's exciting
Florida,
people gonna be
Illinois,
big mad tomorrow,
Maine,
or next
Maryland,
week.
Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, the key Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Rhode Island,
PA,
and
baby.
Tennessee. All eyes
big dog.
are on the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in this hour ahead. It is one of the make or break battlegrounds up for grabs tonight, and the polling there has been 48-48 or 50-50.
Swinging,
Kamala
baby.
Harris is hoping to pull off a win in Pennsylvania,
Let's
as
see,
President
shall
Biden
see.
did 4 years ago. Donald Trump aiming for a repeat of his 2016 victory there. Let's check back with our campaign correspondents. First, Abby Phillip, anchoring at Harris headquarters in Howard University here in D.C. Abby, what is the latest from Harris campaign headquarters when it comes to watching the returns come in from Georgia and North Carolina?
I got somebody jamming.
Jake, right now,
I'm
my
jamming.
colleague Jeff Zeleny has some new reporting about what's happening in the state of Pennsylvania. Jeff, what are you learning?
Well, Abby, there's no doubt that the Harris campaign is watching Pennsylvania closer than any other state. They are looking to Philadelphia in particular, what they believe is higher turnout.
I can't even hear you, bro.
Levels for Joe Biden.
Hey,
they're looking at a couple key precincts in Philadelphia. But if that were to be the case, if the vice president is to have a strong performance in Pennsylvania, she must do well in Philadelphia. Abby, as you well know, she closed out her campaign last night in Philadelphia with that big rally on the Rocky Steps. That's where the marathon ends. It's called the finish line. The big question for her campaign, if she reaches the finish line in the presidential race, can she have big enough margins in Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh to carry the state? The Harris campaign is a little worried about North Carolina and Georgia. They've always said the most straightforward path is the blue wall, but all eyes are on Philadelphia right now. That's why, as we speak, they're trying to get the rest of the voters out to the polls.
Yeah, just a couple of minutes left. Jeff, thank you for that. Back to you, Jake.
Thanks, Abby. And let's go to Caitlin Collins at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. Caitlin?
In here, or if you jump back to DWC, because I know you probably were in there, but I appreciate you stopping by though right quick, Ms. Shaw. And I was saying at the beginning of this live stream, as soon as I pushed the button, I got notification that DWC went on, and I meant to text him earlier to see if he was going to be actually doing this. I probably would have just tried to jump on his stream, but anyway, thanks for stopping by though right quick. How are you? I hope all is well. What is going on? All right. Actually, now since I said hollered at Ms. Shaw for a second, let's jump back over to and see if Fox came back. No, really, right quick. Let's jump to the AP. Let's jump over to the AP because that's like the really up to date official tally. So let's see what they have right now. But we do know in the next 15 minutes or so, some big dogs are going to start closing up. Yeah. Well, they actually are still pretty much showing the same thing that they were showing a little while ago. Exactly, because all these those percentages were pretty low that we're reporting so far. So let's jump back over to Fox, see what Fox is talking about. Yeah. See what they're talking about on the Fox tip. See if they've got some excitement, if they're liking what they're seeing. Stop it. Yo, Ms. Shaw, I thought Jason and I were the only one that talked about our black jobs. Yo, your black job blackened too. Yo. Oh my God, that's what I'm talking about. No, I feel you. The black job had me away from the tube for a minute.
Stay connected at foxnews.com with live
blessed
blogs,
to have them.
More than half have already voted early, but I think we're going to be looking at the numbers are showing that we're looking for a big night.
Yeah,
All
that would
right.
be huge if that were the case, because 2020 really was the burst on that. Okay. A quick rundown of what we'll be showing you tonight before we hear from the audience. Our team compiled key moments from the Trump and Harris campaigns, and Lee is showing some of those comments to American voters along the way, and they use their computers to respond to those in real time. The lines on the screen that will show you their reaction, red representing Republicans, blue for Democrats, and gray for independents. And our first topic, we heard a lot of this, fiery rhetoric. This from Vice President Harris.
Amen.
So listen, so much is on the line
for
in
black
this
jobs.
election, and this is not 2016 or 2020. We can all see
fiery
that
rhetoric
Donald
meter
Trump is even more unstable and
Better
more
go up.
unhinged, and now he wants unchecked power. And this time, there will be no one there to stop him. Not even the Supreme Court, which months ago told the former president that he is essentially immune no matter what he would do in the White House.
I'm mostly watching the gray line because we've been told so much about independents and how important they are. What did you learn with this?
So you could really see Democrats responded favorably, but independents gave this a D, while Republicans gave it an F. And one of the things that we heard from independent voters is that Kamala was supposed to be this joyful candidate. She positioned herself right off the bat as somebody who was going to be different, bring us together. She said we have more in common than divides us. And the more negative she got, more negative independent voters got towards her. And I think we saw that happen in the polls. She had a surge in the beginning and things sort of flatlined once she sort of turned very negative.
All right, here's one from former President Trump.
She's running on a campaign of demoralization. It's a campaign of hate. Her lies and her slanders are very
watching the gray line, everybody. The independents,
today we're going to talk about the real character of Kamala, and a person who has no remorse for the anguish she's inflicted upon families all across America. Kamala intends to conflict and keep this misery going, and she's going to keep it going as long as she can, because that's the only way she can get elected.
Now, you can see very different reaction here than we had with the other voters. Democrats, not surprisingly, gave this an F. Independents kind of flatlined it, gave it a C. Republicans gave it an A. I think this kind of rhetoric is priced into Donald Trump. They want to see him be tough. They want to see him be a fighter. And a lot of the things that he talked about were things that people agreed with. So I think people give him more of a pass on the tough rhetoric than they do on Kamala.
All right, let's talk to some voters. I can't wait for this part. Okay, so Steve, you are a Democrat. And I understand you voted for Trump, and you live in the all-important battleground of Pennsylvania. So tell me about your journey and what it's been like and why you made that decision as a Democrat.
Well, Harris, for me, it was very simple. The issues for me are fighting anti-Semitism, being strong on our greatest ally, Israel, economic strength, fighting the border, and peace through strength. And Donald Trump, we have a 4-year history of Donald Trump as president, and he demonstrated all of that. And it was a no-brainer. It was been a very interesting reaction for people to see me demonstrably promote my rapport for Donald Trump, but I also have supported Dave McCormick. So that was sort of a double-edged whammy for me, but it was a no-brainer. And supporting Donald Trump was an easy decision.
Yeah, as a Democrat, you said, people were reacting to that. I appreciate your answer. I appreciate everybody's time. We will hear more from our voters' voices throughout the night. Let's go back to Brett and Martha.
All right.
What y'all got?
Thank you.
Thanks, Lee. So the
What
clock
time
is
has
ticking
anybody
down
come in?
to
I know I
the
just said
poll closings of the night.
6 minutes.
Pennsylvania
6
is
minutes.
about to finish the voting process. Our special coverage continues with Jesse Waters and Sean Hannity coming up.
That's not looking good for you, Robinson. That internet stuff did not work out so well.
All
right, let's jump back over to CNN. Let's see what they're talking about. Let's see what they're talking about on the end. I didn't mean to stop that. I just wanted to cut the volume off. There we are. There we are. All right, let's jump over to the end and see what they're talking about now. Before I do that, I want to see what the Associated Press has. See what they have right now. What do they have? What do they have? Same thing they had. They're like, we are going to keep having the same things until there's more percentages in. They're like, we're not going to update like the TV people that keep showing y'all percentages over and over again. But that's what we want to see. So we're going to go to CNN, see what CNN has brewing. What are y'all talking about? What do y'all see? How do y'all see the tea leaves falling right now? CNN, let's get some volume.
Vet him. Now, internally, I am told that they have been circulating polls about Puerto Rican voters, even showing them to the former president, who was asked at multiple times, did this hurt my campaign? Is this going to hurt me with Puerto Rican
he's
voters?
worried about it.
He was worried about it. He was worried. He was watching the news, as he often does, and seeing the reports that Puerto Ricans were saying that they were offended by it, that they weren't going to vote for him. And of course, this is particularly important in Pennsylvania, given the fact that there are so many Puerto Rican voters. And one thing, Caitlin, it's not just Pennsylvania. across all of these swing states, there are large swaths of Puerto Rican voters. So whether it's not self-preservation because these people want to show that they didn't impact the Puerto Rican vote, or it's because they actually think it could impact him in the long term, they're watching those numbers very carefully.
Yeah, and when the margins matter, something like that certainly can. Kristen Holmes, thank you for that. Jake, obviously something the Trump campaign is watching very closely from down here in South Florida behind the scenes.
All right, Caitlin, thanks so much. Let's go to David Chalian now, who has some new exit poll. David, what are you learning about voters in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, democracy is the number one issue for voters. Take a look, 33% of Pennsylvania voters say democracy is the most important issue. The economy's right up there, Jake, with 30%, then abortion at 15%, immigration at 12%. Speaking of abortion, we asked, do you think it should be mostly legal or illegal? 64% of Pennsylvania voters, nearly 2/3, say it should be legal. 30% say illegal. We also asked for a view on fracking in Pennsylvania. We want to understand why Kamala Harris changed her position on this. 55% favor fracking, according to the exit polls in Pennsylvania. 36% oppose it. And Biden's handling of his job, a tick higher than we saw nationally. 43% of Pennsylvania voters in this election tell us they approve of Biden's job performance. 56%.
All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. And Chris, at least just based on this exit poll, a slightly better terrain in Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris, with democracy as the number one issue, 33% as opposed to economy at 30%, a strong majority supporting legal abortion. And Joe Biden's approval rating is bad, but not as bad.
I think it's night and day. I mean, as compared to Georgia and North Carolina, 48% of people in Pennsylvania said either abortion or democracy was the most important issue. Seems like a very different climate than North Carolina and Georgia. And that's the point. She doesn't have to win all of the states that Joe Biden won. She just needs to win enough to get to 270. And the blue wall and the blue dot and Nebraska is enough.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Pennsylvania, these numbers would, if you ostensibly, be pretty good for Kamala Harris if democracy is the top issue, but the economy is right underneath that.
Yeah.
And as we know, has been a big headwind for Kamala Harris. What we don't know yet, and what I'm really interested to see, is what Caitlin and Kristen were just reporting on, and that is whether or not that very large, not only Latino population, but the Puerto Rican population in places like Allentown and Reading,
used to be
whether
married
or
or
not
something?
those are going to flip or
Making
maybe
her-
come out in a more robust way after.
How's that work?
Because one of the thing about those comments is that it
gotta work
draws
together on
attention to the
TV.
campaign and not the way they want. Kamala Harris tried to take advantage of that. She had Fat Joe. She had Congresswoman
Joe.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez
J-Lo.
campaigning in Puerto Rican areas of Pennsylvania. It's not just about the mistake. It's about being able to draw attention to it and then use that as an opportunity to wake up maybe low propensity voters.
Yeah, Pennsylvania with the third biggest Puerto Rican population in the mainland, behind only Florida and New York. Back to Aaron Burnett following the action in the battleground states.
Right, of course, chief among them right now, you're talking about it, Pennsylvania. So let's go to Kate Baldwin in Bensalem, where you have been throughout the day, Kate. And now, we're seeing these exit polls. Polls are going to close. This could truly become, as so many thought it would, the must-win state for Kamala Harris.
Yo,
Absolutely. And since we last spoke
I
to you,
couldn't
Aaron, we have
believe
moved
the
to Philadelphia.
Meg
This
Thee
is the
Stallion
warehouse
rally.
where all of the counting is happening. This is where the action is. And we've just learned from a source close to the counting process inside that Philadelphia will be posting, when it posts its first votes at 8:01 p.m., they will be posting just over 110,000 ballots.
What?
These are mail ballots. This is the
110.
long-awaited first batch of mail ballots to be posted, and it represents, I'm told by this source, more than 50% of all mail ballots that they have received. This also, for context, puts Philadelphia well ahead of the pace, their counting pace from 2020, which we've all become so familiar with. But this is a big moment that we're learning first here on CNN. They'll be posting just over 110,000 ballots, and we'll see the results of that when it posts online.
I was wondering about
So
that.
crucial, Kate, as you say,
How long it was
faster
gonna
than
take
we
for
had
them
seen
to come
last
in.
time, and the context that Kate just gave around that number, that would be more than 50% of the mail-in ballots from Philadelphia. It's a start, but it's a better start than we've seen before. Pamela Brown is at the voting desk. And Pamela, with the spotlight on Pennsylvania right now, what are you looking for in the context of those numbers that Kate just shared with us?
So you have the early votes that are about to be reported shortly after 8 o'clock, and then you have the overall turnout. And sources I'm speaking with there in Pennsylvania and on the ground in Philly say that turnout in Philadelphia and some other places across the Commonwealth have exceeded expectations. So let's talk about that Democratic stronghold of Philadelphia and what I'm being told there. An official there tells me at Temple University, the line was around the block today. I'm told they had to bring in extra machines to tabulate the votes, 6 total compared to the 2 that is typical per this official. The Philly official also tells me while they don't have an exact number for voter turnout today, they just don't have that data right now, that turnout has certainly exceeded expectations. 2 sources at the state and local level in Philly tell me ballots had to be replenished today in several polling places there in this Democratic stronghold. Overall, one state source speaking to election officials in Philly said it seems the turnout there was, quote, quite high and seems through the roof. Let's look at the swing county here of Northampton. The state official also tells me at Lehigh University their lines were up to 4.
Lady, I'm gonna jump off. We're gonna come back to you, Miss CNN. I got to see what Fox and them talking about for a second. See what Fox and them, see what Miss Faulkner and Hugh and all of these guys. Brett, hold on, let me get you some volume there.
President will win Connecticut. She will also win Maryland. That state.
Man, they got your makeup caked on tonight, my friend. You should have told them off me a little bit. That's too much.
Stronghold, and she has a lead in Delaware, President Biden's home state, of course, but it is too early to call in Delaware at this point.
The vice president will win the District of Columbia, which has never voted for a Republican, and it continues not. If you look at the Electoral College and the race to 270, it obviously changes with all of these numbers. It is in the corner of your screen, 105 to Harris 72, and there you see it full screen. As we start to fill in this map, little by little, we're going to get closer to 270. Remember, there's some big states, including California, all the way out in the west, that'll adjust this number for the vice president. We're back with our panel. Jessica, Jesse, and Kellyanne, we added you. Jesse, thoughts?
Are we sure about New Jersey?
Wow.
Oh,
Tory
Lanez.
Lanez.
A guy this morning wearing a garbage bag. So I thought the state was a lock.
I've got to go check.
I also just heard from a person who's not going to vote, and then his girlfriend called him and said, "If you don't vote for Kamala Harris,
how's Q's corner been going?
So he just drove 2 hours to the polling station and waited 2 hours in line. So
the best friend again, the one that they got to fighting.
And I'm not going to give you the county by county because I don't have that in my wheelhouse, but I will say I was just watching something interesting in Georgia where she's not performing as well with black voters as Joe Biden. And Donald Trump has flipped the script with indies. He's up 11 with independents, whereas Biden had beaten him by 9 with independents. So those are just interesting things to look at. Other than that, if you look at these exit polling or the Fox News voter analysis, you think this would be a runaway Donald Trump victory. I don't understand if only 13% of Americans feel they're getting ahead financially.
No.
Kamala Harris is even competitive. And bravo to the Democrat machine to make this race competitive because she came out of nowhere.
I got to find out about the mini farm. You got to tell me about the mini farm. What's up with the mini farm? Where did you get it, and what's on it? What's on the mini farm, Miss Shaw?
Except for New Jersey.
You were surprised.
I was.
Jesse Tarlow, welcome. Good to see you.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Your thoughts so far on the evening?
Not surprised by New Jersey, and
New
I'm
Jersey.
sorry for you. You had been bragging about that one for months to me.
I was wrong once.
One time. It's been interesting to see, obviously, what's going on in the suburbs. If this is a harbinger of a good night for Kamala Harris, that's where it's going to happen. Obviously, you need the urban turnout to be huge, and I think Philadelphia was a big story this day already in the first hour of Election Day polling that they were smashing records, and we'll see where that all turns up. But what I'm really focused on is seeing once all the exits are out, what ended up being the 1, 2, and 3 most important issues. Because in Ann Selzer's final poll of Iowa, she had preserving democracy as number 1. That also showed up in the Marist polling. Yep. And if it is preserving democracy, then that bodes very well for Kamala Harris's evening. And if it goes preserving democracy, the economy, and then abortion, that's definitely a good night, especially to your point, Brett, from a few minutes ago when you said that she had closed the gap with Donald Trump in terms of who's best to handle the economy and is leading on protecting the middle class and cares about people like me.
Can we talk a second about Florida? You know, it
Interesting
wasn't
she brought that
close.
up.
We just called it for the former president's a big electoral vote haul. But if you think about it, you know, in elections past,
That's
Florida
a
was
real
swing
farm.
state. 2022, Ron DeSantis changes that and makes a red state. And even
Sheep,
in Miami-Dade
donkey,
County,
turkeys,
the Republican
chickens.
is taking home a vote, including
Yeah, you didn't have time for
Latino vote,
anything.
which could
Anything
bode
else.
something else beyond.
You could have made content off your
DeSantis
garden.
will probably be a big part of that story. It's important to note that they also had an abortion initiative on the ballot there in Florida, and it looks like it's going to win the right to an abortion issue.
Dude, how do you care for all of that
almost
stuff?
like the same
Yeah,
numbers.
I'm curious.
That Trump won with, maybe a little bit better. So people split the ticket there. Those that were going out, and indeed, perhaps some Republicans voted for that. But you got a strong governor like you have in Florida. You have one in North Carolina. She's going to need that governor, Kamala Harris, to help her get over the hump there. I mean, you got a Democratic governor there and a Democratic that's now been elected. I'm curious about these suburban areas. I listened to Carl and now Jessica, now Kellyanne. It may be that even in Virginia, and you were talking, Britt, you look at that the issue around LGBTQ plus and how those issues have played in the Virginia school system there. And that Loudoun County number is an interesting number. Yet you see in some of the other suburban areas in Indiana, he has not performed quite as well. So it's interesting to me to see this. And maybe it's not, these states are a little different now than voters are.
What? Wow, animals. Where do you live?
Yeah, we're just Fairfax County. That's an ex-urban county.
Yeah.
Are you in Georgia? I can't
Yeah,
remember.
let's look at 2020 versus now.
Okay, so I want to show you guys the Fox insights that we
Wild
have. We can
animals?
go into this county here. You see this green outline? So we can show you what the vote was at this point 4 years ago,
Wow.
okay? Let's go ahead and click on this and find out together,
Great.
okay? Loudoun County with 96% of the vote reporting in that county. Trump's got a 3.3 jump higher than he was performing 4 years ago. Now we'll clear this off here. How it computes here on the computer
How does it
4
compute?
years ago.
Does not compute.
That's a slip about 4.5 points for Kamala Harris in that county.
Mm.
And Harold, maybe it is the issues in the schools. Maybe it is the transgender issue that the Trump team pushed so much during this campaign. And maybe that's having an impact on that.
Bam,
But
got
let's
you.
move away from Virginia.
So sorry
There's
for
a
your
couple of
tie.
interesting stories I just want to bring our viewers up to date on. Just punching around this map here. You can find a little good news for Kamala Harris. You can find
Ooh,
good
nice.
news for Donald Trump. And I'm going to show you why here. Down in Florida,
What you planting?
just looking at Duval County and
What does one
Jacksonville,
plant
okay?
in the fall?
This is advantage Trump from where he was 4 years ago.
What does
in
one
Duval
plant
County. You
in
see
the
that?
fall?
You see that swap? Flipped it by 5 points there. Now I want
Flipped
to go
it.
to Georgia here.
Dude, it's Florida.
And
It's
in the
all good.
rurals, east of Atlanta and to the south. Now,
If
the
I get what
Fox
you say, you're
Insight
showing
here,
individual
okay?
districts.
That's Baldwin County. The county seat in
Baldwin!
Baldwin County
My
is
bad.
Milledgeville. It was the Confederate capital of Georgia during
Yeah,
the Civil
it
War.
sure was.
Now,
There's
our
some
Fox
prisons
Insight
down
tell us
there.
right now, look at this, okay? It has 2 colleges in this county.
And a prison.
The African-American population is about 44% countywide.
Mm.
Trump right now, at this moment, with 84% of the vote reported in Baldwin
Wow.
County, he's up 7.5 points from where he was in 2020. Now, the
Wow.
Trump team's going to take that.
Take that. Take
Likewise,
that. I'm sorry.
okay,
That sounds
metro
like Diddy.
area of Atlanta.
No
pop
Diddy.
out here, you got 26 counties to concentrate on. But the Harris folks
No
are telling us
Diddy.
in Douglas County is that she's performing better than Biden did 4 years ago. Okay, these are suburban voters all over
All right,
the Atlanta
Douglas.
metro area. So she's a net gain of 18,267
How much
right
percent?
now.
Oh, 72%,
You got about
and that's a
quarter of
lot.
votes still out there. Biden finished in Douglas County with a net gain of 17,360. That would be good news for the Harris campaign. if this
Yo,
number
collards,
holds there in
purples, and
Douglas County.
potatoes.
Let me
What's
pop out here
up?
a moment and show you another thing here that we were looking at.
Yo.
Stay in Georgia for 1 second.
I can.
Do them collards, bro.
Just before we leave there,
You know.
the, Fox News voter analysis and the network's exit polls, we're being told.
Yeah, she
show,
put on the Clark
the former
Kent.
president doubling his percentage of black men in Georgia. He was at 11% in 2020 and now at 25%, according to these 2 surveys today.
So that may sync up with what.
Well,
Sorry
that's
about
it's
that.
starting to match the raw vote.
That may sync up with what we're seeing now in Fulton County.
Doubles.
Now, you got almost half the votes still out there, okay? 52% is the estimated number of votes that are in at the moment, okay? So roughly 48% out there.
Yeah,
This is
but half,
Fulton
that's a
County.
lot.
This is
Full
Kamala
tilt.
Harris. She's
Oh,
going to
yeah, of
win the
course.
county.
Of course,
Okay.
yeah, full tilt.
But look at the raw vote total here. It's impressive, 129,000. But look what Joe Biden did in the same county. Okay, 242,000.
But how much of the precinct was in?
You'd have to go into the precincts to know where the rest of the remaining vote comes from.
I just
And maybe
asked
we'll
that.
Take a look at that in a moment here.
But the thing is,
that
you're
would be,
comparing the
you're
70
one of
with only
159
half of the
in terms
votes in,
population.
though.
So maybe what you're saying, Brett, about the African-American male vote there is true in places like Fulton County, Georgia. Just want to caution you, there's still a lot of vote out there, but we're going to keep a very close eye on Fulton County starting right now into the night here in Georgia.
And Bill, do you have
Right, Fanny Pack, that's your
that
area. What's going to
turnout
happen?
is a bit lower than 2020? Because that would affect some of what you're doing in these comparisons as well.
I can tell you this, Martha.
Good question.
Before Election Day, Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, set up an awesome website. And I mean, just county by county with the early vote. I was on there every hour of every day just trying to analyze it.
It was good because y'all
One
trashed
thing
him a
that
lot.
was evident from the early vote, I don't know about today just yet,
Raffensperger.
but based on the early vote, the African-American population in Georgia is about 33% statewide. What the political analysts will argue is that you need, in order to win statewide as a Democrat, you need 30% of that vote.
Okay.
And the early vote
And
indicated
then with
that
the sheep and the
Kamala
goats,
Harris was just a tick above
do you use them for
26%.
dairy? Is
that's another
that
indicator,
what
maybe
you
another
have
data
them
point
on
that
the
we need to
mini
keep an eye
garden
on
for?
throughout the night
Very
as
curious.
to what Brett was talking about a moment ago.
Brett, what are you looking at?
Well, I've been keeping an eye on this.
Yeah, Brett, what
issue
you
that
looking at?
Was raised in our voter analysis. It said that fully half of all voters say the future of democracy is the most important factor in their vote. That's a big number. And that's a lot of people worried about that. Now, Trump gets some of those voters, but 60% of them or more going for Harris. I think that issue, democracy, is about one thing, about Trump and fear of Trump. So it's the same. It's the same factor.
I didn't really know that was resonating that much about the whole fear of democracy thing. I didn't think that message was getting
which has been
across.
so dominant in three previous cycles. And that's what that vote is about.
Because if you were just running on the issues that include the most important, economy, immigration,
Right.
you wouldn't see.
Wouldn't see that, but you got half of people thinking that's important.
And
That's a Trump. That's a
a
Trump.
huge issue in
Wow.
2020, and it also
Whoa,
resurfaced a
meat
bit with
sheep.
candidate selection in 2022
Certainly did.
that he got blamed for. So the question is, are we going to see the increase in
You're
his
really
approval numbers
now seeing my
translate
ignorance
into
because
something
I'm
positive?
being very
And if you
inquisitive.
work your way back
Interested in this.
to what that's
So you
about,
said
that's
meat
about January
sheep.
6th.
So that's giving me an indication that there's another type of sheep. So what is the other sheep?
And it
Like
also was
strictly
hammered over and over again
for
by
shearing
former
for the
President-
wool?
by
So is there
current
like
President
wool
Biden, the
sheep
former
and meat
candidate.
sheep? Is
You
that
know,
how
the
that
threat
works?
to democracy was really on his lips pretty much.
Give me some
every
meat
minute.
sheep.
And Vice President Harris didn't take that ball for a lot, but she did come back to it towards the end of the campaign.
The thing about it, I think is striking is it shows you the power of the media. Because
A real little mini.
in many
Oh,
ways,
okay,
it's a BS issue when you think about it. I mean, think about it. Go back to January 6th, which was supposed to be the moment when we all thought we should fear this.
I'm
Our
up here
democracy was
asking
fragile.
about meat
It was the
sheep and
premise
shear
of the
sheep,
January 6th
and you
special
don't hit-
committee that
you done
that
gave
we-
me some
as
vans.
the co-chairman of the committee put it, we came critically close to losing
Single
our
cat
democracy.
lady has soft
It's
mans.
ridiculous. I mean, that
Oh, okay.
our
Okay,
democracy
so
is
shear
pretty
sheep.
sturdy.
Okay.
Our checks and balances worked. The thing was over in a matter of hours.
Well, yeah,
and
we're
yet
gonna
here
get
we
through
are.
some
It's still a
American
fact.
Pilsners
And here
tonight.
we are with a political
what time
rise
is
from
it?
January 7th,
Oh
2021.
yeah, we got a
to
lot of
candidate
polk
who
precincts
is
to close
at least
tonight. We
tied
closing
and in a good
precincts
position
tonight.
that has a path to 270 to
Around
win the
here.
White House. Stand by, panel. If
What
you
time
would.
does what start? Oh,
Speaking
I'm
of that,
girl,
let's
I'm
go
on
check in
now.
with Aisha Hasni at the Trump campaign headquarters. She is in West Palm Beach, Florida tonight. What's the mood over there? Long way to go tonight, but how are things looking, Aisha?
How they looking?
Things are looking good here. The crowd
guess I'm gonna
behind
go-
me still hasn't
After they
really
do
filled
this in
up
the
convention
North
center,
Carolina,
and
then
that's
I'm gonna
because
jump
I'm
back
told
over
that there's a
to
long security
CNN. I
line.
done left them.
Apparently,
I
a
done
lot
left
of
them
folks
out
are
the
at the
loop for a
Hilton
while. I've been
party
asking
right
about
next door,
meat
and
sheep.
still haven't made their way over, and that's because there's a really long security line. They got to go through the max before they get in here. So that is what's holding up the people, the spaces that you see behind me, and why that hasn't filled up just yet. I want to just talk about you guys were on the big screen when you called Florida in here, and everybody erupted into a cheer. I was just talking to Congressman Mike Waltz of Florida, of the great state of Florida, and he was telling me how
Yeah,
it
that
was
big
a
ass mega
record
hat.
early vote turnout, and that's why.
All right,
And
volume
he thinks
off on you because I'm about to go see what CNN is saying. Where's StreamYard button? Stop on you. Let's see. Share here. CNN.
In her second term,
defeating Gloria Johnson, a state lawmaker. Meantime, in Indiana, Congressman Jim Banks, he will defeat Democrat Valerie McRae, a clinical psychologist. This is for the open seat led by
like they don't
retiring
care
Senator Mike
about
Braun,
your
who's now
psychology
running
degree.
for governor. Let's show you some Democratic polls beginning in the Northeast with the state of Massachusetts. There you have
What we got with
Democratic
math?
Senator Elizabeth
Okay, of
Warren
course.
seeking her third term in office. The former presidential candidate is expected to defeat John Deaton, a best-selling author and cryptocurrency advocate. Staying in the
Yo, I
Northeast,
can use,
another
hey man,
projection
throw a
to bring you
coin
for
around here,
Democrats
my man.
in the state of Connecticut. There,
Yo,
incumbent
I'm not
Democratic
even gonna
Senator
lie, that's
Chris
my
Murphy
favorite cheese
will win
too.
his third full term in office.
Oh my
as
God,
he
that's about
defeats
one of the
Matthew
few ways you
Corey,
could get me to
a
eat
bar
salad.
owner slash
Get some
Teamster
goat
who's run
cheese
for
on
statewide
it.
office now 5 times. The
Goat
5th time
cheese and
now that's on
meat.
for him. Murphy wins re-election in Connecticut.
Oh my God,
Meantime,
burritos
projection to bring you
toppled
from
with
Rhode
goat
Island. There,
cheese,
incumbent Democratic
delish.
Senator Sheldon Whitehouse seeking his
I
fourth
actually
term in
haven't had
office. He's projected to defeat
sheep
Patricia
meat.
Morgan, a
I actually
Democratic
haven't
member, or
had.
rather,
I don't think I
Republican
have.
member of the
I think
state
I have.
house. And now in Vermont, the longest serving independent in congressional history,
This
Senator
forever.
Bernie Sanders, an independent who caucuses with Democrats, is expected to win his 4th term as he defeats Gerald Malloy, a
What a
business
surprise.
executive. So what do all those projections mean for the magic number, the number that Republicans need to pick up in order to take control of the upper chamber? With the 1 pickup in West Virginia, they started out the night at 2. Now it's at 1, and
Yeah,
they
do
are
it.
currently
Send
leading.
it to lavish
Still early,
cake.
but they are currently leading in 0 races where Democrats hold
About to
seats.
email
Let's take a
you,
look at some key race
Ariel.
scores now and get you live updates, live results as they are coming into CNN, beginning with the state of Texas. This is a welcome sign for Democrats. It is still early, but right now, Democratic Congressman Colin Allred from the Dallas area has about a 31,000 vote lead over Republican incumbent
All
Ted
right.
Cruz, who's seeking his 3rd term in
All right,
office.
Ariel,
Of course,
sent you a link,
Democrats
my
love to see
man.
this, but it is still early, and this could
Ariel
present one of
ENT might
the
be joining
few
us to
opportunities for
look at and
Democrats
go
to
over
pick up
some
a Republican
election
seat. We
coverage.
just got an update now. His lead up to 14,000 votes with 18% of the vote in the Lone Star State. Let's get you an update from Pennsylvania. Here, incumbent Democratic
I
Senator
did.
Bob Casey,
We were on
seeking
Fox.
his
I just
4th term in
changed over
office,
here to
currently leading against the CEO
to
of one of
to
the largest hedge
CNN.
funds in the world, former CEO, I should say,
I
Dave
just came over here to
McCormick.
CNN.
Casey right now with a 223,000 vote lead. Still very early though, 6% of the vote in, and it just updated a
I wonder if
222,000
this,
vote
let's
lead now
see if
for
the
Casey
Associated
with
Press.
6% of the vote in the Commonwealth
Okay.
of Pennsylvania. An update
Really,
for
right
you. One of the
quick, I am
closest
going to
races
change.
we are
I'm going to go
expecting
over
tonight
to the
coming from
Associated
Michigan.
Press.
Their Democratic
is
Congresswoman Alyssa
because
Slotkin,
they have updated
60,000
stuff.
votes ahead of former Republican
Because of
Congressman Mike
my ear
Rogers.
too loud,
This
man.
is for
Shh. Try to talk. I am going to jump over to the Associated right quick because they have updated. And they are the aficionados. Associated Press right quick. So let's check them out. They divvying out some serious electoral college points. City or DT. Donald J sitting on a whopping 95 right now. I mean, of course, it's early, but still, if you can have the lead, it's always good to be in the lead if you can be. So they pretty much call Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, and Oklahoma for Donald J, giving them a whopping 95 right now, just at about 8:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Harris has Maryland. Looks like that's probably District of Columbia. Yeah, all super small where I can't see it. Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Vermont, giving her a nice total of 35. And of course, some of her automatic big dogs are still looming around there. Of course, New York and California bolster those numbers later, but still. And Georgia, like that's one of those places you needed to get. And some of those numbers were a little bit alarming that Fox were going over, but there was still 48% of the precincts, out there to get. But we shall see. Let's jump back over to Fox News. And no, Fox News is at a commercial. So since Fox News is at a commercial, we're gonna pop back over to CNN, see what they're talking about. What you got, CNN? I guess I'll have to cut the music off when I get back to CNN. What you got, CNN?
60 seats remain up for grabs. It's an open contest right now in the U.S. Senate. You need 51 seats to control that chamber, Jake.
All right, Boris, thanks so much. We're awaiting more votes in the crucial presidential battlegrounds of
I need some
Georgia,
seats,
North
dudes.
Carolina,
What
and
y'all gonna
Pennsylvania.
do?
We're watching those very early votes from Michigan as well. We're also looking ahead to 9 p.m. Eastern when all voting is going to end in Michigan and another blue wall battleground state, Wisconsin. Voting also ends
Wisconsin,
soon
what
in
y'all
the
gonna
western
do?
swing state of Arizona. More votes, more suspense. When Election Night in
More
America
votes,
continues
more
after this quick
suspense. Oh, y'all going to commercial. Let's hope our good friends
Now's the time
at
to
Fox
go
are not.
back
I
in
don't want to
time
hear that.
and shine a light on the family journey that led to you.
I'll let it be on the screen, but I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear your commercials. Boo. Wow, y'all are both on commercials. They both on commercials, y'all. I'm gonna still queue up Fox for when they come back on because they were already on commercial. So that means most likely they're gonna come out first. Shit, we will go back over to the Fox News. See if they selling us some My Pillows. Oh, yep, y'all see they back, y'all.
So economy, obviously,
They're
the
back,
biggest
y'all.
issue in this election. Let's go to Sandra Smith with a look at how that is playing out in our Fox News
Interesting.
voter analysis.
Yes, I want to know
Sandra.
how that's playing out. The economy.
Martha, hey, Brett. Yeah, just taking a look. This is the national level. Before I dive into Pennsylvania, because we want to get a look at how
Oh, let me make y'all
voters
big. Make me
were
small.
thinking about the economy there when they decided who they were going to vote for. But this is their view on the nation's economy. And as we knew leading up to Election Day, it's pretty negative. But the thing to point out here is when you compare it to 2020, those that have a negative view of the economy, this is about 6 points higher than it was just 4 years ago. I want to look at Pennsylvania and show you what we're seeing there. Okay. When it comes to those that are looking for change, we know this is a big part of the story of this election day. Those that are looking for total upheaval, this is Pennsylvania voters,
Upheaval.
okay? 28%. And you were to break that down by candidate, which we can now do as we work our
Total
way into
upheaval.
closing time there in PA. 66% voted for Trump. This is a really interesting story. Those who are looking for substantial change, it is about split with
They
this
still
edge going to
edged
Donald
out,
Trump
yeah.
by 3 points. Okay, so substantial change. Those are people looking for still big change, and it is about even in PA. We've got a lot more we're going to dig into in Pennsylvania. We'll have that for you in a bit. Brett and Martha.
Sandra,
Sandra,
thank you.
thanks. Let's bring in our Fox
That
Business
makes
panel.
PA
Maria Bartiromo,
outlook
Larry
look a little
Kudlow,
better
Charles
for
Payne, and Kevin O'Leary. Great to see you all.
You're
Maria,
Trump.
you know, it's not just the betting markets on the election, it's the markets that
Yep.
were betting prior to this election day.
Mhm.
What are we to
I seen
divine
it.
from all of that
At
tonight?
work.
Well, I think when you're
A black
talking about
job.
investors and businesses, Brett, Martha, I think
Mhm.
we really have to look at economic policy and tax policy in particular. The one issue that is
Really
bothering
tax.
investors and corporations out there
And one
is the
percenters.
plan of Kamala Harris to raise the corporate tax rate to
Mhm.
28%. We haven't seen that in a long time. And the word on that is that that cuts into wages. Something's got to give. When a corporation is looking at a 28% corporate tax rate, it's likely that that means less money for employees and wages. So
Yeah, but
that's
guess
one
what
of
the
the issues
employees are
that
paying?
business and
About
investors are worried
28%.
about. Her economic policy, of course, Trump has talked about a
But
15%
Goldman Sachs
corporate tax rate
did
if you're
not
doing
say that.
business
They
in
graded.
America. Also,
I
you
mean,
want to
being honest, they
expect
graded her
issues
plan
and
better.
differences on energy policy. And
Goldman
probably the
Sachs.
sleeper of them
You just
all is
referred to.
regulation. Kamala Harris is likely to come out with a whole host of new regulations around the climate change agenda,
You
which
get
has
that,
been a
though.
real issue for the Biden-Harris administration already. Things like a company has to evaluate and assess the impact from emissions from their companies and that company's customers. Very expensive, creates the need to hire lots of consultants, and that's what business is worried about when it comes to economic policy.
I get that.
Maria, thank you. Larry Kudlow joined the party here. Tell us what you're watching as we start to get more of these
What you
numbers
got, Cuddy?
loading in here
What you
on
got,
the Electoral
Cuddy?
College map.
Well, I think right now,
What you got?
I'd like to be in Trump's shoes right now, but I don't think it's conclusive. We need more numbers, need more data. Some good news, but I just don't think there are enough numbers. I agree with the assessment that Maria made on the policy front. But be honest with you, number one, I don't think the stock market yet knows who's going to win or what the policies are going to be. It's watching like a hawk, but I don't think it knows yet. I mean, I don't know. We've got to see what happens tonight. Number two, Trump has this working class coalition. It's a different Republican Party. You know, it started with him in 2015, 2016. It's ebbed and flowed. I think it's closed in high tide. The question is, with that kind of coalition,
did he?
whites, blacks,
Did he?
Hispanics,
I didn't.
people,
Thank you. I didn't
others,
know that. I did not know that. That the guy from Goldman Sachs said that he kind of fudged. Did he say specifically what it was that he
in
fudged
Mr.
on?
Trump's
Whatever.
base to put
That's
him over and win? I mean, a lot of people think he is. He's going to get much better numbers with Hispanics than he ever had before.
And for even knowing what I was referencing in the first place.
Young people's vote. That was his strategy. I think it's a good strategy. It's not your father's Republican Party anymore. It's not that they hate business, but the business roundtable CEOs are not the center of the new party. The question is, could he expand that working class coalition enough to win this election? And give me another hour.
Wow, this is interesting. The men on here tonight seems to have way too much freaking makeup on. What is up with Mr. Wonderful?
The vice president has closed that, according to the latest polls. I mean, he was up
to get out of here.
You asked that question early, but as she closed, it got to within 2, 4, it was 6 points for us in the closing days.
Yeah, Vice President Harris benefited from a couple of things, I think. First, the media. Every time economic data comes out, it's great, phenomenal. Of course, Friday, we learned that last month, we lost 28,000 private sector jobs. And by the way, you can talk about all the storms you want. All the experts who they put together to come up with these consensus numbers also factor that in. Our job numbers have been going down steadily since 2021. And now wages
I had not even, I don't know how I didn't see or hear about that.
Last week, we had what they call the employment cost index. Wages are dropping, and that's bad news for everyone, particularly folks who are already having trouble keeping up. The inflation issue, and Trump went out on a dangerous limb when he talked about tariffs, because conservative economists hate it. Obviously, the media is going to hate it. No one will talk about the fact that the tariffs that he put in already have worked tremendously, have really hit China really hard. And by the way, the Biden administration pounced on them. They didn't take them away. They actually added to them.
They didn't
but all that negative pressure, go out there and say, I'm going to do this. When everyone's saying it's going to hurt the economy, a lot of people are listening to that. But still, folks know the bottom line is that the top 20% of Americans are doing 40% of the consumption. They have made all of the money on their Biden-Harris policies, including running our country with
they've
cash
always
that's
made
not
it. Come
needed.
on now, that's
It
a
was fun
little,
for
that's a
regular
reach
folks
right
when you
there,
got the
bro.
stimmy check and went to the mall, but now everyone outside of the top 20%.
That's when it happened. It just
May
happened over
I
the last
add
4
one thing,
years.
Martha, to the comment on jobs, because here too it goes right back to policy,
funny.
and that is the open border policy. The open border has not just had the effect on national security and our own personal security. The open border is an economic issue. For the last several years, what we have been seeing is an increase in jobs for non-citizens, illegal and legal, and a decrease in jobs for American citizens. That's important. People understand
Kevin
that.
O'Leary, just with the quick time we have left, she has talked a lot about being from the middle class. It was the first sentence out of her mouth a lot. President Trump has been promising a golden age in an American economic future. What do you see winning these voters over tonight?
Well, I was disciplined when I was listening to both parties, and disappointed we didn't get into policy enough because it got crazy towards the end last few weeks. Let's go back to taxation. We compete internationally. It's not like this is just isolated to the U.S. A 28% tax rate takes us into the bottom quartile of competition. That means capital goes to other places. That's not a good outcome. So I would have liked to talk more about that. The idea of taxing unrealized capital gains is beyond insane. Nobody ever discussed that in the last 2 weeks.
Because you can't take loans and pay yourself back with no interest with
that's
it.
a bad idea too.
That's why y'all don't like it.
We left those alone, and they are very, very dangerous ideas.
But don't you think, I mean, with all due respect, Trump hammered away on every single thing you just talked about. He completely opposes the corporate tax.
All I remember was Nazi hunters,
All right, guys,
and I remember firing squads.
Well, then you need to read.
Now y'all, why y'all gotta go? What is interesting? Come on,
Mary,
bro.
Maria, Charles, Mr. Wonderful,
Oh,
continue
thank
that
you
talk.
all.
We're going to make some
Oh
calls.
man, y'all are being.
The hour is upon us, 8:30 p.m. on the East Coast, and the
I
Fox
wanted to
Decision
hear
Desk
those. I
can now
wanted to hear
project
them
that
go
former
at it.
President
I
Trump will
wanted the
win
finance dudes
Arkansas.
to
The
go
state
at it.
hasn't voted for a
Y'all
Democratic
cheated
presidential
me.
candidate since Bill Clinton.
And as you look at the race to 270, as it ticks up, 111 for
what?
former President
I
Trump,
grew up in middle
72
class. Actually, I
for
didn't.
Vice President Harris.
I
That'll be
wish
on your
I
screen
did.
all night in the ticker there on the bottom. And then we'll scroll through the races by state. We'll look at Senate
I used to
races,
be
some House
fat.
races, and governor's races as
Did
well.
she?
We're back with our panel
Interesting.
here in studio.
Oh,
I think,
yeah.
Britt, they're still
Yeah.
talking about the economy in that other studio.
That's
They're
crazy.
pretty much.
Oh my God.
I kind of wish we missed it. Sorry, we missed it.
Just dip in.
Well, they were talking a lot more substance than what we heard on the campaign trail when it came in. They're absolutely right. I mean, we did not have a good debate,
I know,
for
man,
instance,
right?
over economic issues, and it clearly is the number one issue on people's minds. Right?
We didn't really get into policy.
Oh, scorecard. Let's go see what
I'm
the
keeping an eye
AP
here
scorecard
on
actually
what are called
says.
the non-MAGA
Let me see what-
Republican
Ooh.
voters.
All right.
And there's been a lot of discussion over the past several years about whether the anti-Trump Republicans, the Never Trump movement, would end up mattering. Our voter analysis memos tells us that if she wins, that will be the decisive factor. I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure I buy that, but it's interesting that. And I think that what we have here, and the fact that the Trump campaign has made such an effort to turn out these low propensity voters, that is to say, what we might call unlikely voters, that might be how they plan to make up the difference among Republican voters that they might lose.
I think that has been the strategy, right? I mean, Kellyanne?
Sure. Well, we've said all night and all week, we don't know
hey.
anything. Well, here's what we do know, that
What
the
we
two
know?
parties had a primary season and only one party participated in it, the Republicans.
Yeah.
We had a lot of strong men and I think at least one woman running in the Republican primary. One candidate and a super PAC spent $250 million to get 9 electoral votes. Another woman got 97 electoral votes. They spent over $100 million. I like them all very much. I'm glad they're part of the party. Donald Trump has expanded this party. Good candidates expand their party demographically, geographically. Florida, Iowa, Ohio, these are states President Obama won twice with well over 50% of the vote. We don't even talk about them as swing states anymore. He's going to get 1 million extra votes in Florida potentially tonight. So I have to push back a little bit about, is it this disaffected Republican?
Yeah,
Every time there's a
there it
Republican
is.
of note, of name out there that goes and supports Kamala Harris, Liz Cheney,
Yo.
John Kelly, and this, everybody has to cover, the mainstream media has to cover it. They're missing the big story, which is the
That would
millions,
be
maybe
delicious.
tens of millions of
That would be
who have
delicious.
been Democrats
I mean, it wouldn't happen.
voting for Donald Trump. They're
We
rank
might
and
see him
file
walk
people. They
on
don't have big
CNN in
names.
a
They're not
little
going to
bit.
go on MSNBC and crow about it and go campaign with Kamala Harris. They're showing up today, and they're showing up early. And the fact that he has converted this into the party of the worker, and he
Yes,
has told
George.
Americans not everybody has to be stuffed into a 4-year college degree.
No, I agree
That
with
the
that.
welders, the steel workers in Pennsylvania, the coal miners, they've got a seat at the table. They can work again. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
And
It
she's
is
not
the-
doing that. She's
it's
not
the-
winning black men, folks. Barack Obama
No,
did not help her
no,
bridge this gap, at least in
no.
Georgia so
The
far. We'll see in
the
Michigan
Shaman
and
tactics
We will
Pennsylvania.
did
see
not
that
work
because
at
the
all.
blue wall will really tell us something. But
Yo,
it is changing.
like-
The party's changing, and there's a lot of Reagan Democrats in this
I'm a
coalition. One of the things to
BDWC, and
note right now at
I'm
this hour,
living it
we
every
have now
day.
called the state of the Commonwealth. of
War to
Virginia.
Roses.
It is a lot closer
Conways,
than people
yes.
thought it would be.
Sign me up.
You know, the Trump campaign did a stop in
Sign me
Virginia.
up
They
for
thought
War
it
to
was
Roses.
closing.
I'm in.
We're not calling it yet.
No, not yet. And we'll see when that happens. My expectation is still that Kamala Harris will win it. But I
Win what?
understand that
I'm
President
talking too
Trump
much.
ran an unorthodox campaign in terms of where
We're
he
talking about
went
PA?
and certainly the things that he was saying. And that's really what I'm paying attention to and what's gone on in Florida. Now,
He's
that's great for
booming in
him, a
Florida.
feather in his cap. Ron DeSantis has done incredible work to make
Mhm.
Florida a place that a lot of my own liberal friends are happy to be living. But that is inefficient vote when you are trying to become president. And Donald Trump went to a lot of places, like having a rally here at Madison Square Garden, going to Coachella to give a rally, spending time in New Mexico, which he lost
Coachella's
twice. And I think that if Kamala Harris is victorious tonight, there should be some examination of why those campaign stops happened, and if his time would have been better spent parked in North Carolina, in Georgia, in Arizona, and one of the blue wall states that he has to pick up Pennsylvania for sure.
Here. I will see.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll see how
I don't know if he had to
that
park here.
inefficient vote is. It's a real issue, and we have to see whether or not it actually pans out. And one of the reasons he went to New York and New Mexico and were these House races. I mean, there are House races in all of those places. So, and she did the same thing.
Oh my God!
Hold on, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to be right back with the panel, and we're going to dig into a lot of these numbers. Major poll closings coming up. We'll get our first look at Arizona. Remember Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin. This is Fox News Democracy 24 marches on.
Didn't mean to do that. I was trying to peek over here and see. All right, we got some. We've got some Associated Press updated numbers here. Let's check them out.
My kingdom does not belong to this world.
Yeah, let's see if first of all,
repay to Caesar what
get rid of you
belongs to
making
Caesar.
noise. Yeah, let's get rid of you making noises. Let's bounce over to the Associated Press. Sure, that's one. Associated Press. They have updated here. What do we have? What do we have? We have Donald J. What's the additional states that he picked up that we didn't see a little while ago? Because it was at 95. So he got 6 from somebody. I can't tell who it was. But he's jumped from 95 the last time we were over here. I can't Arkansas. That's who it is. It's Arkansas. Arkansas popped in. Given Trump's at 101 now. Harrison's at a projected 52. A bunch of more of these low electoral college count states came in for her. Of course, we know she's got some big dogs she's waiting on, like New York and California and whatever. But still, PA is the one. And right now, they have just under 10% reporting at 9%. It's showing Harris is up. I wonder if I can click it, if it'll get okie dokie. It will do that. So, but not enough of it is in to where they're really calling these districts for specifically for really either one of them that much. Like right now, this Allentown area is looking pretty blue, and of course the Philly area, urban, Pittsburgh, urban, even though it's urban working, but still it went blue up in Erie. But there's a lot of state left, so we'll see. I mean, she looks good now, but it's still too much of it there. So let's come out of. Oh God! Now I'm just clicking in all of the states. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, show all states. That's how you do that. All right. So PA, man, that's the big one. Let's see who's not at a commercial. Okay. So CNN is currently not at commercial. So we are going to bounce over there. Stop on Associated Press. Let's jump over to CNN. See what they're talking about. See how they're reading the tea leaves. How they're liking the outlook so far.
15% of the vote in, so let's be careful.
Oh,
60%
here's GA.
for Vice President Harris. Or again, more important almost is, can Trump move his numbers up?
Gwinnett, how much? What percentage is in?
Right now, Gwinnett County suburbs,
16%.
It was 40%. So at the moment in this one suburb, he's got some work to do. We'll see if he can do it. Let's move down here to DeKalb County. This is the most Democratic of the suburbs just to the east of Atlanta. 83%. President Biden had been winning the state 4 years ago. The vice president running a little bit behind that right now, but look, that's not even 1,000 votes. So we have a ways to go before we have to worry about any comparison there. Let's drop down to Clayton County, the Atlanta airport just south of Atlanta. Big Democratic stronghold. This was critical to Biden coming back in Georgia as they counted the votes in 2020. Trump had an early lead, but as the count went on into the day after and the day after that, Clayton County was one of the places where Joe Biden got a lot of votes. And you see 85% for the vice president, about 3/4 of the count, 76% right there.
Wow.
So how does that compare to 2020? About the same,
about
right?
the same.
You got 85 when you round that up.
Hey,
you got 85 when you round that up. So here we go in Georgia again. So far as you go through it, you've got a very competitive race. So that one's competitive. Let's come out of there. I want to go up and look at Michigan. We haven't spent any time here yet. Only 6% of the vote in. So
nothing's
be
in.
careful about anything, but you're trying to look and see what happens. Again, this is Kent County. Both campaigns focus on Grand Rapids and the suburbs. Used to be a reliably Republican area. Trump at the moment, but look again, we're under 1,000 votes right there. Trump at the moment, but here's what you're running against, right? Joe Biden gets 52%. If you go back to 2016, Donald Trump carried this with 48% in a state.
I'm trying to be up
if Michigan's
for
going to be very close. It's
I'm going at least to
154,000. It was the biggest
Colorado.
lead Biden had in any of the
I may not
battlegrounds
make
4 years ago. But if you're going to be competitive for Donald Trump, you'd like to turn this red. If you can't turn it red, you would at least like to narrow that margin for Donald Trump. So we'll watch and see how this plays out in 2024. Come back to today's map
so we
here.
drinking American hops all the way into Colorado.
I was going to say on the phone. It's texting. It's the same thing. With a key Democrat out in Michigan who said they're a little nervous.
Wait a minute. What y'all do? All right. So something's going on with CNN. So we're going to get out of here. And we're going to hop back over to Fox. We're going to hop back over to Fox. Make sure the Associated Press didn't update it. Up. Before we do that, we're going to hop over to the official. We're going to go to the Associated Press because they have updated from when we were just looking at the 101. They have just updated everybody. Oh, snap. Let's see what they got, y'all. All right, Associated Press. They had Donald J at 101 and Vice President Kamala only had 51. She just picked up 20 somewhere. I don't know who came in. I think it was probably Illinois with 19 electoral college votes. 10%. It's funny that they highlighted it already with only 10% of the vote in, but they're giving her the points right now. Interesting. Associated Press has closed this up to about 30 points. Very interested in Georgia, though, now, all of a sudden, because I didn't think it was, honestly, I did not think Georgia was in play for the vice president. I thought it was a shoo-in for Mr. Donald J. So we're going to see. Let's hop back over here to Fox News. See what they got going on, see what they're talking about, see how they are reading the tea leaves. Dang, Miss Shaw, I'm still wanting that dang on Water Roses, Kellyanne George Conway show. I want to see that like every day. Like put it on in the morning. All right, let's get Fox Sound.
The vote margin for Georgia right now.
Machiavelli out of here.
Statewide.
Shh, Machiavelli.
So we move away from Chatham. We go statewide in Georgia. So Chatham's still at 5%. And for statewide, you're at 44%. So a lot of vote out there. Pete Stay, go ahead and clear this and we'll get back to this in a moment in Georgia and elsewhere. So, but
where you're going now?
That's really interesting about what's coming in. I think that these states, as these numbers come in, Democrats have high hopes about someplace like Texas, about something like Ohio,
Texas,
where they look at the Ann Seltzer poll from Des Moines and say, is this indicative of the Midwest? But we're not seeing that in our Fox News.
Sound like
now.
Texas.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so come on over here. I haven't checked Ohio
Oh,
yet.
you think, okay,
It's a good state here to examine because Trump won it twice by 8 points. Let's measure his strength right now in 2020, or about halfway in, okay? Kamala Harris doing
like they elected Tiffany Hinyard. So fair.
3.5 points statewide, so some vote out there.
Hinyard.
But Trump has proven to be pretty strong here in Ohio the last 2 times around. We'll see whether or not he can hold. Big Senate race in Ohio as well. Bernie Moreno against Sherrod Brown. We'll track that throughout the night as well. Basically in Ohio, you've got Cincinnati and Hamilton County. You got Columbus and Franklin County. You got Cleveland and Cuyahoga. Those are your 3 main population centers. They have been blue for some time. I would not expect them to be even a shade of rosé, okay? But let's go
rosé.
To my hometown. That's Hamilton County. Strong performance here. About 2/3
a shade of rosé.
Kamala Harris. This is one of these places, that's the cities where the progressives and the Democratic movement has gotten me pretty strong, especially in local government as well in that city. This is Franklin County. You got Ohio State University there, so you got a strong student vote as well. Greater than 2/3 going to Kamala Harris right now.
State.
In 2020, the final vote in Franklin County, which is Columbus, you had 65% of the vote for Joe Biden there. So a little bit of the vote still out there, but she is overperforming Biden's number from 4 years ago. And this, I'll just finish up here, guys. Cuyahoga, to check this. Heavily Democratic, 3-1 Democratic votes in Cleveland, Ohio. Cuyahoga, just about 1/3 of the vote right now is in. And Kamala Harris, 71%. and Biden was at 66. So that'd be a good number for Kamala Harris if indeed that holds up. And I think that kind of tells us a little bit
about
why
Ohio.
this number is closer than it's been the last 2 times around.
You want to talk to your co-anchor, Dana?
Well, one of the things I
Where's
think
George
is pretty
Conway?
interesting is especially when you're looking at or considering the political realignment that we're living in and also the population changes, right? So post-COVID, people leaving the North and the Midwest and going South. That's one of the things that, as somebody from Colorado will say, all these people moved in from California, and Colorado was reliably red. When I was a kid, it is now reliably blue. And so you get South Park making fun of California all the time and being very frustrated that they moved there. That's not happening in the South. So if people are leaving the Northeast and moving to Florida, they're not all of a sudden bringing a bunch of Democratic politics with them. So there might be a little bit of a change here to watch in the numbers there. The other thing I wanted to say is that one of the things I think we're seeing, especially with some of these lower propensity voters or whatever we're calling them, unlikely voters.
Are you serious? I don't know. I know. There's no. She will not win again. No, she
into
will not.
politics and into voting because their
Tiffany will
situation
not
is
win
dire,
again.
and they
No
want a better
way.
life. So they went to the rallies and
No
they went to
way.
the podcasts and they had fun and they got involved. What
No
will be
way.
interesting to
I will
see
say
is
no way
Kellyanne might
on that,
be able
Miss
to correct
Shaw.
me, but as I understand it, if you don't vote often or if you're a first-time voter, whichever party you vote for the first time, you're likely to vote for that party the second time, and then you might have that voter for life. So the political realignment that is happening and the coalitions that Harris and Trump are putting together.
I think I
could
like
have
her
longer
Colonel
legs.
Sanders
Well, it goes to
bow
what
tie
Kellyanne
thingy.
was saying earlier
I like
about
that
the
as neat.
working element of the Republican Party shifting. And I think that when you look at Ohio, you are seeing a concentration likely coming from the suburbs, which is leaning more to Harris.
There's something else I see very quickly, and I see
What's
it in
that?
Virginia.
What's that, Kelly? Do you see
Remember, this
George?
is the
Is
first
he coming?
presidential election since Glenn Youngkin was elected over Terry McAuliffe on the issues of wokeness and education and just really post-COVID policies. These school board elections. I think we're having a parents' rights renaissance in this country.
Look at Virginia.
And I think 2 pillars that
Look
we
at
don't
Virginia.
cover enough in all the issues, the themes here, are wokeness and weakness. In our Fox
Wow,
News voter
he went-
analysis, Trump is seen as the strong leader by more than 10 points over Kamala Harris, strength over weakness. But it's also fairness over wokeness. People feel like life is increasingly unfair. They don't want men and women's sports. They don't want to think their kids are stuck in schools based on their zip code. They don't want the pipe fitters and plumbers to pay for student loans of doctors and lawyers. And they don't want 10 million people to come here, including in all these states we're seeing, and get cash and cell phones and clothing and hotel rooms. They just say it's unfair. But wokeness is on the ballot, whether we feel it or not. I'll never understand how Kamala Harris chose someone in Tim Walz who was to the left of her on the woke agenda.
Harold, quickly.
So you look at, we talk about early surprises. Jesse and I love sports.
Come
so do you,
on.
Brett. When you can get a quick touchdown in a game against somebody you're not supposed to beat. If he wins Virginia, this is a big thing. This is one of those early things that could go your way. Similarly, her numbers in Ohio are interesting.
Yes,
to me.
I
did
have.
not think you talked about the Seltzer poll, and Jessica and I talked about this before we got on.
But I still don't believe it.
That's what she was
Like,
suggesting. It could close there.
We'll
see as the night goes on. But
It's
Georgia and North
because
Carolina
she's
still
burned them
states
too
that
much.
she's got to perform well and maybe
Like,
win
a lot
one.
of them have
And if
been
he can
burned
win
too much.
Virginia,
There's no way
we
she's
thought we were
going to
have
get
a long
elected.
night. We might have a longer night. As we
No
think about
way.
these numbers here over the next few
It'll be
hours.
interesting. It might be a shorter night.
Or shorter. If,
Yeah,
if
I mean,
these
if it's
surprises
You
Virginia,
bet the blacks.
So we really have to look at the gender breakdown.
Ain't
in
that
these
a movie
states
like
and
on
where we
Netflix
are
with
at
Mike
half the
Epps?
vote in
Meet the
in some
blacks.
place
It's
like
like The
Ohio,
Purge.
Texas, where that vote's coming from. We're going to get that.
Yeah.
Coming up.
In minutes away, Brett. That is what we're dealing with. We're going to get some major poll closings that are coming up. Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin all about to close. And Sean
man, tell us
Hannity
what-
will enter our chat as our special
I mean,
coverage
Sean
continues.
Hannity, that's cool, but I really would like some Kellyanne and George Conway. Let's see. All right, let's see if okay,
How do we
no
compete
updates
with
on the
AI-powered
Associated
outdoor
Press.
cameras and live agent monitoring?
Stop. This
I don't, I don't see anything.
I didn't even see those guys.
Of course, no. She
I
wasn't.
joined the
She
Army
wasn't
in
wrong.
2004. The later part of my military service, I operated as a civil affairs team leader within special operations. Our job was to effect
I'm not
change
seeing
with the mission of
feed.
defeating ISIS. We were doing a routine combat patrol where we were at one of the
there it
schools where girls had returned to school. We were getting ready to return home.
What
I just saw
happened?
that they were losing control, losing their grip on the people that
Oh
they targeted
no.
my team
Oh
for like an
no,
assassination.
bro. Come
An
on,
ISIS
bro.
suicide bomber had squeezed his
Yeah,
way in.
bro. Come on, man. Yeah. That is like it's a very bad day. It's so bad that we have to go to CNN now where they're not talking about suicide bombs. Yeah, we're gonna, and yo, I mean, it's like, hey, yo, I'm ridiculously feeling you. I'm like, that is just like right now, that is a lot.
Enough. How critical Pennsylvania is that you're looking at right now is to Kamala Harris. Donald
Kamalama,
Trump,
what's
if
happening?
things go the way that they traditionally go for a Republican, unlike 2020, he could win the White House without
Without it.
Pennsylvania.
Mhm.
It is
You can't.
hard to see in most of these paths, Kamala Harris winning the White House without
Without it.
Pennsylvania. And you see there's
Mhm. Like he can
68%.
win without
That's
it,
what
but
she
she
has
kind of
now.
cannot.
It is still extremely early, only 13% in.
13%.
Right, and this is the point that Chris is making about the
That's
larger
what I was
electoral
wondering
map. It
about.
also applies to the vote that we see in Virginia and the vote that we see in Pennsylvania. If Kamala Harris wins Pennsylvania, and who knows, she's not going to win it with more than 60% of the vote. That's crazy.
No.
Like it is anticipated to be razor thin. We're still waiting for all the votes to come in. So brew a pot of coffee, sit
Many
back.
pots.
We got a
So
lot.
get
We
you
got a
some
lot
tiny
of votes
bombs.
to look at. Let's go back to Aaron Burnett. And Aaron, voting's about to end in 3 of the crucial battleground states that we are watching and that you are in charge of at your battleground
Almost
command center.
none.
The command center, Michigan, Wisconsin,
Command
Arizona. Now,
center,
when you're
boy.
talking about 60%, obviously it's not going to end up that way in Pennsylvania. You look at that blue wall, you look at Michigan. Jim Sciutto is in Detroit. And Jim, where you are now,
You in
this is
Detroit?
the nuts and bolts that I think everybody wants to hear about, which is how the counting is actually happening. So tell us about where you are. This is an absentee ballot counting center.
Okay.
That's right, in Detroit. And they were expecting about 100,000 absentee ballots in Detroit. But this is key. Because of changes in Michigan state election laws in 2022, they were able to begin counting those absentee ballots received before Election Day, prior to Election Day. So at this point, they've already counted 92,000 of about 100,000 expected absentee ballots, and they expect when those 8,000 come in over the next couple hours, it's not going to take them long to finish up that count. In fact, we heard a short time ago that here in Detroit, they expect that by midnight tonight or perhaps a bit after, they will have counted not just the absentee ballots in Detroit, but early voting ballots, and voting that took place today as well. So you're seeing the effects of that law, which allows for counting to begin as early as last Monday. One more note, and this is important, Aaron, because in 2020, this site in downtown Detroit became the scene of protests and unfounded claims of fraud in the midst of that frantic absentee ballot counting, in part because of you have that law, you were able to start early. We're not seeing any of those protests here now. And there's going to be a truck arriving in the next couple of hours, going to pull up at that door there with absentee ballots collected from drop boxes around the city as well. Again, that's not fraud. That's not vote dumping. That's part of the process of counting these votes here, and they expect it to move very quickly tonight.
It's funny
Right,
he
very quickly,
emphasized
we'll
that.
see. And they have said they expect to be overall for the state of Michigan faster than last year, which of course was the day after midday. Secretary of State said she hoped it would be a little bit earlier than that. Well, we'll see as the count comes in. Kyung Law is at a Maricopa County counting facility. Maricopa County, biggest in Phoenix, fastest growing in the country, as they say.
All right, what you got,
Kyung,
AZ? What
one
you
of the
got
most
coming from
important
AZ?
counties for the entire election.
For the entire election. That's why you have so many reporters here. That's why we are watching Maricopa County so closely. And let's take a look at the clock. We only have a few more minutes, about 7 more minutes before polls close here in Arizona. I want you to take a look at what we are watching, though, here at the county. What's happening here on that split screen, that other video that you're looking at, that's the inside of the vote count, the tabulation center. They are looking at the ballots. They are processing ballots. All of this is with the early vote. After the polls close, about an hour after polls close here in Arizona, we are anticipating to get the first results out of Arizona. That will be only the early vote, the ballots that have been processed up until Election Day. And then as the night moves on, Aaron, those ballots that are out at the vote centers will be processed. They're counted, separated in there, and then brought over here to the tabulation center to be processed, and that information is going to start to come out as well. So it is a multi-step process. It takes time. There has to be signature verification. The ballots have to be cured here in Maricopa County. But something I want to address very quickly, because this is something that's happening here in Arizona as we watch this clock wind down before polls close, is that there's still long lines at some of the spots that we are watching.
Well, that's unfortunate.
At Mesa Community College, where we were at, and then you can check real quick, it's still an hour long line. If you are in line when polls close at 7 o'clock local time, Aaron, you will still be allowed to vote.
Oh, okay.
Right, which is amazing, and it is amazing that people are doing that and waiting.
Some folks are not gonna like it.
That is something, as I said, that everyone should be happy about. But amazing to
Then
see there
I
late
was
at
gonna
night.
say
Now
they're
sit and
not
wait another
gonna.
hour
Some
or two
folks
to
not
vote.
gonna like that.
Both campaigns hope they will.
Right.
All right, Kyung, thank you very much.
Polls
Let's go back to the voting desk. As these ballots are coming in, and people have questions about how it's happening, what's happening where. Pam, Macomb County in Michigan, what are you seeing there?
Well, Aaron, I just got off the phone with this key swing county in Michigan from the county clerk, Anthony Forlini, and he tells me he's actually hopping in his car now with a police escort to get tabulator memory sticks because they're delayed with the results coming in. Why? Well, he says it's because there were very long lines when the polls were supposed to close at 8 p.m. Eastern time, so they had to delay closing and stay open until everyone had the opportunity to cast their votes. Officials are tabulating the results right now, but those first results from Macomb were supposed to be reported around 9 p.m., just 5 minutes from now. I'm told by the clerk it's going to be later than that due to the long lines. According to the clerk, there were over 122,000 early votes cast in person there and 182,000 mail-in ballots as of yesterday. They're on track to have more than 200,000 mail-in ballots, he says. But given the high early voting turnout, he told me that the expectation there was that there would be lackluster turnout today. That is not the case in that county. Overall in Michigan, let's look at the numbers here. The Michigan Secretary of State says more than 3.4 million voters cast their ballots early or by mail. That's nearly 47% of registered voters. And listen to this. Another 85,000 absentee ballots returned to polling centers today. Let's go over to Milwaukee. They've had some issues over there in Milwaukee today. They're going to have to retabulate about 30,000 ballots after problems with the counting machines were discovered. All 13 tabulating machines are being set to zero. The ballots will be put through again. It's going to take time. They had initially estimated there the ballot count from the absentees would be done around midnight. Now it's more likely around 2 or 3 a.m.
How often you go
and
back
then in
to
Arizona, I spoke to a source there in Maricopa County, the largest county, that it's taking longer than expected to process early ballots. The first release of 1.1 to 1.2 million ballots of those early ballots at about 10 p.m. Eastern tonight will only account for early votes through last Tuesday, October 29th. That is less than the initial estimate that the first drop would be comprised of ballots through at least Friday, they thought. So it's going more slowly there. One more thing I want to note, I'm told they're going to keep up 24-hour shifts in Maricopa to keep things moving. They understand how important it is to get those results out, those accurate results out as quickly as possible.
As soon as I got ready to push the button to go
Take
live,
all of that
I got a
together,
notification
look at where we are.
DWC
tells
was
me
going
to
live, and I checked
to
his
slow down
channel
the
to see
popcorn
if he had
make some
scheduled
more
something for the day.
because we're going to be at this a while and maybe brew an extra pot.
Ask if
But
he
I
was
just want
doing
to
it, 'cause
start
I
in
probably
Michigan
would've just
because
been
Pam was
in
just talking
this
about
show.
Macomb County, Michigan. You see Detroit
okay, so
right here.
This
This is Wayne County. We have
it
no
right
votes.
now?
The reason we can't say much about Michigan
Right
right
there
now
in
is
the
we have
mile
0
high.
votes in the
Did
largest
you
population center. And then
did you
she mentioned
actually
Macomb County,
in
which is
both
right
of you
here.
guys?
Blue
Did you
collar.
guys
Back in
early
the late
vote
80s,
or did
early
you
90s,
go
this is where they
like
were
physically
studying
and vote
Reagan
today?
Democrats.
Because I
Right? Why
didn't
were
go into
union
today. I
auto
went to
workers voting for Ronald Reagan for president? That debate continues out there right now. It was out there just about a month ago. It's a huge test out there, but it's very early in Michigan, only 8%. So let's come back out to the battlegrounds where we have more votes. Let's check
Everybody
here.
loves
Only
you,
up to
Shaw.
15% of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The vice president with a big lead. Pennsylvania's not going to end. No matter who wins Pennsylvania, it's not going to end a 30-point race. We just know that as we count more votes. So we'll wait and try to get more in Pennsylvania. This is one of the surprises. A lot of surprises on the map right now. Unlikely to end this way. You see the vice president leading in Kansas, the vice president leading in Missouri,
everybody's
the
live
vice president,
stream.
even though we've already projected Arkansas. That's just early votes. The votes will come in. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. We're open to surprises here, but we'll keep a look at it. A surprise that has a lot of votes counted so far is Virginia.
13 years.
They're almost up to the halfway mark here, and Donald Trump is ahead in the state. Joe Biden carried 4 years ago by 10 points. By 10 points. So let's see. One of the things we do at this point, when you get up to almost half the vote, is what's missing. Right, this is live outstanding votes. The larger the circle, the more votes are out in an area. The color of
Nice.
that
I didn't know they
circle
were
tells
all
you how the
Maryland.
voting is going so far. So you see these big circles in Richmond and the suburbs,
I voted
huge
there in
circles,
2020.
and then smaller circles within them in the
And then
Washington, D.C.
COVID.
suburbs. So there are a lot of Democratic votes still to be counted. Vice President can't like that right now. You do not like being tied in battleground Virginia right
No,
now,
I
but
saw
there are a
that. I
lot
said
of
that
votes
a
still to
while
be
ago.
counted, and you can tell from that a lot of them are Democratic. So we'll see. Same test in North Carolina, up to 38% of the vote.
Yeah, that's looking
Trump
good
with a
for
narrow
you,
lead
lady.
there. Let's just bring it up and look. Live outstanding votes. Again,
need
your
that.
biggest outstanding votes are in the Democratic areas: Charlotte, Raleigh, Durham,
Charlotte.
Winston-Salem, Asheville, and Wilmington down there. So you have a very competitive race right there right now. You'd rather be Donald Trump and you'd rather be ahead, but there's a lot of vote counting to do. And again, this is one of the tightest of the battlegrounds. Virginia, a bit of a surprise
So
pick. More
you had a
counting elsewhere.
line.
All right, Todd King, voting is about to end in
hit the
15
parking lot
states, the
and left the
second
parking
biggest
lot
wave of
in like
results this
13
evening.
minutes.
163
That was
electoral votes
including
will be
like
up for
reading
grabs, and we're
bills
watching
that I didn't
several
read prior
crucial
to
battlegrounds.
showing up
CNN's going
today.
to bring you this projection right now.
Lost.
CNN projects
Yeah.
that Texas will go to Donald Trump. The state of Texas,
But
as expected,
was your
Donald
line?
Trump
Was your weight
with
long?
its big bucket of 40 electoral
Big
votes.
bucket of
CNN
chicken.
also projects that North Dakota will go to Donald Trump. As expected, North Dakota with its 3 electoral votes. 2 more for Trump now. CNN projects that South Dakota will go to Donald Trump. South Dakota, as expected, with its 3 electoral votes to Donald Trump. And CNN projects that Wyoming will go to Donald Trump.
CNN
Wyoming
projects
with its 3 electoral votes. CNN is not making any projections in the following states that just closed their polls. Arizona, that's a big battleground. Colorado, Iowa.
Colorado, you know I want to know what's. I'm definitely staying up until Colorado for shizzle. But let's jump over to the Associated Press right quick. We're gonna jump over to Associated Press because they have made some updates and they are the quote unquote aficionados. Let's jump over to them right quick. And here they are. Share. StreamYard, please. Can y'all give me control of what's going on? Supposed to be doing stuff. All right. So what do we have here? We have an update. Donald J. Trump is now sitting at a fat 120. Harris at 99. Now so many of these things have updated. I can't tell which new. Okay, we definitely know it's the Dakotas because the CNN guy literally just said them. So we know he got some Dakotas. Looks like Nebraska and Wyoming came in for him. We had just added Illinois, but of course she just got her. Yo, this is funny. With 0% reporting, they just already made this dark blue. But I mean, it's New York, so of course. So, but I am still curious. Georgia with so much reporting already, 65%, how it shakes out. I don't know if she can catch him, but I don't know what's open. So let's look at it right quick. Let's see what's open. See, it looks like a lot of Fulton is in. A lot of the areas that they knew she would do well in, it looks like a lot of them are in. But we'll see, though. They still have 30% of the whole state left, so we'll see. Georgia may still be in play, but I thought it was a shoe-in for Senator Trump here. Let's see how much we have in Pennsylvania. Is up to 16% reporting. Of course, all the major urban areas are highlighted blue, but there's a lot of the states that is not shaded yet. So if all of this shades red, you never know. So I think Pennsylvania is definitely in play. Trump can win the election without getting Pennsylvania. I do not think that Ms. Kamalama can get it without it. She's going to need it. It's not cannot be a good feeling that she's neck and neck in Virginia, but it's still only half of the state in. So it's a lot. And like I said, I'm gonna try to hang in here at least until some of the this mountain region starts to call. So the Colorado, Utah, Arizona stuff comes in. So my point is, by the time they start projecting some of this stuff here, maybe some of these Georgias and stuff will be at 60 and 80%. We'll really know what this is looking like over here. But let's see who is not at commercial. Let's see if Fox is not at commercial, because we were just on CNN for a good little bit. So let's get rid of Machiavelli. And let's pop over to see what Fox and Friends are talking about. I mean, I know it's not Fox and Friends, but I'm calling them that for right now. It's in the morning.
In the night, 37 Democrats are hanging on to their seats in the United States Senate.
I think this is like where everything starts to gel, and we start to get more of the hard numbers. Let's go to Bill at the billboard.
Bill at the billboard.
I'm sorry, Texas went to the Republicans.
No, I just think the numbers. I'm only looking at some of the popular vote numbers and how these how the candidates performing with minority voters.
I'm just joking with you. Bill, what do you got?
Okay, so a couple things here. Yeah, go blue. What are you talking about? Michigan. We'll be at Ohio tomorrow.
We had it pretty much thing with blue.
Okay,
I forgot my reading glasses.
It's got to be your target.
I forgot my reading glasses when I was. Oh, that's what you're talking about. I forgot my reading glasses at the ballot too. I was like, how did I not bring them?
About 30%, and Kamala Harris hanging in there. She's going to win the county. Okay. The question is the margin. The question is whether or not Trump is chewing into this African American male vote that we were talking about. Because I want to come up to North Carolina. I'll show you a county. Okay, this is rural, and it's also African American. 47% African Americans. It's a small county here. It's called Anson. All right. Trump's winning. Okay. What's that mean? Okay, this is Biden 4 years ago by 4 points. Okay?
Oh my God, you cracked me up
right now
with the glasses. Though I forgot mine too. That was so crazy.
Is there a minority vote out there that is helping?
Funny was on the
buoy his campaign. It's something we got to consider. Another thing I want to point out, just while I got you here, okay, guys.
Tip is done. I don't know why you keep doing that.
That was racked by that hurricane. All right, this is Trump territory. All right, 61%. 68%.
Yo, that happens to everybody. That's half the reason why I'm staying up in Colorado.
I'm coming here for a little bit. This is Buncombe, all right? This is Asheville. You expect this to go blue. Indeed, it has right now about 2/3 of the vote. No, sorry, 60% of the vote in. She's got 2/3 of the vote right now. But these counties here, you just wonder if there's an effect here, all right? Because 53. This is Transylvania. I was checking this out a short time ago. This is Rutherford, 72, but a lot of that vote's still out there. Why am I showing you this? Because your comparison for percentage is that you expect Trump to do well out here. 72, Henderson, 58, Haywood, 62. So we're going to see through the night whether or not that storm damage had an effect on the vote turnout in North Carolina. Just keep that in mind as we move through the night. Also, I was just poking through here in Ohio.
Good point.
We saw this a moment ago based on a percentage spread. It seems like Trump is upping his number. Remember, I made the point that he won the state by 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020. And he was trailing there the last time we checked out the Buckeye State. But right now, the number has improved tremendously for Trump. So he's starting to track a little more toward that 8 points. And you were making the observation earlier about the Iowa poll from over the weekend, and do folks in Ohio vote like the folks in Iowa? If Ann Seltzer's poll, the Des Moines Register, had Kamala Harris win in Iowa by 3 points, a lot of people dismissed that. And if you're going to draw that comparison with Ohio, I think right now you can say that maybe Iowa's not going to go that way, but we'll see throughout the course of the night there.
I think we should get a cut from the Des Moines Register. We've mentioned her like 5 times.
I did not know why.
Maybe like
that was the idea.
A little something for the
mention. Just because I popped it up, guys.
I did not know why.
You're right about that, right?
I always get cracked up when you and Charles comment.
Okay, so this is Michigan. It's the first time I've looked at it, all right? You got 10%.
Oh, my God. Because I don't trust.
Robert Kennedy going to make a difference in Michigan.
Bigsby.
He is on the ballot. They tried to get him off the ballot. The court said, no, you got to be
on
down
the
that
boogity.
He's drawing 2,455 raw votes. Okay, now, if Michigan is that close, it's just something that we're going to have to watch throughout the night to see whether or not this is some sort of spoiler for the red team and whether or not it helps out Team Blue in Michigan so far. So that's for you, by the way.
He said rose.
Interact with the panel here. Trey Gowdy's here. What about that point about third party RFK Jr.?
I want to hear the finances get in. Where did
Democrats try to prevent him from getting on the ballot? And then the Democrats try to prevent him from getting off the ballot. Now, he's on the ballot in Michigan and Wisconsin, also Minnesota.
Trey.
But
what's up, Trey?
Michigan and Wisconsin, obviously, if it comes down to really tight, that
could make a difference.
Why would anyone vote for someone who doesn't want to be the president and has asked you not to? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who are these 0.4% that are voting for someone who has begged you not to vote for him? If you want to see him in Washington, don't vote for him. But it reminds me of Jill Stein. I mean, I think Jill Stein calls Hillary Clinton.
Hold on. I mean, you can still play.
The state.
I'm gonna cut your vote. It looks like we gotta go check. Yep, there is some updates on Associated. Let me go check out Associated. Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Thank you, Ms. Shaw. We gotta pop over to the Associated right quick. There's been an update. There has been an update. And the funny part is like trying to figure out where it came from. All right. The mystery. Where did these extra points just come from? Was it Louisiana? Oh, Flow Rider. They just went ahead and put in the Flow Riders. The 30 Flow Riders. Good job. Of course, those were automatics though. But yes, that is, lady, and you already got your New York points. See, that's why you're gonna have to have Pennsylvania. I don't see you getting Georgia. This one is like looking shaky. Very interested in Pennsylvania. Now I'm interested in PA and VA. Wow. All right, let's see. Are y'all panicking over at CNN? Let's see what CNN has to say. What y'all got? I gotta go get me another tidy bomb. I gotta try to stay up to Colorado, man. I'm trying to stay up to the mountain precincts. Where did I say I was going? CNN. See if they upset or not. Y'all upset about anything? I'm all for people being upset.
119,000 plus vote lead. That's with 41% of the estimated vote counted in North Carolina. In
That's what we
battleground
wanted
Georgia,
George
Donald Trump
Conway to
lead
show
there,
up.
52.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.6% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 225,000 plus vote lead. That's with 69%.
I didn't see anything in my
Georgia.
like.
They're really
Nobody was
ballots,
at my precinct
in Georgia. There,
I was telling Michelle I was in
vote has been counted. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump still has his 49.5% lead, and now it's 49.4%. Kamala Harris is 48.6%.
It was really nothing to see here.
Donald Trump is 18,000 plus votes ahead of Kamala Harris right now, with more than half, 52%. Of the estimated vote counted in the Commonwealth of Virginia. In New Hampshire, Kamala Harris in the lead with 53.3% of the vote. Donald Trump has 46% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 17,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than a quarter, 28% of the estimated vote in the granted state of New Hampshire counted. In Ohio, Donald Trump still in the lead there, 53.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 45.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 275,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than half, 52% of the estimated vote counted in Ohio. John King?
Let's look at the map, Jake, and one of the wonders as we get into the 9 o'clock hour, and this will be in the 10 o'clock hour, 11 o'clock hour, I suspect into past midnight hours, but you're beginning to see more states fill in. Most of it is very early voting, but it's still, as you just see as the polls close and we go from east to west, you now see many more states reporting votes. Let's just take a peek. We've already projected this one to be for Donald Trump. I just want to show you North Dakota. These states feel they don't get respect. They're not huge electoral battlegrounds. I like to wander through and look at the votes and just show people out here. You see South Dakota starting to fill in slowly, very early on, 1% of the vote. This is a surprise at the moment. Nebraska, the vice president so far carrying the state statewide. We're only at 27%. And again, most of this gray you see from about here west, rural Republican farm country, where Trump tends to run it up. Just go back and give you the 2020 example of what I'm talking about. That's what tends to happen. And so we're not there yet. So when that happens, if that happens, that number will change. Again, for the vice president, what you want to do is you want to be here. I'm just showing you Douglas County. It's the big piece of Nebraska's second congressional district. This is where you want to win. The blue dot, they call it. If she wins the blue wall, Michigan,
hold on, let's bounce back over to the Associated.
I went backward.
Yeah, whatever, my guy, because Associated just popped off some more perks. They just popped off some, oh God, this is starting to get ugly. This is starting to get ugly. What? I don't even know what extra he's got called at this point. It's hard to tell. But I could. Oh well, it was Texas, obviously. Yeah, Texas with the fucking foot 40 on my back. 40. He was already at 137, 177. What do you need? 260? Is it 260 or 270? Way to show your civics knowledge. 270. I think it's 270. Anyway, Hillary needs like 93 more. Lady, you better hurry up. What you gonna do? Oh gosh. Let's see what Fox talk. Okay. Fox is in Pennsylvania. So let's hop over to them right quick. They're showing some Pennsylvania stuff. Let's hop there. Okay, be quiet, Tupac music. Where is that area to press a button to make it stop? There it is. And we can't hear the Foxy people.
Gender.
There to
This
go.
is also
There's
telling another
Foxy's.
story. Okay,
Foxy.
suburban women. Martha, you were asking about this. This is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Obviously, they have been courting those voters on the ground there. This is almost identical. The margin that she's leading by. Joe Biden led by
I didn't
this
think about that.
over Donald Trump
I had to
in
be honest, I didn't know
2020.
if you could
So
pull your
not a lot
phone
of
out.
movement there. We also talked about the story that was developing with the black
How you
voters
doing your
down in
phone?
Georgia. I can also report to you, Brett and Martha, right now that Donald Trump, is leading by more with the black voter in Pennsylvania than he was in 2020. Back to you guys.
That's the big numbers.
It's been happening in a lot of places.
Fox News can now project that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio 54.2% to 45%. So obviously that was what was anticipated in the early polling. He was ahead by about 8 points. This is a 9-point stretch, so a little bit higher than the most recent polling was showing in the state of Ohio, but a solid win for him in what used to be a swing state, but hasn't been for quite some time.
And obviously, there's 54% of the vote in. But as you look at the Electoral College, 195 to 113. Again, Ohio used to be the swingiest of swing states, no longer. Very Republican, much like Florida. And now it ticks on. Obviously, we're looking at these battleground states. One of them, Sean Hannity, it seems, is Virginia. You just got a message from the governor?
I've been communicating with Governor Youngkin, and the last text, at one point I said, so it's not in reach. He just said, hold on, really tight. Exact quote from Glenn Youngkin. Here's what's interesting. All night I've been looking for an answer to the question about turnout in Philly and the suburbs of Philly. We talked earlier about the university population. That's one part of the population. But the vote lead was 700,000 below what they were in 2020. So that's a lot of ground to make up. From the Trump campaign, now take it, this is what they're saying. They believe this is going to be a tortoise hair kind of night for them in Pennsylvania, in as much as they don't even think Harris got 200,000 of the 700 that she needs to make up. Those are the numbers that they are saying. Now, if that is true, that would mean African American turnout did not appear to the number and degree that they wanted, and secondarily, any of the vote they thought, the union vote, workers are not going her way either in Pennsylvania. Anecdotal, that's their side, but I'm telling you what they're thinking.
That raises obvious questions. You know, if you're Joe Biden at the White House right now, sitting at home, you're thinking, I'm Scranton Joe, and I have this great relationship with the unions all these years. And if she does end up, and we just want to continue to caution that we're waiting for a lot of data to come in here. He's shaking his head and saying, I could have won.
It's just interesting that they're analyzing this data like we all are. And that is their take on it. I'm sure the Harris campaign, for the better part of the night, I was hearing from
literally what they had to do. They had to
Democrats. Believe it or not, I have a few of those friends. And I was hearing from them, huge turnout in Philly, huge turnout in Philly. And I said, tell me, where's the turnout? Could never get an answer.
Right.
And so finally, now the answer is beginning to come in. And that would be the Trump War Room. That would be the Mar-a-Lago crowd. Their degree of confidence is going up minute by minute. Take that for what it's worth.
Okay, Harold, let me just ask you this. I was in communication with Harris folks, with Democrats. They haven't had anything in a while. I mean, are you hearing anything from?
My communication resembles yours. I'm not it either. I think these numbers are concerning. The numbers that Sandra is raising on the other side there, combined with what you just said, Sean, is room for concern in both Virginia and Pennsylvania. So I've not heard anything either.
Okay. The polls are closed in battleground Wisconsin. We're going to check in there on the ground with senior correspondent Mike Tobin in Milwaukee, learning about some issues with more than a dozen tabulation machines. What's that about, Mike?
More than a dozen tabulation machines and 31,000 ballots. And as a result, the city put out an all call for volunteers. So they've got firefighters, healthcare workers, and IT workers all showing up here to help with the retabulation of those 31,000 ballots. Now, the heart of the problem I can show you as we zoom in over my shoulder are these tabulation machines. There are 13 of these tabulation machines here at Central Count. If you look close to the back of the machine, there are stickers on the back of the machine. Those act as the seal. The seals were in place, according to city officials and election commission officials, but there's a locking mechanism there as well. A Republican observer noted that the locking mechanisms had not been engaged. First, we were told on one machine, then some of the machines, then all 13 machines. 31,000 ballots in question. The city says they believe the integrity of those votes was never compromised. Still, out of 107,000 ballots, those now need to be retabulated. Some 43,000 ballots have been counted here as of this point, but they've got these additional volunteers to try to speed up the process. We expected to get final numbers somewhere around 1 or 2 a.m. The city now only says it's going to be later than that. The city wants to pass this off as an abundance of caution or a very cautious move. Republicans are upset about it. The RNC chairs, Michael Whatley and Laura Trump, put out a statement calling this an unacceptable example of incompetence. Wisconsin officials are here to try to get some questions answered. Brett,
All right.
Martha?
It's a long night in Milwaukee. Thank you, Mike. So the Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win Delaware, the home state of President Biden.
Somewhere else with 2 electoral college points.
The race to
3.
270. That makes it Trump 195, Harris 113 at this hour. And we have another call to make as well.
In
How many is California? I always forget. I know they're like
that Republican Kelly
30-something.
will become the next governor of New Hampshire. She defeats Democrat Joyce Gregg. And that was a close race for a while.
I know she can quote unquote count on
the results we're getting as our Democracy
probably the 10 from Colorado
continues. It'll be on the screen all night long.
Let's see. You got that hill is looking hilly. Let's see if it is what it is. I mean, but it's a lot of precincts out. Let's see if there's any panic on the CNN front. Especially since y'all are showing commercials. We're not watching commercials. America's not watching commercials. Not here today. When there's somewhere else we could look at that's not in commercial. I trust nothing. I love that. How do I?
You see it's red at the moment, 796 to 479. Guess what? We have a long way to go in battleground Wisconsin. Just for context, when Joe Biden won it 4 years ago, it was 1.6 million votes. So we are in the infancy stages of counting the votes in battleground Wisconsin. And you watch as it plays out. One of the places we'll watch here, I'll just show you now, 0 votes in yet. The Green Bay area, Brown County. This is one of the key tests. Can the vice president hold on to the president's share of white working class voters?
My God.
I just want to show you as we go back in 2020. Joe Biden did not win Brown County, but he got 46% of the vote. The margins within the margins sometimes make the difference in a battleground state. Wisconsin settled by 20,000 votes, right? You look at that 46% for Joe Biden, and then you move back in time, and you see 42% for Hillary Clinton. That makes the difference. She lost the state. He won the state. So one of the things we will watch as the 2024 results come in is not just can she turn out the African-American vote in Milwaukee, not just can she compete in the suburbs, Waukesha, just to the west of Milwaukee, but can she hold her own? Just be as competitive as Biden was in some of these blue-collar counties. Long way to go there. Let's pop over to Michigan. As Jake just told you, we're only at 10% there, so not a lot to look at. Yeah, just move it up so you can see it a little bit better at home.
Did you just know that?
Kent County, that's Grand Rapids.
Did you look it up
early? And again, you're looking down here. I told you earlier, one of the warning signs was Washtenaw County. This is where the University of Michigan is, Ann Arbor. If you move east here, Dearborn is over here near Detroit. Her question marks in Michigan are young voters and Arab American voters. Right? You find the young voters here, University of Michigan campus, and again. You say, wow, that's a 30-point lead. What are we worried about that for? Well, you're worried about it because the president of the United States had that 4 years ago. It's a county where if you want to win Michigan, Joe Biden won by 154,000 votes. So you could say she has something to spare, if you will. She can lose a little bit in the coalition, but you don't want to lose a lot. And I was at the Michigan campus just last week. They have a very aggressive young voter turnout operation there. We'll see later in the night if those numbers change at all. That's Michigan. Let's come back out and come over to the home state of Mr. Tapper, still at 20%.
My question is,
up
what,
just a
what
little
happened
bit
with
there.
the court
So what are we
case?
looking at? Let's
So,
move it up just a little bit. We have some votes. Erie County, as I told you earlier, 25 counties in America, twice for Barack Obama, then to Donald Trump, and then flip back to Joe Biden. So it's a bellwether county. Doesn't mean the person who wins Erie County is going to win the Commonwealth and win the presidency, but that's what's happened in the last several presidential elections. So you look, we're just starting, just getting started in Erie County. 512 votes, just for context. It's going to take close to 70,000 votes to win that county. So we're just starting. That's one of them. Let's come back to 2024 and move over here to Northampton County, again, right along the New Jersey border.
You
not
do
terribly
know
far from
45's
Allentown.
like literally
The vice
only
president
3.5
ahead there at
years
only
younger,
22% of the vote. So that was,
he's
again,
like
look how
literally
close it was.
36 months
Joe
behind.
Biden just barely carried it.
Is.
Donald Trump just barely carried it 4 years before that. That's the way it tends to end up. So we'll watch as that plays
I was like,
out.
I'm impressed.
Here's something we do want to look at. Is Lehigh County.
I'd be like,
only
let's
20% of the
like
vote in
not
here.
make that much
If
more
there is an
attention
impact
about the
from
old
the Donald
stuff.
Trump
It's like he
Madison
would have
Square
had to sit
Garden
down
event,
because I'm like, now
where
your
so
boy
many
is
insults were made about Puerto Ricans and about Mexicans and about Latino and Hispanic Americans. If you're going to see an impact, this is one of the places you might see it, right here. And that's why both Trump and Harris went to Allentown in the final days of the campaign to try to take advantage of it. We're only at 20% right there. But again, you're doing this for context. 62% for the vice president. You go back in time to Lehigh County 2020, 53%. If the vice president can overperform Joe Biden in Lehigh County, Pennsylvania, she's in good shape. So we watch that as it plays out. We're only at 20% of the vote right now. It would come down to it. That's only 20. It's only 20%. So then you come out more. Where else are you looking in Pennsylvania? Let's bring this up. You also had the vice president door knocking in Berks County. Berks County at the moment is blue. If Berks County ends the night blue, my bet would be on Vice President Harris winning Pennsylvania. Why? Let's look at it. Let's show you where it is. Here's Philadelphia. Here's the close-in suburbs around it. And then as you drive out, what used to be farm country, now you see the homes lined up, right? People moving further out because that's the only place they can afford a home. That's places like Berks County, Pennsylvania. Half the vote counted, a little bit shy of that right now, 51 to 48, right? Let's go back in time. That was a 53% county for Donald Trump in 2020 when he lost Pennsylvania, and it was a 53% county in 2016 when he won Pennsylvania. So if you're the vice president of the United States, you're keeping an eye on this one. If you can keep this blue, your chances to win the Commonwealth are improved dramatically. So spent a lot of time there over the last year. It is interesting. You find a lot of Nikki Haley voters there, a lot of Reagan Republicans who don't like Donald Trump, who are kind of tormented about voting for Trump or voting for Harris. So we'll keep an eye on that one there. Then you move out here. This is number 2 in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Allegheny County is Pittsburgh and the suburbs around it. The labor vote, the blue collar vote,
surprise somewhere,
smaller African American population, but the urban vote, Democrat state. So she's at 68%. When you look at that there, you come back in time. He was at 59%. So again, we're early. We're early. Let me come back to 2024 and come out. It's 40%. So it's early. These tend to be early votes, which tend to favor Democrats more. So we want to wait and get more to see if that's contextual. At the moment, she's outpacing
well, again, I'm an
the president of the United
independent, so of course
States,
I
the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in some key places. We will see if that holds up. Flip side.
Nikki, ew.
Pick one.
Come on, bro.
Cuyahoga County, along the border, northern border of Pennsylvania.
Y'all gotta get to where
Donald
y'all
Trump
just don't like anybody that doesn't
there.
do exactly
Half the vote is in. Again, this is Donald Trump's secret. Just runs it up.
Y'all
Small rural counties across America.
Like Nikki's
75%.
all right,
So keep an eye on that. It's early. We're still counting votes right there. But is the Trump base turning out in the same math numbers in a place like Pennsylvania? He needs to run it up in places
really,
like this.
to be honest, she's one of the
again,
few
it's only 5%
ex-employees
reporting,
that didn't talk about him after she left. I'm like, Masters and all
again,
those other
even in these small rural counties,
did not
early
get
vote.
the ringing endorsements.
There's not a lot of Democratic votes there, but a lot of it comes out in the early votes if you're following along when they count it. So let's be careful to not make any projections, any tough, lasting cement analysis, I guess I'll call it. But we'll keep an eye on that as we go through the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Virginia, every time I come out, I wait to see if Virginia's going to flip back. We're still at 59%.
You know about Black Rock?
This would be a shocker. Joe Biden won Virginia by 10
come
points.
on, though.
By 10
Sorry,
points.
everybody,
even if it's closer, even if the vice president comes back, let's take a peek. Yeah, the outstanding votes are still largely in Democrat. There's some Republican votes out there. You see the red dots, but the big circles are in Democratic areas. So the math is there for the vice president to recover. But even a close race in Virginia might tell you that it's a more competitive environment for Donald Trump. Especially Jake, as we've talked before, can he do well in the suburbs? And then you see, we're looking at Virginia. It's interesting. What lessons can we learn there? Well, Again, they're not exactly the same, but they're similar. You come down to North Carolina, we're above 50% now. It's close. This is welcome to North Carolina. This is what it's going to be. And so you just take a look and you say, what's missing, right? Where are they still counting votes? Again, Mecklenburg County, Charlotte and the suburbs around it, African American voters, upscale suburbs around it, key to the Democratic coalition. A lot of votes there. A lot of votes in Raleigh-Durham, the Research Triangle again. And so you see that happening right there. And let's see, we go back here and come back up to Virginia, and we see 49.4. 48% there. Again, pretty remarkable. 17,000 votes. Again, we got a long way to go. 45% of the votes still to be counted, but Joe Biden won it by 10 points. So if you're in the vice president's camp, you're a little nervous about that.
Let's bring in David Chalian for his insights now on the outstanding vote in Virginia, which is, as of now,
not a lot
tighter than I think the Harris campaign would like.
Yeah, Jake, we're trying to determine how much of this vote we're looking at now is pre-election vote. Our estimate right now is that we're
about to lose this one, lady.
39% of the vote that's in is pre-election vote. That we think at the end of the day is going to go up to 52%. So there's still quite a bit of pre-election vote to come in here. And Kamala Harris is winning the pre-election vote by about 17 points. So as more of that early vote gets funneled into the count in Virginia, you could imagine there's real room here for Harris to grow, Jake.
All right, David, and we have some projections right now for you at home.
All right, well, let's see who and what do y'all project right quick?
Can project that Illinois will go to Kamala Harris.
Yeah, we already knew
that. Will win Illinois. It's 19 electoral votes. CNN can also project that Rhode Island will go to Kamala Harris.
Yeah, that's cute. Nothing. I didn't see any updates on Associated. I'm gonna stop with them. Then I'm gonna bounce over here to Fox. To the Foxies. Bounce back to the Foxies. Get some volume for you.
Race going on right now, all right? Trump
it is a pretty good race out in VA.
Here, all right? So he's got about a 2-point lead statewide. Too soon to call, I should say, with more than half of the vote in. Here is where you need to look, all right? This is Washington, D.C. This is Fairfax County, #1 populated county in all of 133. There's 40% of the vote that has not yet been tabulated into this, okay?
Biden, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, what's that?
Where was it for Biden? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, I sure will. So a lot of that 40% outstanding is going to go for Harris, but we just don't know how much in the most populated county, okay? So go back 4 years. This is 2020. This is Joe Biden at 70%. Okay, so Kamala Harris, she has time to make up for that, given the fact that that vote is still out. And I would say, just looking at Georgia a moment ago, Fulton County looks to be somewhat similar. And the reason is, I'm going to explain this to you, okay? Fulton County is the most populated county in the state of Georgia. You're getting a lot of Democratic votes from out there, all right? She's up by 46 points, all right? Pretty good margin, by 202,000 raw votes, okay? So 4 years ago with Joe Biden, he won the county with 242. His margin on a percentage basis was a bit higher, about 2 points, with 242,000 in a state 4 years ago. Sorry, excuse me. I apologize. Let's go statewide here. In a state that was determined by 11,779. Let me go to my cheat sheet here, guys, all right? I'm going to do something that's a little ugly, but for the sake of the audience at home and for our knowledge too, this was Georgia in 2020. Wow, look at this. Okay, again, we've taken a 24-hour period from 4 years ago. Blue is the Democratic vote, obviously red is the Republican vote. And you see all this, you know, at 7 o'clock, boy, it was all over the place, okay? And then in the 8 o'clock hour, Trump easily took a lead there. And then the margins started to close overnight around 3 a.m. The lines moved and they moved and they moved for several days until finally we reached that margin of 12,000 votes separating Biden from Trump in the Peach State. So
but the difference would be that was the COVID election, and that was a lot of mail-in vote, right. And that was not the same early vote for Republicans, right?
Yeah, I would argue you're right about that in Georgia. I think the important thing to keep in mind is how states report it. Yeah. And Pennsylvania is a really good example here, where you're going to get a heavy blue, some would argue mirage in the beginning, and we'll see whether or not that mirage is real throughout the night, and maybe even into tomorrow.
Bill?
Yes.
broadly speaking, there'll be some exceptions to this. Does it appear to you that she is underperforming Biden nearly everywhere?
It's a great question, Britt. This is just anecdotal. I answered the best way I can. I've been poking around all over this map. I can find some good news for her by a point here, a point there. I can find a lot of good news for him, a point here and a point there. But it seems where the areas where she is gaining the most is where the votes are. And the areas where he's gaining the most is the area that he targeted, and that's the rural area. Whether or not you can extrapolate that over a place like Hall County, 72%, right? Banks County, 89%. Now, the problem for him is that that's 94 out of 159. But I can move along the northern border of Georgia, and, it's just, yeah, it's dominating, 81.
How does it compare to 2020?
I'll show you that next here. Look at that. I mean, that's 86. Now, 2020, in the same counties, I'll go in reverse, all right? 84, still impressive, right? 81.
And what is it now?
82 right now. So this is Fannin County. There's about 14,000 votes in that county alone. 14,000, okay? Now, if you take that and extrapolate over 159 counties, it can certainly add up. So to answer your question, Britt, 4 years ago, Fannin County was 82, and this year he's at 80. So 25% of the vote's still out. So he's got a chance to do a point or two better. But right now, he's not meeting the number that he hit in that rural county 4 years ago.
We're going to make a quick
That's
call.
16
We'll come back
points,
to the board
16
and the
votes.
panel. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice
Who?
President Harris will win the state of New Hampshire. Former President Trump
not
came
that many.
closer than many expected there, but the Vice President did well in cities and suburban areas. There was a time that New Hampshire they thought was closing. Actually, and we saw that Kelly Ayotte wins in the governor's race there, but now we're calling that for Vice President Harris.
She's a former senator for New Hampshire, popular in the state, but not enough to really turn New Hampshire red in this situation. So the Maryland Senate race we have for you next. The Democrat Angela Brooks will defeat former Republican Governor Larry Hogan, who never really was able to move past her. It was obviously a difficult race for the former governor as he tried to become a senator.
So that sticks as
Sorry,
far as the
Larry.
US Senate goes.
Sorry,
They're still
Larry.
on track. There's a one pickup for Republicans, and again, they're looking to Ohio and West Virginia. Maybe a couple of other races,
Montana.
still waiting on Michigan and obviously Pennsylvania.
Yes,
about,
PA.
Where that goes.
And Montana, which isn't closed yet. Obviously, a
I'm
very
definitely
hopeful
trying
pickup
to,
for Republicans with Tim Sheehy.
Back with the panel.
Ride
Carrie,
out for a while longer to see what happens
So
with
I'm looking at
Pennsylvania.
the suburbs.
I'm really
and,
curious about
first I would
that.
say the map, and again, it's early, but it seems to be breaking more
Looking
like
at it.
2016 than 2020, but we will see. But when you look at the suburbs, the Kamala Harris team was making much of the fact that early on we saw the suburbs of Indianapolis, Donald Trump underperforming. They point to Fayette County in Georgia. But then we get our Fox News voter analysis, and you see in Pennsylvania
Okay, now I
that
want a
Kamala is
brownie,
not
so
hitting
I'll
the
be
suburban
back. I'm
marks
going to run
that
get
Joe
me a
Biden
brownie.
did. You look at Hillsborough County, Florida. That is Tampa. It's almost urban, if you will. And Hillary won by 7. Biden won by 7 at this hour. You have Donald Trump leading by 3 in Hillsborough County. And let me say this. This is, I think, should be discussed, hasn't been discussed, but it might have bigger implications for the Republican Party moving Florida. And that is the fact that the Republican Party has lost every pro-life ballot initiative post-Dobbs until tonight in Florida, when you see Amendment 4 went down. And the difference was you had a leader, you had a Governor DeSantis, who owned the issue, who talked about the issue, who was out on the airwaves on the issue. And I'm told by some sources familiar with these 10 initiatives happening across the country, they're hopeful in Nebraska. Why? You had Pete Ricketts lean into the issue. So that might be a lesson that's instructive moving forward to the party. You've got to speak on this issue because hiding from it thus far has not worked.
Let's just say this, Trey, that both of these candidates at this hour still have a path to 270. It is wide open. There's a number of different ways to go. Who would you rather be right now?
I'd probably rather
Enough
be
for the rest of the
him
class is killing me.
because She is underperforming where Biden was in states that are very close.
I was like, oh my God, I need a
I'm also watching
brownie.
the Senate because what does it
I gotta get my
profit a person
sugar
to win the
back up.
presidency if you don't have the Senate to get your cabinet Nebraska is interesting to me. Who is he?
I was like, why don't I hear Trey?
The
You don't have all of the
I don't
heads.
think he will, but who will he caucus with?
What is happening, Chris? I see you repping that. Go Harris. I see you.
Around Lisa Murkowski and
I
Susan
see you,
Collins
Chris.
to get
Salute,
your
sir.
desired
Thank you for
cabinet.
stopping by.
And if you're Kamala Harris and you win the presidency, you ain't getting your desired cabinet if you have a Republican Senate.
Oh, yeah.
That's
true.
I'm going to make a prediction. Go out on a little bit of a limb here.
That is true.
I am growing more and more confident as I sit here and listen
Virginia?
to everybody, and I am talking to people that know their states as well as anybody. I think the finest
Virginia?
numbers, people, finest sources.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it will be very long until you call North Carolina for Donald Trump. I think Georgia will immediately follow thereafter. Then we would be at a point. I also believe
Georgia seems like it's more in play, but we'll see.
Issue out there.
We'll see.
That now means that would bring us to a point in this race. If I am right, if I'm wrong, everybody call me out. Hannity was wrong. We'll have T-shirts. I'll sell them on DonaldTrump.com. Okay. But if that's true, that means she would have to sweep the blue wall.
Yep.
And based on the information that we have and the early voting success of the Republicans in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, I don't think she can do it.
So with that prediction, we're going to take a quick break. Race 270 continues. We're about to get our first look at the state of play in the battleground state of Nevada. Our special coverage continues.
Guess we'll bounce back over to CNN then, since they're not at commercial. Fox, y'all kind of seem like y'all show more commercials. You know what I'm saying? They like, because we got more sponsors. They're like, that's why we showing more commercials. Oh, look at that. Cute shot. Q-Show, when you having your next Tony Braxton party? I want to come to the Tony Braxton party. What is that? I still got the audio playing for Fox. Let me cut them off. Hello, are y'all going to cut that off for me? Thank you. All right, let me bounce over to CNN while I'm asking Shar about her. I'm asking Q-Show about her Tony Braxton party. All right. What do you got for a CNN?
Wisconsin to run it up here, not just in the percentage, but with the raw math. So let's look. 38% of the vote. So a long way to go. Long way to go. Let's just compare it to the president. President Biden had 76%. Keep an eye on it. Don't panic yet if you're a Democrat, but keep an eye on that because the vice president needs to be as close to that as she can be. And at the moment,
where is she?
She's running a little bit behind that. That's Dane County. That's Madison. This is the biggest population center. Spent a lot of time here in the last year. The big question here is, do black voters turn out? And the subset question of that is, does Donald Trump make inroads, especially among black men? We did see some evidence of that in our several trips out to Milwaukee. At the moment, I was texting with somebody in Milwaukee earlier, by the way, who said they thought turnout was actually going pretty good for the Democrats. We'll see if that turns out. At the moment, 25% of the vote in, 66%.
I appreciate y'all hanging out with
32% for Donald Trump. So let's just go back in time. We have a long way to go. Milwaukee sometimes reports late, but if you go back in time, Joe Biden again, 69%, Trump at 29%. So the 69% is what jumps out. Trump is a little above right now. Trump's a little above where he was.
I'm there.
4 years ago. She's a little behind where the president was 4 years ago. It's only 25% of the vote.
I'm there.
We're not pouring cement on any of this, but that's where you say, oh, we got to keep an eye on that as we go forward. Then you move over here, you go to the Wow counties, Waukesha, the biggest among them. This is a Republican suburb. Long has been a Republican suburb. The challenge for Democrats, I've been saying this about Trump in the battleground states that tend to lead in blue. Where's Trump's number in the suburbs? Can he compete? He's not going to win, but can he compete? That's the challenge for the vice president here. Waukesha County tends to be a Republican suburb. So there she is at 40%, Trump at 59%. Again, you go back in time, 59% to 39% 4 years ago. Welcome to another 20,000 vote race probably in the end in Wisconsin based on that. It's 66% of the vote in there. It's essentially matching where we were in 2020. And again, just so you remember our history here in the blue wall, Harris is leading right now. We got a lot of vote to count right here, but I'm laughing a little bit just at the 22,000 number because if you look at that right there, Joe Biden won this state in 2020 by 20,000 votes. 4 years before that, when he cracked the blue wall and became president, Donald Trump won Wisconsin by 22,000 votes. Welcome to Wisconsin. It's a state that tends to hang around the margins of 20,000 votes, which is why that is somewhat amusing to me early. I know she just put it up to 34,000 to shut me up. And there we go as we go through the count in Wisconsin, very early there. Let's come over to Battleground Michigan. Let me come back for a second.
Exactly.
See that?
No more parties.
If they stay that way, and it's early.
Yeah.
It's early. Don't call your bookie. Don't make any bets. Don't pop the champagne. But you see Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, right? Especially if you're looking at a map where North Carolina and Georgia are red at the moment. They're not done either. They're not done either. But if you're a Democrat, you're kind of ooh, should we be nervous about this?
Yeah.
Should we be optimistic about that? So let's take it away and see what I mean by that. Number one, let's just start to the east and go west. Up to 32% in Pennsylvania. Long way to go. Long way to go. Just want to check on where we are in Philadelphia. Still at 26%. You get Philadelphia over 50%, then we can start to understand what the math is elsewhere as you go. But again, you see most of the rural areas filling in for Trump. That's his strength. That is his strength, and Pennsylvania is one of his best states. Let's come up here into Michigan. We're still only at 14% in Michigan, and we have our first votes out of Wayne County, and it shows Donald Trump with the lead in Wayne County. If Wayne County's red at the end of the night, Donald Trump's winning the presidency in a landslide. We're at 1%, so that's unlikely to happen. The question is, where does it end up? This one's more interesting, Macomb County, but again, 500 votes, 506 votes. Trump wants to keep it somewhere around there. Go back in time. You see he's at 53%. If Donald Trump can win Macomb County, it keeps him competitive. Keeps him competitive in the state. The higher above 50 he gets, it matters. This is one of the signature key counties for Vice President Harris and her Michigan chances. Oakland County, the birthplace of Mitt Romney, used to be a Republican county when I started doing this. He's at 55% right now. They're just past half the vote. So look at the 55%. Little behind Joe Biden. That can matter. That can matter. We're not done yet. She's only 55%. A little bit behind. Biden had 434,000 votes when he won the county.
Associated Press.
You're just checking on turnout. She's at 234,000 with about 54%.
So you're in the ballpark of
similar turnout. Let's see what happens as that comes in. And you're going to watch that number, but that number. Tiny changes in the margins can affect the battleground states. So Trump's at 43. Let's do it that way. Trump was at 42. Again, it's tiny. In the close states, tiny can matter. We'll keep an eye on that as we go through the count in Michigan. And then one more. I was already over there earlier. Let's come back out and see. So the blue wall at the moment is blue, and the Sun Belt states, which used to be reliably red and are now battleground states at the moment, are red. So we'll just check in, see if anything else came in. Georgia's at 79%.
Wow.
President's lead is 204,000. It was 240,000 a little while ago. President's lead has come down a little bit. I just want to remind everybody, in this hour, 4 years ago, Donald Trump was leading Georgia by about 244,000 votes. Joe Biden won Georgia when the votes were all counted. Doesn't mean that's what's going to happen this time. It just means you'd rather be ahead than behind, but we're not done yet. Let's come back up to North Carolina. We're at 63% in North Carolina. This count's coming up now. This count's coming up a little bit. You're at 177,000 vote lead. That would be a blowout. Anything in triple digits in North Carolina. Again, you go back 4 years ago, the closest of the battleground states Trump carried, 74,000 votes then. You see how close it was, 50 to 49. And so let's come back now and take a look. The blue then is where the blue is now, except for this one out here. I believe this one, Haywood County, we're only at 4%. If you go back in time, that was a Republican county. I look out there
still is at 4%.
And if anyone's out there watching, we hope you're doing all right. This is an area of the state that was hit hardest by Hurricane Helene, and the state and the county officials and the local officials, God bless them. They did amazing things just so people could vote. I know the more important things are, can you live? Can you get housing? Can you get food? Can you get water? And things like that. But the fact that people are voting out there in good numbers is a testament to the state and to the county officials. And people have heard a lot of misinformation out there. We see what's happening. Democracy is unfolding in Western North Carolina. This is where it matters most if you are the Democrats. And only 14% of the vote is in. So you see Donald Trump leading in North Carolina, but you see only 14% of the vote in.
Oh my God! Like, that's why we stand up.
Let's just take this for a while. Let's just go through and see what happens as we go. It's 11% of the statewide population. The vice president's at 60% right now.
Charlotte.
So you go back in time. Again, this is, if you're the vice president's camp, he lost. Joe Biden lost North Carolina, getting 67% of the vote in Mecklenburg County.
Yeah, that's just Charlotte.
She at the moment is getting 60% of the vote. Is that meaningful? We don't know yet. We don't know yet. It would be meaningful if we end up there, but it's only 14% of the vote right now. So then you come back out here. And again, that would be Donald Trump doing better in the suburbs. If he gets her number down from Joe Biden, that would mean Donald Trump was doing better with black voters and in the suburbs. But we watch that. We still have a long time to go. Wake County is Raleigh, number 2. Mecklenburg, number 1 population-wise. Wake County is number 2. She's at 64% right there. Trump's at 35. You go back in time, Trump at 36. She's at 62. Roughly the same. Roughly the same. Won't make a big deal about that now. Sometimes roughly, you start looking into the margins of roughly if we get to 80, 90% of the vote. Move over here.
Wisconsin
Durham
is
your
definitely
sixth largest
pink
county
on the
now, right? So Raleigh, Durham, the Research Triangle, young
AP
voters,
map right
some
now.
black voters, some college-educated suburban voters in the healthcare industry and the other industries in the Research Triangle there. 81% of the vote right now with 85% in. So this is where you can make a comparison. You're at 85% of the vote, you'd say, okay, where are we? Where was Joe Biden? 80%. So she's matching Joe Biden here in a key place. Trump's at 18% in 2020. We see him at 18% now, a little bit below that. So this, if you're the vice president, you're matching the president. The question is that good enough, right? He lost the state by 74,000 votes. So we come back out. Where else do you want to look? You look for the other Democratic pockets, right? Cumberland County.
Sure did.
This is Fayetteville. We're just starting, right? We're just starting. This is the 5th largest county in the state. So that's
is
if you're the vice
crazy.
president, you think there's some room for growth there because we're not there yet.
refreshing
Again,
the
I just want
screen.
to show you. You see the blue in the urban areas. North Carolina along here, that's the belt here. These are black voters here for the most part in these Democratic counties. Absolutely essential to the vice president's math. And then you come down to Georgia. Again, in these states, you just see.
Got to bounce back over to Fox right quick and see what they're talking about.
I mentioned Dane a moment ago, and I also mentioned in Milwaukee. Sean Duffy, one of our colleagues, former congressman for the state of Wisconsin, when he ran for Congress, all this area here was blue, okay? And when he went to Washington, it all flipped, it all became red, and it stayed that way. It's been a source of political strength.
I'm seeing 188 to 99 as well. Who did they
that
get?
Remains the case right now. All right. So, you know, we're just about the 30% mark.
Was it
in
Ohio?
Wisconsin, and Kamala Harris has a slight lead there by about 3 points. This is where it ended, as I showed you out there on the map, right?
Ohio and Missouri.
82 raw votes 4 years ago. So if I were to come to 2024, what am I looking at? I'm looking at Dane.
How about Sauk and Kenosha?
Yeah, Sauk is right here. Sauk is pretty interesting.
Missouri was
here
the other
because,
10.
You know, you start to
Other
see a
10
little
points.
more population growth, and Trump has a lead here. And again, this is Kennedy. He popped up in Michigan. He's going to pop up in Wisconsin all night long. Trump has a lead here. Let's just go ahead and see. We got half of the vote in
I was
here.
going to say how
in
much is
Wisconsin.
47%
This is
in.
where it finished. I find that interesting.
What about
Don't
Kenosha?
you? Let's find Kenosha down.
Remember, this is the swingiest state. I mean, I spent some time there on 2 recall elections
You
with
agree,
Governor
right?
Scott Walker.
I mean,
I
it's
was
extraordinary. And we don't think about it that way.
Mhm.
But it's true. Anyway, this is Kenosha, Brett. You asked for it. You got it. You got about half the vote in. Trump's just shy of 58%. Okay. So he's overperforming now in Kenosha as well. I can keep going if you want. So call it out, guys, if you like.
Milwaukee County?
Sorry?
Milwaukee, is that what it's called? Just north
Yeah.
of?
So the WOW counties here, they have been solid Republican forever, you know, but not during the Trump years. They got softer and softer, and they are. Wasaki here, just west of Milwaukee, is one of them. Sorry, Waukesha, excuse me. And then you get into Washington, and then you get into.
Yeah, that's why I said it was
Lake
Missouri.
Kentucky
Got
here. So
10, gave
let's see
him the
what
other
we're
10
doing right
points.
now. Trump at 53.5. All right, comparison point
PMO.
2020. Okay, so a little bit under right now in that it's suburban county north of Milwaukee. Let's pop on over here to Washington and see what we're doing. 70% is an impressive percentage, all right? And 4 years ago, what'd he do? So a little bit better right there in Washington County. Then we'll move over here. This is the most populated of the three, Waukesha, just west of Milwaukee, just shy of 60%. Raw votes shy of 40,000 from 4 years ago. Okay, all right, so he ended up with 55,000 net. So he either has some space to make up or he's not going to get to the number from 4 years ago. So that's something to watch. The WOW counties there in Milwaukee. My favorite county in all of Wisconsin, maybe my favorite county in the entire map this year, right here. You know what this is, Brett and Martha?
Door County.
It's Door County, okay? And why do we talk about Door County? First of all, you don't want to be there in the winter, okay? Because it's cold and it's frozen. But in the summertime, it's got to be beautiful. Half the vote in. Trump has an edge here. 4 years ago, you see what happened here. Biden won it, all right? Go back to 2024. Let's go statewide. Watch all the map go into play here, okay? This is a flipper county in Wisconsin, all right? The shade of blue is just very slight.
Very,
okay?
yeah.
So it shows you how
Baby
close
blue.
it was. So we'll keep an eye on it because sometimes those are the bellwethers statewide, and we'll see whether that develops there in Wisconsin.
All right.
Thank you, Bill.
Little Wisconsin for you.
Little trip to Wisconsin.
Yeah, sure.
Up to Door County, in the Great Lakes, and obviously this is going to be an area that is going to probably tell the story of this election, that in the Sun Belt, of course. So we're getting close to 10 o'clock, right around the corner. That is when we will get poll closings in Utah, Montana, and Nevada. This is our special coverage, kicks into high gear, and the electoral count continues to load in. 195 for Trump, 117 for Vice President Harris.
Pop over to Associated right quick. Let's pop over to the Associated. Boop. Associated. So, like Miss Shaw pointed out, and we saw a little while ago, Missouri came in with the, not you, bro. Not you, not right now. So yeah, but I mean, I'm a maybe refresh, make sure nothing new has happened. I actually want to see. So we, of course, looked like they called and gave 10 electoral college points from Missouri to Donald J. It's got him at 188 to 99. She's been stuck on that 99, seems like 2 hours now. Georgia's up to 80% in, and he's still got like a 200,000 vote lead here. The interesting part is the districts themselves, you can't tell how many votes are still left in them. So it's like the other 20%, who knows where they are? Are they the gray places, or results not in yet. So it looks like an area a little bit outside of Macon where Harris may have a shot there. These two counties down here, since they're surrounded by red, I'm pretty assuming they'll be red. So I really don't know how much more she can pick up in these spots. So I think Georgia's points are probably his. Let's see what Virginia looks like now. They have 6. Okay, so they still have 40% out, and he is up 50 to 48, 2 points, about 114,000 votes right now, but they still have 40% in. So Virginia is still has too much out to call, I'd say. PA, much, only 40%. So they still have a lot. So, I mean, that baby blue looks cool for her. Let's see if she can hold it. Not quite sure. So, like we say right now, she's got a crazy hill. I mean, of course, she's going to get this 50, but when you add that 50, that's still just 150. Like, she's still down. So she's got a lot of work she's going to have to do. Let's see who is not at commercial. Oh, Fox came back fast. Let's go back to them. Let's go back to Fox. See what old Brett's talking about, because he was on screen. And we can cancel you and hear you.
But there's a lot of discussion about that outstanding vote and whether or not it will meet the level that Vice President Harris would have to meet. And we've been talking about Philadelphia County. She would have to clear 700,000 votes in order to.
In 2020,
Yeah. All right. So let's go to Jeff Paul from the headquarters of Republican Senate candidate Sam Brown. And what's going on there?
Yeah, what's happening?
We'll be there in a little bit, right
What's
when it
happening?
starts. But right now, we are outside maybe one of the biggest and most expensive polling centers in the country. This is Allegiant Stadium, home of the Las Vegas Raiders. And one of the things I want to mention to you folks at home is that people are still showing up here to cast their ballot. We are a minute away from polls closing, roughly a minute away from polls closing. And under Nevada law, if you are in line by 7 o'clock, you have the right to vote. And we are hearing about some instances where there are some pretty long lines throughout the state. Also keep in mind that they will not release any results anywhere in the state of Nevada until the last person in the state votes. So we could be looking at a very long night ahead of us here in the state of Nevada. Martha?
All right, Jeff Paul, thank you so much. We're waiting now for these calls at 10 o'clock.
Where's this
and we're
picture?
looking at
Which one?
a
Which
scenario
one?
where the Democrats are putting all their hope in the blue wall. The question is, what happens when we make a call in North Carolina
picture?
and Georgia? If you believe Sean Hannity, it's coming soon.
Mhm.
We'll see if it does. It is time to see how many more electoral votes will fall as we get ready for our next calls.
Stay tuned.
We are seconds away
Bro,
from 3 states.
let's look right quick.
Montana, Utah.
I'm like, let's jump back to the Associated and see, because I didn't look at that. I want to know the percent. Yeah. That's what I want to look at, the percentage and stuff. Let me show that right quick. All right, let's check them out. So I say Iowa's. Oh, it's still shaded baby, but it's 28, so it's a lot. It's a lot. That's a lot. Not in yet. So, and the thing is, we're only looking at it because whoever that lady was with that poll yesterday, that was I don't know, but they do also have a baby blue, so maybe there's something to it, but it's still only 28%. Of course, we know what Colorado's going to do because it's baby California now. Shaw, what's AZ going to do? I'm like, you call it. What's AZ going to do? AP call Utah? Let's see. Yep. Interesting. It's got 0. Well, again, they like when you know, you know. It's showing 0%. But already cast. I get it though. They're like, when you know, they're like, we know already. 198. 72 more to go. 72 more to go. Let's see. They are pink. They are pink. Oh, that's 4% though. 4%. See, this is what y'all were talking about, though. This is how like the nighttime gets you when it's like when the percentages are that low, then you go to sleep, and then some of those districts and stuff come in, and then you end up being like WTF. Look up the Rocky Mountain Heights. Oh. It is definitely California Junior. I mean, and I'm not a native where I've been there for 20 years, but I even saw a flip from 2015 to 22 when I came out here. So yeah. You like a little bitty duplex is like 750,000 now, thanks to Californians. Yay, Colorado. But yeah, but I didn't know how that came to be because, of course, I hadn't been there that long. Where are you again? Are you up by Longmont? I don't know. I'm probably making that up. Let's see who's back on. Fox is back on. They've been fast on the commercials lately. Let's check them out. Let's get back to those guys. Let's go back to the Foxies. All right, so let's switch. Let's switch what we're listening to. Let's see what Jesse has to say. What do you say, Jesse?
Voters in Michigan and in Pennsylvania winning independents, and they say the math doesn't work in Philadelphia County. So
North Denver. Okay, so
too early to call,
like
but
Thornton and stuff,
think the
or
Trump
like
team has momentum here.
Further up.
Virginia, you were talking about earlier. We'll put up the big board about Virginia and show that race. There you see the 50% to 48.3.
Thornton, Westminster.
Too soon to call for us.
Well, this is wild. Remember, Trump didn't come anywhere near these numbers in 2016 or 2020. The Loudoun County numbers that we were talking about earlier are really something to watch.
Man.
Trump is outperforming by 8 points in Loudoun County. It was a blowout in 2020. Big issue with education there. The other thing to look at, and Glenn Youngkin, I've been in touch with him. He said, buckle up, Virginia's going to be very
Iowa.
tight. Then go down to Miami-Dade, where we haven't seen a Republican take that county in Florida since 1988.
I knew that was
Trump
well. I'm
is
saying I knew
doing
that was
something
crazy.
tonight. The
We'll
New York
see.
Times is noticing he's up at 287 electoral votes
32%.
projected. Obviously, anything can happen with a 72% chance of winning. Watch out for slowing vote reporting down in the blue wall states. It happened last time in 2020. And if by midnight, it looks
Actually,
like Trump
they
has a good
already
chance to
reported
win
trying
and
to
things start
hurry him
slowing
up.
down
Like,
with
come on,
reporting,
lady.
I think you
We
can't
just
really
saw
blame people
that.
for being a little bit concerned about the way we do reporting in elections.
Yeah.
I have more of a question actually for Laura, if that's okay, if it's permitted. On Loudoun
Yes,
County,
always, yes.
in Loudoun County, can you
Ah,
talk to
right
what
between
is the
Denver and
issue? Is it
Westminster.
the economy
Yep.
or is it the cultural issues?
yeah.
We've been having a little debate.
I think that the cultural issues cut through the new immigrant population in Loudoun County. There's an enormous influx of Indian immigrants, Hispanic immigrants, and Muslim immigrants in Loudoun County. And if you talk to them, and some reporting has been done on this, a couple of issues of the gender curriculum, some of the trans issues, but also in general, just this idea that the new immigrants coming to this country want to be able to start small businesses and make a decent living.
And
I think both issues are really hitting hard tonight.
And Loudoun County is the kind of place where you'd think it might be fertile ground for Democrats almost in perpetuity because of where it is. It's in the exurbs of Washington, but it is very close to that huge number of people who work in the Dulles Technology Corridor. And that looks like the kind of place young, tech-savvy people who would be prone generally to vote.
You said
Democrat.
PA went
And the
back
fact that
pink. I
it's
see
seems to
it.
be
I
going
still
the way
see
it
it,
is
baby
tonight
blue.
Is I think
A lot of
quite
credit
telling.
to Glenn Youngkin and obviously
Yo,
Donald
and
Trump
I
for the way
got
that state
I
was
got
handled. They
one
were smart to
G5.
go there late
Like,
in
how
the
did
game.
yours
Interesting to
go
look at
pink
Virginia, and
before mine
sometimes
did?
these things sort of take hold over a period of time, right? So Glenn Youngkin
I'm
won his
impressed
very
with
first
y'all.
race, all about education, really, against Terry
So
McAuliffe.
like I got
and parents'
1 G.
rights. But then in the midterms, Virginia did not get the seats that they wanted to get, and Youngkin was sort of trying to get them over that edge. So if this does, and
Oh my God, am I gonna go
can't
through?
call it
I've never
obviously yet,
had
if it turns into a win for
a
Trump tonight, it
six-pack
will be a very big
or even
sign
close,
for what
even
it's
close.
in a
Marco.
sitting ever in my life. Like 3
We have not called it
is
yet. but
actually
I'm
my
sure there are good
max,
reasons for that,
and
but others have.
I'm
I
at 3
understand. Harold,
Do we know what's
for
outstanding?
election night.
the,
American Hops, brought to you by Tiny
I can do that
Bombs,
for you.
American Pilsner,
Don't mind me.
All American
This
tonight.
is Roanoke County. Why do I have that on the screen?
Yeah,
That's
tell
Salem,
me.
Virginia. That's where Trump went for the rally the other day.
Okay,
With
okay.
Glenn Youngkin. Okay, so as you guys were talking here, all right. So this is part of our Fox Insights. Anytime we see an outline here, we go in Loudoun County. We've mentioned this, right? Now this is a 16-point advantage for Kamala Harris. You've almost got all the estimated vote in right now.
In that
and Trump's
county,
doing
got it.
3.4 points better now,
That he did.
with 98% of the vote reporting, than he did in 2020. So that's pretty interesting. The other thing I would point out while I'm here is Fairfax County. All right, so you're almost at 2/3 of the vote in. This is where all the people are, right? Number one out of 133. Biden was an easy winner at 70% of the vote.
She's in the 60s, right?
Right now,
Yep.
across from Washington, D.C., she's underperforming in the most populated county in the
Yep.
entire state. Did you have something else there?
do you
Go.
have a question?
Gotcha. Okay, Carolina. Go ahead, guys.
Yes, you probably should. Or like whatever's happening tonight ain't gonna stop because we watching it.
I tell you what I'll do, Harold. I'll cheat for a second.
Oh
here,
my
go back to
God.
Virginia. It seems as if Kamala Harris is doing better in the South.
And it's so funny because I didn't know if I was gonna watch it either. Then I kept hearing commercials while I was doing something. I was like, yeah, I'm watching this tonight. I'm here for it.
That holds up. Let me zip on down to Carolina. And,
Well,
and Britt, I
zip
think
on
you
down
said some
there.
folks had called Carolina already.
Mhm.
We've got about 70%
Let's
of
see
the
what
vote
the AP is
in,
doing.
and we've got Trump up,
4 points. 4 points.
yeah,
right?
almost 185,000 raw votes.
Yo,
And I don't know what's
yo,
going
it's just
on here.
getting
Why don't we
cooked.
just poke around some of the bigger counties?
It's getting
This
cooked
is
tonight,
Wake, this is
bro.
Raleigh. You got to look there. 3/4 of the vote in.
I thought it was gonna be
She's
a
got
week
a firm lead down here
before
in
we know who
Mecklenburg
won.
and
We might know
Charlotte.
in the morning.
A firm lead yet again, but there's 80% of the estimated votes still yet to be tallied. So maybe that's the reason why we cannot call it. This is a flipper down here. This is New Hanover.
You might
You
know
find Wilmington
in the
along
morning.
the Atlantic Shore. You've only got 5% of the vote in down there. there. This is one of those areas of the country that's turning more blue. You got a lot of transplants from the Northeast moving down into Wilmington. You also got a lot of folks from the Northeast going into places like Brunswick County. Brunswick County is deep in the red. Donald Trump's going to win here tonight by 66% upwards of the vote down there. Got a lot of folks from New Jersey and New York, and Pennsylvania. They're moving down to places like Brunswick County because they love the weather, they love the beaches, and it's not as expensive as Florida. And they've seen an awful lot of growth in this part of the state. So here's where we are. Too soon to call, but Donald Trump right now up by almost 5 points in Carolina. Go for it, Martha.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, which is tightening up considerably, and in the presidential race and in the Senate race.
I got to know
right about that.
What phone game is this?
So there's about half of the vote being counted. You remember that chart I showed you
what
a
phone
moment
game
ago?
you playing?
The chart I showed you a moment ago. They count the
Cam
vote
picked up
first
10.
in
Oh, this
Pennsylvania.
Colorado's 10.
It tends
This
to be
Colorado
more
10. We knew
Democratic.
she was
As we
going to
saw
get
in
that.
2020, we're seeing that
Oh,
again
yeah, you
in
put CO in there.
2024. All right, you got about a 1.4
Yeah,
margin there. All
details.
votes just shy of
Arch
50,000.
Hero. Arch Hero.
Let's go for a
Arch
spin,
Hero.
shall we?
Is it Arch Hero or Arch
Philadelphia,
Hero?
let's start there. It is
I'll look
number
that up.
one. Come on. Let's go here. All right, here we go.
Not on that keyboard you want.
This is the kind of margin you expect to get in Philadelphia. You got 8 or 9 out of 10 voters are Democratic, right? So Joe Biden
looks complicated.
8%.
Arch Hero looks
It's
complicated.
interesting, right? So she's just a tick below that right now. Does Philadelphia vote the way that Milwaukee votes? Right? We saw that difference in Milwaukee a short time ago. Is Philadelphia going to vote differently than Wayne County and Detroit?
Arch Hero.
We're waiting to
I'm
get
gonna
that in as
download it.
well. These are the collar counties. They're heavily blue. I would expect them to change somewhat, but we'll see as we go through the night. Just to check the bellwether here. This
Oh,
is
it's not.
Northampton.
Okay.
That's about as close as you get, guys. Difference of 300 votes, 303. Biden barely won it by 1,200.
Barely,
4 years
bro.
ago. So that's where we are at the moment.
What about
Back
Pittsburgh?
on over to you, Allegheny County. Let's see where we are. A lot of the vote came in from Pittsburgh early on.
71,
Okay, yeah. So you're 71 coming. That's right. And she's at 61%. Both you guys watched it, right? I mean, how many rallies did Trump have there? How many times did Kamala Harris go to the west side of Pennsylvania? This is a place I want to check out. I haven't done it yet. Let's find out together. This is Butler County. All right, where were you on July 13th? Here we go. You got 94% coming in, just shy of 66%. So how did Trump do in a rural county like Butler 4 years ago, before the assassination attempt, right? This past year, it was almost around the same number, okay? Up 36,000 to finish it 4 years ago. Right now, he's up 34,000 in Butler, PA.
Let me bring our prime folks in. Laura, what are you looking at?
Well, I just think it's interesting to look at these states that we kind of had looked past in our analysis. We're always focused on the blue wall states, obviously so important, but signs that Trump might be outperforming in ways that we hadn't expected, bubbling up in places like New Mexico, where it's only 23% of the vote in, mind you, tons of votes outstanding, but he looks like he's outperforming there. He's up now 6 points with that small turnout. Again, the New York Times gives him a 79% chance of winning this election at this point, with leaning North Carolina, leaning Republican in Georgia. If those trends continue, it's all those 3 states where it's neck and neck. Right now, it's neck and neck in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So I hope they can model themselves in the future on what Florida has done so brilliantly with Ron DeSantis. 96% of the vote in, and it's handled beautifully with absentee, mail-in vote. I mean, they just seem to do it in Florida. Why can't we do it in these other states?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I mean, most of us grew up with, you voted in the morning.
Same day.
Parents voted in the morning, and then you went home and got the answer that night. We've gone from 96 million voters when Fox News started to 160 probably million tonight, somewhere in that neighborhood.
And by the way, all of them watched Brett's interview with Kamala. I don't think
absolutely
nobody missed that.
So how much has voting changed, I guess, is what I'm getting at here, Sean, because we have this enormous early vote, 83 million.
It's so interesting you asked that question, because everything's kind of flipped. Republicans went in today with a lead that had never happened before. And it put the Democrats in a position mathematically where they had to accomplish something they'd never accomplished before, and that is to get same-day voters at numbers that they've never gotten before. And this is where we now find it. If I am correct,
But it is funny though that
right, and
a lot of the right adopted absentee and early and mail-in voting after they cried so much about it.
I've been going back and forth on this.
And that looks like it's a path to victory.
Arizona has been trending very strong towards Donald Trump. I don't know how long it'll take them to count the votes out there. That is frustrating, to Laura's point.
Well, to that point, Maricopa said because of the length of the ballot that they
and
were
the lines.
Take days.
Pages of referendums.
Okay. There were 2 pages in Florida, and they called it within an hour and a half. So, and that wasn't even.
Shara, come on, man! Like you got to stop doing that only on stuff that, like, when there's a loss or something involved. Like seriously,
T-shirt.
You know it's not illegals. The reason in Colorado, ex-Californians, it's not illegals. Like you don't have to reach for illegals.
Just wrote me. Dave
for the reason in Colorado,
in Pennsylvania,
against Bob Casey.
There's a lot of progressives that moved there.
Ads tying
They're called
to Donald Trump
hipsters
in Pennsylvania, which I think is very
Those
telling.
hipsters are not
He's
illegals.
confident Donald Trump is going to win Pennsylvania tonight.
You're like, say it with me.
And what the Trump
Hipsters.
team has been telling me, where they were up by 1.1 million. We went over these numbers earlier. Back 4 years ago, they were only up 400,000 going into today's voting, day of voting.
Okay,
in
fair.
Wisconsin, you have a similar situation.
He said
a
it's both.
40% difference. They a
Oh, my
40%
God.
shortfall. So I'm looking at the big board and I'm watching the ever brilliant Bill Hemmer.
See,
and
that's
they
the old
needed
term.
numbers in Milwaukee
It's the
that
old
every source I
term.
know
The
in
new
Wisconsin
term
is telling me
is
they did not get
term.
today. And we're now at a situation
Oh my
where
God! And the
for Kamala Harris to have
Trustafarians
any
from both.
opportunity to win, she's going to have to sweep that blue wall, those blue wall states. I don't see it. Do you see it?
I don't see it either. And
I
if
don't
you look
see
at
it.
Philadelphia, for instance, everybody was
Oh,
bragging
did
this
it?
morning
It
about how
went
well
blue,
turnout was.
like blue,
in
blue, or
Philly.
baby
If you
blue.
look at
Let's see.
Philly, South Philly is Italian.
It's just baby blue, so it's not
That's
like.
Pat's Chinos. They love Trump down there.
Yeah, it's only
Big
20,
Eagles
20,
territory, big
28%.
Flyers. And then you go to the Northeast, that's Irish Catholic. Maybe Sean Hannity knows a few people up there. So they came out big for Donald Trump, and that might have been an explanation for those numbers to pop. But if you look at Pennsylvania broadly, they banked so much of the early vote, which they'd never done before. They don't think Kamala has enough right now in Philly and Pittsburgh to just overcome Trump's red county substantive lead.
Let me just put the caveat
Fair.
in there. Brett,
Like-
we sat
like
on
Shaw-
an election desk
like
in
Shaw said.
2016.
Have you
And
seen
there was a betting odds that you were quoting that had Hillary Clinton winning 90% chance that she was going to
That's where the
win.
evening began.
And then it started going down. And we started doing the what if scenario, and her pathway started to narrow.
It got narrow as heck.
It is flipped, to Sean's point, that the early vote gave Republicans an early boost.
Right.
And the question is
That-
what the day of
that
vote
wasn't
is.
liked 4 years ago.
Is her path narrowing as we get more
Well,
into the night?
I think she started out with a narrower path. You know, we could figure out more ways that Trump could win. She needed.
I know. Seriously.
And the betting
This
odds
is
for her
like
right
watching
now
the game.
83% for Trump, and started at 58%, and it's climbed all through the evening to
Georgia
69.
I think you should have a green eye shot.
You know we have to hate on y'all.
Anyway, and there are other
Anyway.
Other models are now predicting him well in excess
Stock
of
market
70%.
futures are also
Yeah.
trading higher as well.
I
the
do
US
think,
markets.
just to go back to this Milwaukee point that we were talking about during the break, I mean, they are rerunning 30,000 absentee votes in Milwaukee tonight.
Right.
Because they couldn't, there was a problem with
Same
the
with the
processing.
locks.
31,000 absentee ballots after the election observer brought to the officials' attention that doors covering on and off switches on the devices, I guess, some of them weren't tallying and they were worried about it. So just for integrity purposes, they're rerunning all those ballots. So we might not hear the full and final counting from Milwaukee until tomorrow.
AP Vodcast has Trump winning 23% of black men.
That's staggering.
Wait, what's it? Nationwide. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Staggering.
Where's that from?
AP Vodcast.
And that has to
That's
be a
consistent with our
complete
stuff.
defeat for the mainstream media, who's just destroyed Donald Trump as a racist for all these years. And if you double the support with black people, and then you go up double digits with your support with Hispanics, at the same time, and then run up the numbers with Jewish Americans here in the Northeast, that's a complete rejection of everything that they've been telling us about Donald Trump, and would explain why he's very competitive in the popular vote.
And the news cycle for how long went on and on about the Seltzer poll in Iowa. Trump, it looks like he's going to win Iowa by 8 to 10 percentage points.
I didn't believe that's why we wonder why they kept talking
I mean,
about it so much.
It was called, but it was like he was going to lose
Mm-hmm.
Iowa. I mean,
Let me,
it made no
can I
sense.
just check? Let's go back to Pennsylvania really quick. I know you're in Wisconsin, but can we just go to Pennsylvania?
I sure can.
And this is
I want to come back to this. It's a fascinating story. It's happening in Wisconsin. Okay.
What's happening,
So
bro?
Go ahead, Brett, with your question in Pennsylvania.
Guess I gotta go show
Lackawanna County. You got it. Let me
CNN
come
some
back
love in a
to
minute.
current
I
day.
forgot all
That's
about it.
2024, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, it is.
I do believe. Okay. So
Nope, I don't need you to talk.
I'm kidding.
Oh, are y'all
So
Georgia
this is
though?
Lackawanna. This is Scranton. Okay, so she's got an edge. Go ahead. She's got an edge of 51%.
The 2020 vote for that.
This okay.
Lackawanna.
You're going to see a slide come out. All right, so you guys got to remember.
Tell
these
us about
numbers, all
Lackawanna
right?
County.
Versus 2020. Here is Biden's number. So she's about
2 points
You
behind.
do the math.
2.5.
Below what Biden did, but she's winning the county too, and
Yeah.
that's Scranton. Can I just show you guys something that I think we need to pay
Please,
attention to?
please.
This is Wisconsin.
Yes.
All right, so you got your Fox Insights going here, okay? We talked about Dane, we talked about Milwaukee.
47%,
What about
yeah.
Green Bay? That's Brown County, all right?
Oh, come on, bro.
Right now, with 46% of the vote reporting.
What?
In Brown County, which is Green Bay,
Oh, okay.
Trump's up
That's what I
3.6
expect.
points at this time in the night.
Over his
okay?
last
Take
time.
this off. We'll move down here to Outagamie. All right, he's up 1.8 points higher than he was
last
4
time.
years ago. Take that off. This is Winnebago, right? Trump is up 1.3 points
All right.
at this point
So
in the
he's
vote.
up in Wisconsin.
Higher than he was
Let me see what
4
AP
years ago. And
AP should
you
have
know,
him shade.
when
Yeah,
you're
shade it.
analyzing the state going into
Baby blue,
this
baby,
election, those are
pink.
three of the counties you're looking at where he's trying to like drive the numbers up, and he's able to do that. And so this is where we sit, you know, half a point. And not for nothing, guys, but sorry, come on back here. Not for nothing, but Robert Kennedy has racked up 8,000 votes in Wisconsin.
Nice.
And 2020 in Wisconsin, we'll get it here.
It was
Yeah, I
so
got
good.
you. 20,682.
Wow.
Maybe it matters, guys, or maybe it doesn't, but it's just something to point out right now. When we come
It
back,
might.
we'll take it in Michigan, some things happening there as well.
Robert Kennedy effect. It might.
That's something to keep an eye on.
All right, I'm gonna bounce over.
You talked about, Laura, you think they're going to count in the morning, and that's in Milwaukee.
Yeah, that's in Milwaukee where the lock things went on. We're gonna bounce over to CNN because I think they're discussing battleground states right now. So let's see what they got. Let's see what they've got. Let's see what they got. Aren't you talking? Talk, bro.
Yeah, we're just working with the state
Talk,
to
bro.
go over it. We have uploaded it to the state, so they're just going through it, and it should be up here in a few minutes. So
Yeah,
about
that's why they give. That's why they're
320,000,
giving. They right now the AP has projected like over 70%
in person and
chance
absentee
if
by
it
mail.
holds though, like you said.
Okay, so
and 'cause some things are very
323,000,
very
and
early.
when you say
still,
minutes,
so
we're
you're
talking
right.
5, 10 minutes.
Early
I
meaning
don't
low
know.
percentages
It's with the
recording
state,
20s.
so they'll review it and then they'll tell us when to push those results.
And can you simplify what in the adjudication process held up these votes for hours?
Yeah, it was just the images loading slow. I'm not sure what caused that to happen. It
Oh,
usually
Lord.
isn't that
Don't
slow.
need to hear
it was
that.
just literally kind of excruciating slow. But like I said, we got it resolved and moving forward
don't
and
need to
getting
hear
out
that.
those results.
This is also a problem that happened in 2020, though, was it not?
I don't know. I was not here in 2020, so I'm not sure. I know they had issues similar, but I'm not sure.
So this
Yeah,
has now
shocker.
been resolved.
But it
We
was like,
should
it's,
not
again,
expect this
2
to be a
points.
problem with adjudicating.
I mean, I know
ballots
every day
moving
counts,
forward.
but yeah.
No, you shouldn't see this with the election day, and we actually do have all.
Shocker. That was like
156,
Colorado's 10
precincts.
point
The
shocker.
locations, their memory cards are in the office now, so we've got everybody back. They're actually going to start running those memory cards now.
And so after those
Run it.
323, it should move pretty quickly.
Yeah, we're expecting it to pick up.
All right. Zach Manifold, Supervisor Elections here
Run it,
in
bro.
Gwinnett County. I'll send it back to you, Jake.
Thanks, Victor. Let's get more on Georgia from Sarah Murray, who's at the Fulton County Elections Hub outside Atlanta. Sarah, what are you hearing about the outstanding votes there?
What are you hearing?
Well, Jake, for all the flack that Fulton County gets for how it runs its elections, things have been going very smoothly and very steadily here tonight. They've had these memory cards coming in. They're uploading the day of election vote, and they're hoping in Fulton County to be able to upload all of their day of voting by 11 p.m. Now, there is another large county where things are going a little bit slower, kind of like Gwinnett, DeKalb County. I spoke to them a little bit ago. They said they don't have a number of what their overall election day count was, and they're not sure how long it's going to take for them to get through it. They're just chugging through it little by little. Now, in Cobb County, another large county here in Georgia, they said they still had less than 1,000 absentee mail-in ballots that they had to get through, and they also had about 85,000 votes. That was their day of votes that they were turning to. They, too, are hoping to be done by 11 p.m. The last county I talked to is Clayton County. They were also working through their day of voting. They had hoped to have it done by 10 p.m. It looks like they're missing that deadline a little bit, but they were definitely saying they only had a handful of precincts left. About
VA did go baby
when I talked
blue,
to them about a half
but
an
there's
hour
still
ago, that they were still
33%
trying to upload the day of voting
left.
for. So
I
things
was
seem to be
wondering
going
if
pretty
Richmond had
smoothly.
hit yet.
And behind me, you
Richmond
get a
looks
little
like
bit of a
it just
sense of
did.
the process. This is where the memory cards came through. They just brought them through. They check them in here with a police officer. They get scanned in, and then over in this glass room, we're showing you this is where these memory cards are removed. We start to see them uploaded. So that's what's happening here in Fulton County, and hopefully we'll have more for you around 11.
Only 72 more
Ceremony
points are
reporting on
needed.
the count as you look around the Atlanta suburbs. As she's noted, she's in Fulton County, which is here, but this is where the big outstanding vote is. So let's just come back statewide first, just to put it into context. The Trump lead now 170,000 votes. It was over 200,000 not that long ago. So it has come down some as more votes come in. So let's just walk through what we just heard real quickly. Fulton County, you're at 84%, but this is the #1 population center, the largest population center of the state, also a hugely Democratic area of the state. That's where we're waiting for votes. Also, Gwinnett.
How much is
County
in there,
number
though?
2 in terms of
How
the
much is in
population,
Fulton?
plus the other counties right around Atlanta.
That's what I
Any
hate
path
that
to
we
Democratic
can't find
victory,
out.
Jake, has to come there. So when we get more of those votes, we'll be able to at least get closer to being able to answer the question.
Because if Fulton
is
has
that
a
lead
lot
that
of
Donald Trump has
outstanding
safe,
votes,
or
then
are enough
that
votes out
does
there
make
for
a
the vice
big
president
difference.
not only to catch up, but to pass?
All right, John, thanks so much. We have another projection.
What?
CNN can project that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio. Ohio is expected will go to Donald Trump. Ohio with its 17 electoral
AP
votes.
did
What does that
too
mean for
already,
the
right?
electoral count map? Donald Trump has 195 electoral votes.
We have
Kamala Harris has
198.
91 electoral votes. 270 are
Let's say
needed
the
to
site
win.
we've been using
John
with
King?
AP, we have
Jake,
198
as we
to
watch more of the
112.
map fill in, and this is welcome to election night. We're now at what,
Welcome
10:20
to
in the
election.
east, and we're moving across, and you see votes as far west as Montana and New Mexico and Arizona starting to come into the map. We haven't touched this one all night. Let's take a quick look out there in Arizona. I haven't said Maricopa County on an election night, and it's 10:24. That's an outrage. You see right here,
Outrage. I'm jumping back to Fox, y'all. I'm jumping back to the Foxies because I think they just jumped on swing states, battlegrounds, etc., etc.
Would then be able to govern with
the House. He got both the House and the Senate.
He would probably have the Senate. Maybe he doesn't have the House, but that mandate would have to be respected. So
I
it
feel
would
like
be
they
up to
always get the
Democrats
House.
and the media to determine how's their posture going to be towards a seemingly very popular president who's had the greatest upset victory, followed by the most controversial election, followed by the greatest comeback victory we've ever seen.
So we shall see.
Yes, we may have this conversation several hours from now.
But listen, the primes. I call you the primes now.
Oh,
7, 8, and 9.
What am I? Avengers.
Prime, you know.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Great coverage.
Have fun. Fantastic to be
We're
all together.
I don't think so.
Thank you so much, guys.
That was great.
It was great.
The vote count is underway. More results coming in. We're tracking it all as Fox News Democracy 24
Came to y'all
marches on.
because I thought y'all was swing stating, and I get it. Y'all got mad sponsors. So you know what? Let's see if anything happened on Associated. No, of course not. We were just talking about that.
Election night on Fox
Come on,
News Channel is
Arizona's,
brought to you by
Arizona's
Simply
baby
Safe
blue
Home
already.
Security.
Let's jump over
There's
here to.
no safe
I know
like
we only
Simply
need 72
Safe.
points. Let's jump over here to. Guess we'll see what CNN's doing because they don't have any commercials going on right now. Yep, they don't. They don't.
of the vote. So that's pretty fascinating that Arizona's getting that vote in so fast. Let's get back there in a minute. Let's move more to the east.
I really
Some of the
would be curious if I watched this whole live stream back to see which channel I
and an
stayed on the
interesting development.
most.
Again, it's early. We're still
You know,
counting
'cause I'm
votes, but Pennsylvania,
being
Michigan, and
balanced,
Wisconsin,
but I
half an
almost
hour
feel like
ago,
I've been
were all
leaning
still
on the
blue.
Fox side.
Now Wisconsin has flipped to red only by 8,000 votes, and we're only at 47% reporting. And so there are two ways this happens. Either Donald Trump is overperforming someplace where he hasn't before, or we're just filling in the rural counties. So let's get a look at the map and see what we have here. Number one, let's look at the live outstanding vote. All right.
Yeah,
so
how
we
much
got
is?
big blue dot here in Milwaukee, big blue dot here in Madison, some blue dots out here in the area, but a lot of red dots as well. And so Donald Trump with a very narrow lead in Wisconsin, which welcome. Again, 2 elections in a row. It's been 20,000 votes and change, 22,000 votes, 20,000 votes. This certainly shapes up to look like we're going to have another one of those, a photo finish in Wisconsin. A lot of outstanding votes, so it's hard to make any projections or analysis except to say Wisconsin, once again, is incredibly close. So let's come back out and move over to battleground Michigan. This one here, for those of you familiar, if you watch a lot of cable television, you've seen Debbie Dingell, the Democratic Congresswoman from west of Detroit. Washington County, Ann Arbor is her district. Over the weekend, she got a lot of attention for saying she was nauseously optimistic about Michigan. I was texting with her a little while ago. She says she's cautiously optimistic now, and I had to check. That's an upgrade.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie though.
Than nauseously optimistic, according to the Congresswoman. This is her district right here. This is one of the things I highlighted earlier. Washington County is the home of Ann Arbor, home of the University of Michigan, home of a campus, been there several times, where they have a remarkable voting operation, encouraging young people to vote, encouraging students who live out of state to switch their registration to Michigan so they vote in a battleground state if you're from a state that's not a battleground state. So this is very important to the Democratic coalition. 66% right now, if you round that up for the vice president, with 60% of the vote reporting. Again, 73% for Vice President Biden. If it ends up that way, that's a problem. Doesn't mean you can't make it up somewhere else. But if you're losing votes in one key county, losing percentages in one key county, you better make them up somewhere else. The track below. Now, Michigan is the one state, to go back to the 2020 example, where you could argue the vice president has a little bit to lose, if you will. It's not Wisconsin, 20,000 votes. It's not Georgia, 11,000 votes. It's not Arizona, 10,000 votes. It's 154,000 votes. So if you want to argue a 2020 replay, the vice president has a little bit more to lose in a state Joe Biden won relatively comfortably when it comes to the battlegrounds. But still, if you're the vice president of the United States, you don't like the fact that Washington County is so close. So now we come up to Ingham County. This is where you find Michigan State University, Lansing, the state capital. The combination of those two things, the state capital and a big university, normally says that's a Democratic area. And it is. It's at 59% if you round up the vice president. But again, go back in time.
New Mexico, baby blue.
65% for the president 4 years ago. How much can she give up will become the question if you find more counties like that where she's underperforming the president of the United States. So another way to look at it,
it went back baby
2024,
blue, and then it went back
bring
pink.
it up, and let's ask that question. Is she overperforming the president anywhere? In a couple of places she is, and that's it. If you're losing in one place, the question is, can you make up the math somewhere else? So where is she overperforming at the moment? Kent County. That's Grand Rapids and the suburbs around it. 15 years ago, even in 2016, Donald Trump won this county. 15 years ago,
Fox is over at Iowa. Let's see what they're talking about. Fox is over at Iowa, where they kept talking all that junk about.
Right now, generally, they're feeling happy about long lines in college precincts in North Carolina and Michigan, saying that should be helping them with young voter turnout, guys.
All right,
but Jackie, let me just ask you. I mean, my chain with the Democrats kind of went dark too. When's the last time you got an update?
Yeah, my chain went dark.
They're responding to us, but what we ask, the answers we get are like, well, let me check on that. Literally, I asked how many people are in this crowd, what's their connection to the vice president, and that was an hour and a half ago. The person responded, let me check, working on it. I checked back, still working on it.
I'm gonna call you.
I do not have that answer. This is the Harris campaign.
I ain't got it. I don't know, bro.
So it's just sort of a glaring reminder every once in a while that this apparatus was really thrown together in just over 3 months, guys.
Jackie Heinrich at the Harris campaign headquarters in D.C. Jackie, thanks.
3 months.
Let's go to Wisconsin and check back in with Mike Tobin because
what's up in Wisconsin?
We wanted an update, Mike, on what is going on with these machines. Has the voting stopped?
Yeah, they had the locks on them. What is going on?
Troubleshoot on this equipment, and what does it all mean?
Well, the county
Hell
hasn't
if I
stopped. What they
know.
did is they put
Ain't that
out an
crazy?
all call for city
I don't
employees.
know
So
if
they got
I've seen
firefighters,
one at
they
the
got healthcare
beginning
workers, IT
before they let
workers
me
here
start
trying to
get
move
into
this
somebody's
count
live
along. They
stream, but
have
I
to
hadn't seen one in
verify
the middle of a
all
live
of
stream
the
before.
metadata, if
Come
you
on,
will, on the
YouTube. You
top
just
of the
being
ballots
greedy now.
before they can run them through these machines again. Now, here's the problem. We zoom in over my shoulder. I want to show you how these
Show us, yes, zoom in.
these voting tabulators are working, or how the machines themselves ran into a problem. If
Like,
you look
zoom
at the
in.
back of that machine, there's a red sticker on the back of that machine. That
Okay.
effectively acts as the seal to prove that it hasn't been broken. But there's
Messing
also a
with, okay.
locking mechanism on the back of those machines. Now, those machines operated until the afternoon, and no one noticed that the stickers were in place, but the locking
Locks
mechanisms
weren't
hadn't
locked.
been engaged. A Republican observer noticed that, raised the red flag, brought it with the city officials. The city officials say they believe that the integrity of the vote was never compromised, but out of an abundance of caution, some 31,000 ballots had to go back to the starting point, start
fair.
all over again. We've got 107,000 ballots out here. Last report, some 43,000 ballots had been through the process. We expected to get some final numbers from the city of Milwaukee around 1 or 2 a.m. The city can't
I
speculate
will not
when we'll
still
get the
be
final
on here.
numbers now. We just know that it's going to be later. The city is trying to
I
pass
will
this off
not
as
still
an
be on
abundance
here
of caution, but you've had some
at that
Republican
point,
leaders out here,
my
like
friends.
Senator Ron Johnson, who said that this is simply unacceptable. They had a long time to preserve the integrity of this, to make sure that these machines were locked, a simple step in the process. They're not happy with it. We heard from the RNC chairs, Laura Trump, Michael Whatley, saying this is an unacceptable example of incompetence. So they're trying to get this thing done. They're hoping this doesn't really stretch into tomorrow, but they are anticipating that the vote will now continue into the early mornings, the early hours of Wednesday. Guys, back to you.
Just to be clear, Mike, they're saying that they're going to keep counting. Like Pennsylvania has said, they're going to keep going. They're not going to stop and go home and take a break. And
yeah, we're going to break, man. I need a break, bro.
Correct. They intend to keep counting, and you've got 107,000 ballots here.
I need a break, man.
And 31,000 of those are the ones that have to go back through the process. So it's delaying the process. It's not tanking the process. And the city officials, again, want to insist that the integrity of the process was not compromised. They just want to be extra cautious.
Okay, Mike Tobin in Milwaukee. Mike, thanks.
So let's bring our panel back in, and we have some new people joining us at this hour.
Like George Conway
and Harold Ford Jr. are all still
give
here.
us some
Kellyanne
George Conway
has come back to join us, and Mark Penn and Charlie Hurt. Welcome to Mark and Charlie. Great to have you guys here. Mark, let me start with you. What's your read on this evening? And we're looking at North Carolina and Georgia and Virginia very closely right now.
Well, my read is that this is a real tug of war election. And all we're saying right now is that Trump forces seem to be pulling that rope just a little bit more. What you see is that he's doing a little bit better with minority voters. The suburban wave for Harris did not materialize, and Trump is doing very well in the rural areas. So there's just infinitesimal change. Whoever wins, we're going to have a very divided country. The polls were right. We will be divided between the elites and the working class and what they think the direction of America is. But right now in that tug of war, Trump's forces seem to be pulling a little stronger.
And the elites appear to be on, at least the way it's shaping up tonight, on the blue side. And the working class is on the red side.
Y'all kill me, man. See, that's where you get disingenuous. The elites are on both sides.
I asked you 3 nights in a row, who do you want to be? Right now at 10:36 p.m., who do you want to be?
Right now, I want to be Donald Trump, because these votes are coming in. You take a look at Philadelphia. Philadelphia, he had 12%. Then he had 18%, the same as he had last time. Now he's got 21%. He's got 3 points better than he had last time. That's what he needs to pull Pennsylvania.
She still hasn't passed, but it relies entirely at this stage, I think,
at Pennsylvania.
3 big blue wall states.
Yep.
What do you think her chances are?
That's what I'm saying. I think her chances are diminishing the more this vote is. There's no question that I think this race now is going to be down to those 3 blue wall states. I think he's got, let's call it a 55% chance of winning 1 or more of those states. We've got more information, I think, on Pennsylvania than the others. I think that is, I think, pulling more in his direction the more these votes are being counted.
Thank you. One more question for you.
Thank you.
I'm sure. early on questioned the strategy
The
that had led
elite.
to
So like, that's
inflation
poured it on a
in the
little
Biden
thick.
administration. You thought they should have addressed it much sooner. You also questioned whether or not he should be the candidate and whether or not that kind of switch up should have happened
You
sooner.
be cracking me every
What do
time
you
I
think
see it. I
tonight
go in here
about those
refreshed.
issues?
Look, I think Harris will have run a very credible race. She is getting the Democratic constituency probably doing better than Biden would have done because Biden was really collapsing.
He was
She
real
is getting
lean.
the Democratic constituency. This is awfully close no matter who wins. Whoever is president is going to have to address all of America. But I think she ran a good race, almost an excellent race, but it may just
For the amount
fall
of
into
time.
Point, because we're comparing Biden to 2020 numbers when he won, but the numbers where he was when she took over
Was
were
not.
not those
They
numbers.
were not.
We have a call
That
tonight.
is true.
The
Yeah.
Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Trump will win the state of Iowa. Trump is performing
Thank
well in rural
you.
areas, which helped deliver victories to former President Trump in
Oh
2016
my God!
and
Thank you so much,
2020. This
Amir.
obviously
You've been
comes
rocking
in
out the
wake
whole time.
of a lot of
I thought you
poll
came
that
in to
shall
say,
not be
hey.
named.
So appreciate you hanging out, man. I really
the
do.
Des Moines Register poll. I think we've talked about it
We're gonna
several
have to
times
come in
tonight.
and play hot for a minute.
Anyway, it got a lot of attention. It was a attention-getting poll, and it was being forecast to be what the Midwest may look like, maybe because of the gender gap or whatever she was seeing in her poll.
But to be honest,
we are now
I
calling
think
Iowa
she was
for the
saying
former
it
president.
in the
Yeah,
context
I mean,
of it
you know,
being
described
a
as a bit of a
90-day
jolt
campaign.
when
I
it
mean, when
came
you think
across.
about
I
it, it's
think
a
all of
90-day
us, when we saw
campaign.
that, and
So,
because
I mean,
she
it
has,
probably
the reason
could be
is she has an
considered
excellent
excellent
reputation. She's
for
called
90
a lot of
days.
things well. In fact,
I
she
think that's
called
what she
the
said.
Trump lead in 2016
She
in her
was.
polling, and
She
everyone
like,
thought she
dual
was
spots,
crazy.
bro.
She
I'm
was,
on
she had him like
TV.
+6 or something like that.
Well, she also had
Have to
that winning the
refresh
caucus
myself.
in 10
So
What happened?
yes, so she has a good reputation, but this one appears to be a blip on her screen because clearly Iowa is in the Trump column.
Harold,
11.
thoughts about what's developing.
So you think about what everyone is saying. This blue wall, there are 44
Cooked,
electoral
bro.
votes there in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. If she loses Virginia, Nevada is 6. That gives her 50. If she wins Virginia, that gives her 57. She has a very narrow path, as Mark is saying. I think as you look back, and this is a big if here, we talked about it, I think, in the last
It's like
segment,
that
we
at
talked
this
a little bit about
point.
the policy here, Laura did. And if she looks back, I think 3 things, and you said one of them, Kellyanne, should you have chosen Shapiro? If where we're going is where we look like we're going to go. Should you have countered on the transgender issue more quickly and more effectively? And then the border and the economy. Should she have distanced herself from Biden? Now, look, we're still a little early in the evening. I agree with Mark. It's still a little pull one way. But if you're sitting there tonight, you want to be on that campaign tonight. If you want to win the campaign, so she's got to run the tables here over the next hour or two, over the next day or so. If we're hearing correctly about Wisconsin,
counting,
but it does not look as promising as it did a few hours ago.
Let's head back to Bill real quick. Bill, can we dip into Virginia, the Commonwealth?
Yeah. Say it again, Brett. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead. Do what you're going to do. We'll get to Virginia.
Yeah, Georgia, what's
gotcha.
happening, bro?
I'll give you a little
Update
run up
us, man.
the Atlantic coast here, okay? This is
Oh, look at
Georgia,
there.
too soon to call. You ask yourself, why can't you call it? There's still some vote out there. And the question is, where is the vote and what's going to come in? Trump's up 3.2 points statewide. So you come in here to the greater Atlanta area, and this is Fulton.
Is Fulton
Our
now?
Fox Insights tell us, okay, this is different. This just changed from a moment ago, all right? At this point in the night, with 82% of the vote reporting, in Fulton County, the largest of 159, Trump's up 0.6 points from where he was 4 years ago. All right, I'll clear that. Let's come back out statewide. This is Cobb County. We talked about that earlier. Okay, at this point in the night, our Fox Insights tell us that Harris is up 1.3 points better than where Biden was at this point from 4 years ago. We'll clear that.
So
Also
not
go to
a
Douglas
lot of
too
new
here,
young
okay?
professionals here now.
At this point, this is all greater Atlanta, a lot of population throughout the area. At this point, 90% reporting here in Douglas County, Harris is doing 2.9 points better than what Biden did 4 years ago. So there's still a vote out there, too. And I mentioned Chatham County about 2 hours ago. That's Savannah. They counted slow 4 years ago. They're counting slow yet again. But you get a lot of Democratic votes out of Chatham down here on the Atlantic coast.
Savannah.
A lot of folks live there, too. 5 out of 159. So we'll see how that shakes out. Okay, let's run up the coast here.
Now I see what they're talking about. A lot of the populated areas
Carolina.
still have.
Then I'll hit Virginia. Then I'll hit Pennsylvania. All right. Trump up 2.5 in North Carolina. why can't we call it? I was looking at Mecklenburg County with Charlotte.
Or Charlotte.
Okay, so they've had a lot of votes come in since the last time I checked. There's a lot of outstanding votes. You have to ask yourself, where are the votes, right? If they're in the most populated places, you can't make a call. But now you're getting a lot more from Charlotte. This is Wake County, Raleigh. It's number one. Still about 20% of the vote out there, okay? Comfortable lead for Harris. We expected that, but let me just check 2020 and go ahead and use the slide again. Okay, so she's performing half a point better than Joe Biden finished from 4 years ago. So we're keeping track of that. You went to Virginia. I'm getting there, guys. Hang on one second.
Y'all want VA, baby.
Move the meter, and we'll see what's happening here in the Commonwealth.
All right. So
what's happening in the Commonwealth? Oh, snap.
Charlie Hurts from Virginia.
Yeah. Tight squeeze.
So what are you looking at, Charlie?
Tight squeeze, Virginia.
What are you looking at?
So it's kind of interesting, actually, that this is so close, especially if you looked at the early numbers across the state. It was fairly extraordinary with the early vote, both early mail-in vote and then early in-person vote. All of the big D-plus counties in the state were significantly down from 4 years ago, including the big counties like Fairfax, Richmond, and then all of the R-plus counties were significantly higher this time than they were 4 years ago. And so if you had just looked at those early numbers and then look at this, it's actually not that surprising that it's this close, even though Virginia is, for all intents and purposes, a blue state now and has been since George W. Bush, or since Obama anyway. But it is, I think that Governor Youngkin, who said, watch out, it's going to be tight here, is probably looking at those same numbers and realizes that this thing might actually be the surprise of the night.
Yeah, a lot of people drifted to Northern Virginia, suburbanites. There's not a great Trump vote in that near DC
area.
Counties, Kellyanne, and that's what we're looking at here is where that vote is outstanding and whether it changes the dynamic.
No question. And Glenn Youngkin has been a great partner to Donald Trump this whole time on the campaign trail. He told me personally when I asked him, do you think it's really competitive a couple months ago? He said, I think you're going to force Biden Harris, now Harris, to spend some time and money there. And that's happened. But it was ground zero for the parents' rights movement, the school stuff in 2021. I wanted to say something. Kamala Harris's team was smart and strategic to go for the 3 states in the blue wall. Since they've gone Democrat from 1992 to 2020, 28 straight years ago,
I saw that
2016. They went for Trump. They've always voted as a bloc, but they also ran out of choices. I would have thought she'd do better in those more racially diverse Sunbelt states like Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and even North Carolina. She's in the very white states trying to become president of the United States. Here's the problem I see for the Harris and the Democrats right now. Demography is not
nobody ran against her.
We're only going to get women by talking about abortion. We're going to get Hispanics if we talk about immigration. That's how Trump is getting them. We're going to get African Americans if we talk about this. Whose big idea was it to over-prosecute Donald Trump with all these cases? You think a lot of black men in this country didn't stand up and say, I think the system has been against me. I think that's unfair, to say nothing of the fact that they want economic upward mobility like everyone else. They're school choice voters. They think that people coming over the border are taking their jobs. And you got Barack Obama telling them, you're not right. Stop telling us who we are, what we think, how to eat, how to vote. This is the election where people are turning on its head. Last point, young voters. I think Harris is going to underperform Joe Biden nationwide on young voters. There too. Let's get rid of the old guy and put in the 60-year-old woman and then call Donald Trump old. That's how we'll get young people. It's not how you get young people. You get young people if they think they can afford a house before they're 52.
That's what the 25 grand was for, though.
They think they want to be president of their own small business, not president of this country one day, and they can survive and thrive doing that. So this whole demography thing that we should vote according to our gender, our race, our age, this is the election where I think that hit a wall.
Can I ask a quick question just to Mark and Kelly? If things hold right now where we are, does she only have to win the blue wall, just for the sake of the audience, to win this? So if everything happens, she wins Arizona, He wins Nevada. He wins Georgia, North Carolina. If she wins Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, does she win?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So the blue wall remains what we have.
She went, yes.
Yeah, he's got a half, but you got to get one of
Is
those.
that true?
Her face
Bill?
went,
Pretty
yes.
much, yeah.
Because it
Like,
gets her to
even with
270
everything I
the
just
three.
said, if she win that
the
jump,
three
like you
plus-
said.
plus Nebraska too. I think it's too early to start filling this thing in here. I want to start just yet, but I don't know. We're kind of warming up the fryer.
All right, warm up the fryers.
Just show the three.
Yeah, for her, it would be Nebraska 2.
Rev up those fryers.
We got to go a long way. So just, it's going to take me a while to get there. Okay. So she would have to win all the usual states here. It's just too many to fill in, right?
Oh, gotcha.
Boom, 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 boom.
that's good.
Oh my gosh, what am I missing? Holy cow. Okay, Maine,
Nebraska 2.
Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that's why I didn't want to do it just yet, because we got to go a ways. But maybe like another half hour, an hour or so, we'll fill in a few more. If you got time, I'll take you to Arizona. Unless you got something else to do.
Man, I kind of blacked
Go ahead and
I said 11 o'clock.
There's some movement
I was,
here. There's some movement
I was
here in
going
the
to hang
American
it
Southwest. This is Arizona.
What?
First time we're looking at it.
I want to know what happens. I mean, I know we're not going to know
Trump has just
tonight,
taken a tenth of a point lead. Kamala Harris had the edge here
Ooh.
for really the past hour.
Go
This is
refresh.
Maricopa. This is Phoenix. This is
Yep,
where you get
it's pink.
60% of the vote statewide is in Maricopa County. All right.
Pink right now.
She has an edge at 2.2 percentage points. Raw vote 563,000. I'm going to bring out the slide again, okay, and go back to 2020. And this is Joe Biden in Arizona.
So
she's up about half a point, not quite. All right, but Donald Trump's performing a little better right now at this point, but there's still just about half of the vote out.
And I know you're an hour behind, but still.
In Arizona, let me come back to modern day.
445, that is early.
And see if this has changed. It has not.
I'll still be
2,200. So we'll watch that. Just want to take a sneak peek at that. You guys mentioned Iowa, the state that shall not be named, or the poll that shall not be
seriously.
named. This is nuts.
That's nuts.
14 and a half points.
That is nuts.
Yeah, that's not even.
With 40% of the state left.
There's a ton of votes still out there, too.
Nah, but she's not catching that.
Anyway, back to you
It's a little outside the margin of error. Okay.
All right, let's go over to
What
Sandra
stupid poll
and
was
get a look,
that?
Because we've been talking about young voters, and you have some new stuff from our Fox News.
Yeah, what you
News
got? What you got?
voter
What you got?
analysis, Sandra.
I'll build off of what Kellyanne just said about
Okay.
the Hispanic voters in just a second. I'll dive into age first for you, Martha.
Delve
And
into it.
is pretty incredible, some of the data that we're seeing in our Fox News voter analysis. This age group 65 and over, okay, it is a dead heat.
I am surprised by
Split the
that.
vote there, but just
I'm very
note, Donald
surprised.
Trump led this group by 3 points in
That's why I'm
2020.
surprised.
So he is in fact slightly underperforming
Very surprised.
with that group. But here is a huge story that we are seeing develop. Voters under age 30, 52% of the vote going to Harris, 44% to Trump. That's an 8-point margin that she's leading by. Biden led with this group by 25 points. Kellyanne was just talking about this a moment ago. He led by 25 points with this age group back in 2020. She is significantly underperforming with the younger voters right now. We'll jump back in and
That's a
also
gut
talk about
punch.
the
Getting
Hispanic
cooked.
vote and what we are seeing there. This also telling a huge story of the night.
Oh.
Kamala Harris getting 56%
That's
of the
that
support
garbage
there.
joke.
Donald Trump 40. Okay, so she's leading by 16
That's that garbage
points.
joke. Did that.
Biden led with this group by 21.
Oh,
Again,
still
she's
underperforming.
there. I want to break that down by
Still
gender when it comes to the
underperforming.
Hispanic vote, because this also telling a story.
Yeah,
Hispanic
but I'm
women, for
surprised.
example.
Boomers
Okay, Harris is
typically-
leading by 24 points with this group right now. Biden led with this group by 34. Hispanic women underperforming there. Comes with Hispanic men. Look at this story. Harris is up by 6 points with Hispanic men. Biden led with 19 points. So there is really some interesting stories developing with the younger voters and the Hispanic vote out there. Brett and Martha, as you know, we have heard it on the ground. A lot of those American Hispanic voters, they don't like what they're seeing with illegal immigration in this country. They've been speaking about that. We are seeing that show up in our analysis.
Sandra, thank you.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff, especially
Very.
that Hispanic vote.
And that gap, that 20 plus gap that we're seeing, we've been seeing it for a long time. We've been talking about it for a long time. It has shown up in polls that she was underperforming Biden by more than 20 points with Hispanic voters, Britt. It's a very seismic
Which
change.
means that if it comes down, as we now I think have agreed at this desk that it does to those three blue wall states being her chance of victory are in very narrow path, that if these numbers are meaningful about how she will perform broadly speaking, and I think they're big enough now that we can say they are, her chances of pulling this off would be the biggest thing we've ever seen. I mean, amazing come from behind victory, and I think the odds on that are very long indeed.
Yeah, I mean,
well, it's a significant, to say the least, point that Kellyanne was making, which is that it all stops, right? And I think that I don't even know if in 2028 we'll still be talking about the Hispanic vote, right? Because with every immigrant group that comes through, eventually you're just an American. And you care about all the issues that everyone else in America cares about, and it's not so segmented. So I see a lot of those barriers breaking down. Again, I think that the Harris-Biden team has no one to blame but themselves for these numbers. It's the policies that drove these people to vote for President Trump, and he also, the Biden-Harris people pushed them into Trump's open arms. And now they'll have a chance to have a different type of president if he were to win. I know we got the blue wall to see, but the betting markets, everything is sort of going this way. And you sort of have this feeling that the Hispanic vote is no longer going to be so segmented. It's just the vote, the American vote.
And there's a traditional, not to overgeneralize about any group, but, the traditional faith-based in many ways Hispanic family that is not responding to what Kamala Harris is talking about and focusing on.
Gender and race, we talked about the outset, would emerge as big themes because Democrats have enjoyed great advantages with certain groups of people. The numbers didn't show up tonight.
They show politics may be a dead end.
Well, what it shows is that we're going to have to, as a party, rethink and reformulate, reconstitute how we think about going after voters. If these votes hold up, and even if they don't, the numbers are narrowing. So you have to rethink this and consider some different strategies. Because as we sit here tonight, Democrats have to be surprised. From what we were told over the last several days about how her numbers were coming home, how people were coming home, this is a very different race.
Hold on one second. David Plouffe said yesterday that she could win all 7 battleground states, and said that she could do it. Now, maybe if it turned and she could win 6 of 7, but he said 7 of 7.
He said
the other day.
He did. He said there was a confidence from him that, and Democrats abound, that there was. And even up to early this
all the polling said that it could go either way.
We got to hit a break real quick.
We will. A lot of votes to count still, and we are covering all of them for you. Our special coverage continues. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Look out, 'cause here I come.
Fulton County's at 90%. It's the largest population center, so 10% can be a lot of votes because of the population center. This is the one we're waiting the most on, Gwinnett County, but they're up to 72%
I guess you can't hear me. Thank
you. And then we'll come down here and
you.
look at DeKalb County. They're at 89% now. So we have more votes to come from in this circle of Atlanta and the suburbs around it that are blue, but we also have more votes to come from in some of these counties out here. That one's at 94. That one's at 95. That one's at 98. That one's at 92. So you got a lot of the vote in these places. So Donald Trump still has some votes to pick up in the rural areas. The question is, how big are the vice president's advantages
just a quick
in the Democratic areas where votes are still out? When you're down by 136,000 votes with 89% reporting, when those votes come in, not only in Atlanta suburbs, I just want to check down here in Chatham County, we're only at 36%. So again, if you're in the Harris campaign,
if we have our way,
Abby and Jeff are exactly right. They are scrubbing
and this
the
is
books
done
now.
away with.
They're looking at their data projections.
What is the
calling
plan
people
for
in
all
the
of the
states.
extra kids?
They're trying to
Who's
find
gonna
out
take care of
what
them?
happened here. How many people turned out? We're getting 60% of the
I never
vote.
hear anybody have a
36%
plan for that.
counting. How many more to get? And are they all ours, or are we splitting these votes? It gets
Because thinking
frantic.
folks are just
The
going to
campaign
stop having
headquarters
them
at this point of the
because
night when
that
you're trying to
service
figure
is
out is the
going
math
as
possible.
probably
I would say
not.
as you pull it out, Yes,
gonna
the
happen.
math
That's
is
where the whole
possible,
clothes hanger
but you'd
thing
rather be
from the
Donald Trump
60s
right now
came
in
from.
Georgia than the Vice President of the United States. So let's look at North Carolina,
And we
another of the
also
Sun
don't
Belt
like
states.
welfare, so I'm just wondering what do we
145,000
do with
votes
all the
ahead.
extra
That's
babies?
almost twice what Donald Trump won North Carolina by 4 years ago. 85% of the vote in. Same test. What's the outstanding vote? Again, smaller circle now in Mecklenburg. I'll go there in just a second to see. That was a little bit bigger earlier in the night. That's the largest county. Mecklenburg County is Charlotte and the suburbs around it. Out here, in the Raleigh-Durham area, still a lot of votes to be had.
Yes,
Fayetteville
that's a
area, a lot of
theory.
votes to be counted. But
That's
again, look at those little
that's a
tiny dots,
theory.
right? Not a lot out there, but all those little rural counties
It's not
add
gonna
up for
happen.
Donald Trump.
Like it
So
didn't
let's just
happen
come
in the
out and check
60s
where we were talking
before
about.
it got
Right
legalized
here,
and everybody
Cumberland
was
County,
running around
that's
with the
Fayetteville.
clothes hanger
Only
epidemic.
21%. So this is where
So that's why I'm
through
like,
the Harris
I
campaign.
feel like if there's
When I was in
more
those
of a
Georgia counties, they were at 75%,
consensus
80%, somewhere
on
in that
having a
ballpark.
plan,
That gets you nervous. That
but
gets you jittery.
look at the
Here, you're still
adoption
jittery
numbers
because you're
now.
losing, but you know there are a
People
lot
aren't
more
getting
votes out
adopted
there.
at a clip
This
now.
is the
So if
second
we
largest
add
county in the
more
state, Wake County. They're up
babies
to
to the
82%.
system, then what's
So you're
going to
starting to
happen?
get a
See,
little nervous
I
there.
think that's something
You're
that
looking
needs
for
to be
places,
worked
that's
out.
94%.
Like right now,
You're looking for
everybody's just
places that
like,
are your color, that's
make all the
95%.
babies come, but
They're in
nobody
the
has a
60s, in
plan
the
for them
70s,
after
or the
they get
30s,
here.
right?
If
This
somebody's making a
county, it's not as
responsible
much population, but at
decision
least
that
there
I can't
you have
care
some
for this
hope. Let's
child
look at
right now,
Mecklenburg. They're at
somebody's going to
90%.
have
Now,
to
again,
take care of
this
it.
is where the biggest numbers come in. So that 10% can
Is that going to
matter.
be you and I with our tax
It's the
dollars? And we
only
know we don't want
big
to do
county
that.
you
So
have
I'm just
left.
like, why are
And the
we
other
going to
guy
make
has
everybody do it?
145,000 vote lead in a state he
If
has
they
won
don't want to, I
twice.
don't want to pay for
So
it.
then we come up here, and that's what made Donald Trump president in 2016. He flipped the blue wall states that had voted. They have voted
Flipped
together since 1992. They have voted blue in every one of those elections with the exception of
busted them up.
2016. Right now, as we get closer into late night here, Donald Trump is leading in Pennsylvania by 116,000 votes, only 67%. So a ways to go there, a ways to go. The Senate race is also tight. Guess what? There we are in Pennsylvania. Then you come over here. He's leading in Wisconsin. This is a state, 2 elections in a row has been decided by ballpark 20,000 votes. Trump's lead is 26,000 votes right there. Again, battleground Wisconsin, very close. Vice President's team scratching to try to find votes. And Michigan, she's leading in Michigan, only 30% of the vote there coming in. So to me, as I look at this map, the blue wall states become paramount, Jake.
Yeah,
Indeed. Voting
how
is
many
about to
great
end in 4
orphanage
states
stories,
out
though,
west. That
have you
includes
heard
the
about?
biggest prize of all, California.
I guess
which
my
has
thing is
54
like,
of the 78
I just
electoral
wish
votes
we
at stake this
had a
hour.
good
And we have a
consensus
projection
and
for
a
you now.
good
CNN can project that
plan
Kamala
that if
Harris
we're
will
going to
win the
make
state of
all of these
California
people
with
be
those
here,
54 electoral
we have
votes.
to
Not
think about what
unexpected.
kind of
Harris
lives
will
they're
win
going to have
California.
after that.
CNN is
Like,
also projecting that Donald Trump will win
living
the
in
state of
foster
Idaho
care
with
and
its 4
orphanages
electoral
for the
votes.
sake
So what
of
does that
making
mean
somebody be here,
for
that
the
doesn't
electoral? Too early to
awesome
call. We
experience.
have Washington State with 12 electoral votes and Oregon
We gotta
with 8
work on that.
electoral votes. Too early to call. Let's go to the electoral map right now. Donald Trump with 211 electoral
exactly,
votes
Shar,
at this
but I'm
hour.
like,
Kamala
my thing
Harris
is, are we
cracks
gonna?
100 now, has 145
I guess my thing
electoral
is, I don't
votes.
feel like we've
270
thought the end
electoral
game
votes
to
are
adding
needed
to that.
to win. Donald Trump is 59
What is the
electoral
end
votes
game
away
to
from
adding
that.
to that?
Let's look at these battleground states now. Arizona, Donald
See,
Trump
my
in the
thing
lead
is, I
there,
feel like everybody should be a
49.6%.
personal decision.
Kamala
Like
Harris right
drinking
behind
and
him with
smoking. You don't want to drink
49.5%.
and you don't want to
Donald
smoke.
Trump has
and
a
you don't
2,356 vote
Making
lead with
everybody have kids
51%
that
of
they
the
can't
estimated
pay
vote
for.
in from
We know
Arizona.
they can't pay for 'em.
Wisconsin, Donald Trump in the lead there too, 49.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris
Somebody's
is
got some points. How she get
48.4%.
so many points?
Donald
Oh,
Trump has a
California. Let's go see.
28,576 vote
You
lead
know what?
with
I'm
an
gonna
estimated
switch back to
59% of the estimated
And
vote
I'm
in
gonna
from the
switch my
Badger
battery
state.
in my mouse
In the
'cause I
Commonwealth
don't
of
have
Pennsylvania,
any
Donald
control
Trump
anymore.
maintaining his lead. He's at 50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 119,411 vote lead with 68% of the estimated vote in from Pennsylvania. In Georgia, Donald Trump still in the lead there, 51% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 136,328 vote lead. That is with 88% of the estimated vote in from the state of Georgia. In North Carolina, another battleground where Donald Trump leads 50.8%.
I'll fix it. All right, stop you. Go to Fox. Get it, Fexy. Oh, Oregon and Cali. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I thought. Yeah, I guess Oregon was a
Virginia, they've
surprise.
been here for a while. Kevin O'Leary Jessica,
What up, Kev?
and Ben,
Yo, where's the other
Jessica, are you
cut?
surprised?
I want y'all to get back into it.
Surprised is a very generous term for how I'm feeling in this particular moment. It is in
But that
Democrats'
poll
nature
said they
to
were
be
going to win,
anxious,
though.
and we are certainly at peak anxiousness. I think the conversation that you were having in the last panel about the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these numbers are a little bit jaw-dropping, looking at, potentially 45% for Donald Trump in some states. And that is going to cause a real reckoning within the party on how we talk about, message to, and integrate, a huge part of our base typically in all of this. I would say, though, that the campaign and people that I've been speaking to have said nothing has been called. Our paths to 270 have not been blocked off. And as we continue to get more vote in, and I should add to the numbers that they messaged to you, Detroit is coming in. And Detroit had a very good day with in-person voting today. And the suburbs of Atlanta outperforming where Biden was there. One point of concern is that she's not doing as well in the rural areas as Biden did. And that's something that they're paying attention to. But I'm hearing more and more from people that I'm speaking to, blue wall, blue wall. And this morning, we were talking about, well, if you pick up North Carolina and Georgia, again, they're not off the map, but it is feeling like more of that laser focus on the easiest route.
Ben, welcome, first of all. Good to see you tonight. I'm sitting here thinking about the rethink that Republicans went through after Mitt Romney lost. And they did this huge analysis of what was going wrong with the Republican Party and why they weren't reaching Hispanic voters, why they couldn't reach working class voters, why they weren't bringing in more women. And it really is stunning when you think about that. That was Mitt Romney's loss. And it appears that the person who has changed that calculus dramatically is Donald Trump.
Well, they called it an autopsy at the time, and I think it's turned out to be an autopsy for a party that was dead. And I think that Donald Trump has done something incredible in resurrecting it with a new coalition that, a lot of people never thought Republicans were going to be able to reach, that they weren't going to be able to cut through a lot of these different fundamental problems that people thought were there in order to reach these different sets of the electorate. And look, I think the big question they have to be asking is how much of that is tied to Donald Trump himself and how much of it is something that the Republican Party going forward can build on. And, regardless of whatever ends up happening here tonight and tomorrow morning, in terms of these blue wall states and the things that we take away from it, certainly we can take away. This is the most incredible political comeback that we've seen since 1968. It's the most incredible remaking of the Republican coalition that we've seen in a way that was really unexpected by all but a handful of people. And how they build on that, how they choose to prioritize policies going forward could make a big difference in whether they're able to hold on to it in the future or whether it's something that goes away if Donald Trump isn't at the top of the ticket.
Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful. The markets now have it at 92.5% for Donald Trump winning this election to Kamala Harris at 7.0%. You're a market guy. How do you read this?
I'm going to stay on this theme for a moment and call this perhaps the greatest night the Democratic Party can ever have if they lose. And let me explain that. I was very troubled just over 100 days ago when they circumvented the democratic process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, the presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. You run a process. And they missed that opportunity. This is a chance for them to, I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing. And the influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a movie star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years. They won't have that kind of influence. This could be great for America because I'm an investor. I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January.
I have to
But
get
I care about
my
policy.
don't pay taxes
and when
from
I hear
whoever's in the
policies
White
coming out
House.
of a party that are so twisted against the American way of life, like basically taxing
capital gains that are
I
illegal.
know. How
That's
dare
not
you?
America.
How dare you? It's not been
Controls,
elite
that's not
America. See,
America.
that's where I'm like,
28%
get out of
tax
here
rate
with that
takes us to the
shit.
bottom quartile of competition.
Boo hoo. Boo hoo. What does the average
We can't
American
do
pay in
that. That would
taxes?
hurt the country. And all I
Yeah,
do is
I
work with
know.
entrepreneurs
I
who want
know.
to build businesses.
Mhm.
There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain it. Those policies are against the American dream. And I have nothing against Harris. I mean, look.
I know.
She did a
People
masterful
paying their
job of
way
getting to
is
where she
against
is.
the American
It would be
dream.
good for them
Pay your
to
fucking
lose
way.
tonight. It would reset and reboot and get that party back to the center. It would be good for them. They may not want to hear that, but they may have to.
Me too. Me too. But my thing is, and out of our black jobs, we're paying like 25 or 28% in taxes. And then these 1%ers whine about it.
The Fox News decision
About
to
doing what
ask
the
and
rest
now
of us
project
do.
That Republican businessman,
Obviously,
Bernie Moreno,
that
who started
aggravates me.
his entrepreneurial career in the car company and buying auto shops in Ohio, has won and unseated incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, who has been an Ohio institution for a lot of years. This is an important flip. For Republicans, the party is edging closer to an outright Senate majority tonight, and there are still a couple of places yet to be heard from.
Right. Now, think about this. Now, if the Democrats would somehow hold on to the John Tester seat, that would be a different math. But as you look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, is this Moreno speaking right now? Can we go in there?
Let's listen in for a couple minutes here.
Shar, good Lord. She went brown job. Oh my God, Shar, I love
We
it.
talked about wanting a
Hose
red
though,
wave.
man.
I think what we have tonight is a red, white, and blue wave in this country.
Oh, that was cute.
Because what we need in the United States of America is leaders in Washington, D.C. that actually put the interests of American citizens above all else. We're tired
Somebody's talking
of
somewhere.
being
I think
treated like
it's Michael
second-class
Fox.
citizens in our own country. We're tired of leaders that think we're garbage, and we're tired of being treated
I know,
like
but which
garbage.
ones? Because are we talking about Puerto Rico or are we talking about
You know, my opponent
MAGA?
talked a
Because I'm
lot
like, it got
about
said
helping the
about
working man.
both people.
And I will agree with him on the need to help working Americans.
I know,
But the
I
difference
saw
is
you
talk
when you was rocking your
without action is
DWC
nothing.
DWC Atlanta must.
So
Be, I
what
think it was
we're
Atlanta. I
gonna
think you
do,
got the Atlanta must be stopped.
Thanks to now having
T-shirt,
a
right?
Republican majority, by the way. How about that? In the United States Senate.
Looks like it's coming. I'm like, Sherrod Brown, he's been there forever in Ohio.
Chuck Schumer, if you're watching, thanks for the help in the primary, but you're fired, buddy.
Wow, yeah, lose the majority, you're fired.
This is a new dawn of Republican leadership. With President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda that is an American agenda. An agenda that says we are pro-immigration, but not pro-invasion. We're going to make certain that the people who
Laura
come to this
Ingraham
country
said,
are invited
anyway,
here.
I'm not even gonna start
Are
it.
invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy-dominant nation so that my kids do not grow up in a country where we ever rely on a foreign nation for energy ever again.
We'll
We
see.
have that energy right here in Ohio. That means coal, that means natural gas, it means oil, it means nuclear. And in terms of EV mandates, they need to be gone first thing in January.
What do you tell Elon?
Bernie Moreno, the winner in the U.S. Senate seat in
Always
Ohio.
find that
This is a
arrangement
major
weird.
kickoff for an incumbent senator,
Elon
Sherrod
literally
Brown,
has a
that
blue
ran ads,
company,
that said he was,
but he's totally
you know,
embraced
at
by
least
red,
working with
and he
former
talks
President Trump.
junk to the blue
He
people,
ran
and they
heavily
buy his
on the
cars.
issue of
It's
abortion,
a great little,
and thought that they were going to make headway
great
there.
little movie to
There were all kinds
watch.
of polls, including the one we talked about earlier, that had Democrats fired up about women in the Midwest. Sherrod Brown
Women in the
won in
Midwest.
2006, 2012, and 2018. He was pro-labor. They thought he was safe at the beginning. This race was well run by Bernie Moreno, and
Obviously.
this puts them closer to a Senate majority. He said it is a Senate majority. There's still the possibility that John Tester holds on in Montana, although he was behind going in. Deb Fisher in Nebraska, we're still watching that race very closely. But if they hold all of those, you could have a scenario where you're looking at 52-48, 53-47.
And the White House.
You absolutely could. And it's worth pointing out that these Senate candidates, if he is one of a few, potentially, as Brett just said, they all closed very strong. I mean, these races were not considered competitive. You didn't see them on TV a lot because they weren't really considered to be in the game, but they are closing very strong, and we're going to keep an eye on all of them as they do. It's interesting to point out, his family immigrated here from Colombia, and, he talks about the American dream, about immigrating here, and it raises questions about how immigrants feel about immigration, because he is very much in favor of closing the border.
Yeah, his brother was the ambassador.
There's a lot on that. Garrett Tenney, our reporter in the Midwest, he's done a couple of pieces for us on a couple of small towns, one in Ohio and one in Indiana, that were completely just doubled overnight almost by immigrants. And he talked to families who have kids who are like, they can't even go to school anymore. They dropped out because nobody could be taught anymore. No one can find a place to live. I'll be very interested to see what Sandra Smith pulls out of that state of Ohio. Now, Donald Trump ran very strong in Ohio, and that helped Bernie Moreno as well. It will probably help Deb Fisher. I think it even helped Ted Cruz, even though I think Ted Cruz was always going to win. It helped him win by a larger margin. Another point is Sherrod Brown has been there forever. Incumbents usually win, but this past 4 years has seen a remarkable amount of incumbents all around the world, up and down the ticket. You think of what happened to the Conservative Party, the Tory Party in the UK. They lost everything because there was just throw the bums out type election, and Kamala Harris is basically weighed down by the Biden administration, and she still couldn't come up with something that she would change, and I think people are reacting to that.
And once again, you have a state like Ohio where Sherrod Brown was able to hang on, even though it has been basically a red state for quite some time. And sometimes the migration of
See what Wisconsin's doing. See what Wisconsin's doing. I think CNN is showing them right now. Supposedly breaking.
74%. We're at 91%. Again, not to be a broken record, 75%. A percentage point can matter, underperforming by just a little bit. And so she's losing in Wisconsin. Got a ways to go there. She's holding on in Michigan at the moment. We're still only at 32%. So we got a long way to go in battleground Michigan. We'll come back out here. And this one is the biggest. I'm going to show you why in just a second.
Is it? Oh,
the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We've been saying it for weeks.
Oh,
19 electoral votes, the largest of the battleground states out there. 72% in. 178,000 vote lead. That's a healthy lead. Now, again, let's look.
There's a
lot of votes. This is what happened.
Is it? Are they?
Remember 2020, Donald Trump was ahead in Pennsylvania. This was what brought Joe Biden back. They counted the votes, mainly in Philadelphia, but also in the suburbs around it. That was 2020. There were a lot more early mail-in votes then to be counted than there are now, but we shall see as we come out. And Jake, before you jump in, and please ask me anything you want, one little quirky thing. Trump's leading in Northampton. Harris is leading in Erie. Those are the two swing counties that have been. So just watching that. But here's what I want to say right now. I just want to bring this up to show the stakes for the Harris campaign right now as the count in North Carolina gets higher and in Georgia gets higher. The importance, if Donald Trump, this is a hypothetical, but if Donald Trump holds these two, and he won that one both times, 2016 and 2020. He won this in 2016. He lost it by 11,000 votes in 2020. So not at all inconceivable in history. And when you look at the numbers tonight, excuse me, if that happens, Harris cannot lose that. Why can she not lose that? Because 251 plus 19 makes Donald Trump president of the United States. So the rest of them wouldn't matter. I don't mean your votes don't matter in those other states. But in terms of the path to 270, if he holds those leads he has right now in those two states, which are healthy leads, she cannot afford to lose that. Just cannot.
Cooked.
And at the moment, as we switch
she's
maps,
cooked, bro.
Please jump in if you want. I'm just going to switch back to the national map so we can watch the count.
Okay. I want to stick on Pennsylvania and bring in Kate Baldwin, who is at a vote counting center in the best city in the world, Philadelphia. Kate, what are you learning?
It's the only area where you're allowed to be biased. We've just learned, John was focusing in on the outstanding mail-in ballots. That is something that we have all been waiting for. I have just learned from a source close to the counting process that the next batch, the second batch of mail ballots that will be loaded and posted, scheduled to at 11:55 p.m. That will be tens of thousands of ballots. They're still working through it, so narrowing that number down any further, not possible at this time. We'll continue working with it, but it will be tens of thousands of mail ballots that will be posted at 11:55, just before midnight, adding to which was the first batch, which ended up being 115,000 mail ballots, which is just narrowing the universe of what's outstanding, getting us closer and closer to, as John has been talking about, once you get that 50% of the 50% of the vote in, then you can really start seeing where things are headed. And what we're seeing in Philadelphia, they're not yet at 50%. They're getting closer to it. And these mail-in ballots, when they post at 11:55, will get them quite a bit more
About
there.
what's still
All right, Kate,
open.
thanks so much. Let's go to the other side of the Commonwealth. Brian Todd's at a vote counting center outside Pittsburgh. Brian, what's the status of the vote there?
I think I saw that.
Jake, the bottom line is we're heading to the finish line very quickly here in Allegheny County.
They give
I'm
him the
David
points,
Boyd, the
though?
election division's manager of
Mine's
the county.
still
David,
showing pink.
It's going to be counted all pretty soon. By midnight, about how much of the vote do you think will be in?
So I believe we're roughly 98% now that have reported. I believe by midnight, we're at 89% reported. I believe by midnight we should be around 98.
And to clarify, just about all the mail-ins have been reported by now.
All the mail-ins that we have will be counted and tabulated this evening. The only thing that it will not be are any military
There we
or
are.
overseas
I
ballots.
don't know why yours
which, they have
is ahead of
an extra
mine.
week to return their ballots, and they'll be scanned in later.
And an illustration is right behind us of the votes coming in. Explain to our viewers what these are and where they're going to be put.
So these yellow bags are the physical paper ballots that voters have voted. They're put in these bags and sealed and locked. The seal numbers are traced for chain of custody, and they will be locked up and kept here.
Just how smoothly has it gone? Because we've heard that it's gone incredibly smoothly here in Allegheny.
So this crew that works here on election day, they've gotten really good at this since 2020. I mean, we posted our first batch of approximately 186,000 mail-in ballots at 8:02. And by law in PA, we're not allowed to post any results before 8 o'clock.
Is there anything we can look to be outstanding after midnight tonight?
Just the provisional ballots, which we were sworn in on Friday to start our return board. That is our recount. That's when we'll start researching those provisionals, see how many we have, and start counting those. And again, like I said, the overseas and military ballots, this will count and get into the system next week.
Any sense of how many of those there are?
Less than 4,000 total.
David, thank you very much. Great update. All right, guys, back to you. Allegheny County, close to the finish line here.
All right, Brian, thanks so much. Let's get more on the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania with Pamela Brown, who's at the voting desk. Pamela, take us through what is left to be counted, what's outstanding.
Well, it's a big question what's going on in the collar counties around Philadelphia. These are the blue-leaning collar counties that the Harris campaign has been trying to drive up turnout. That's Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Montgomery counties where results have been slowly coming in. So I just spoke to an official in Chester County. An official there tells me that they just released a large batch of mail-in ballots. So that release was 60,673. And by 1 a.m., I'm told they'll see more results from the precincts of today's in-person votes. You have to remember they have to take the memory card, drive it in. It's a large county. Now, total ballots counted so far, like this is the universe, right, is 151,950. And then I should note the ballots cast in person today there in this key collar county is 91,277 per this official. Let's go over to Bucks County. This is another critical collar county, as John King has been talking about all night. I'm told results will trickle in as these data cards are being driven from the polling places. An official I was just in touch with, texting with there in Bucks, says so far over 90,000 mail-in ballots are accounted for in the results out of a possible total of 151,000. And I also want to note this, that the state will be required to report the outstanding early votes by midnight. So we should get a clearer picture soon there in this critical battleground Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Back to you.
All right, fascinating. And she was just talking about Bucks County.
I have not seen that.
Walk us through Bucks County. This is where Harris had a couple big events there, including that one with Liz Cheney, really making a play
social media feeds
for Republican women, especially in Bucks County.
And for Haley voters.
And are they there doing? Are they there watching
election
results? What are they
That
doing?
was one piece of the competition. Two things to say about this. Number one, it's only half the vote. So if you just think we have about 200,000 more votes, right? This is 51%. It's 103 to 102. So you got roughly 200,000 votes still to come in. Bucks County is the most competitive of the collar counties If she sees at 50%, the vice president, if you round up, again, President Biden was at 52. If you round him up, you say that's not a huge difference. But Jake, you know the Commonwealth very well. In the competitive swing counties, a half a point or a point can matter. And right now, that number is not good for the vice president.
Indeed. And CNN can bring you a projection now. Folks at home, CNN projects that the state of Oregon
we already know about
will go to
Oregon
Kamala Harris. As expected, Oregon, with its 8 electoral votes, will go to the Democrats.
We're going to bounce back over to Fox. See what they're talking about. Bounce back over to the Foxies.
Williams race to John Mannion. So Dems essentially, we won't know until California, where a number of those seats are up. They're doing what they need to do to hit the marks to flip the House. So that could be a bright spot for Democrats.
Got it. That's
so
okay.
Go,
all right.
To look at some. Let's go. We're going to Trace Gallagher and
The
talk to him and his
party.
panel out on the West Coast because we are waiting for a lot of California races, as Brett was just saying. Brett, Trace, tell us a little bit about what you're seeing out there on the West Coast tonight.
And we're going to pick up the last 3 hours of this coverage tonight, Martha. So we're kind of gearing up for that. It's interesting. The big news out here, of course, California, no surprise, went to Kamala Harris. Interesting, though, because Proposition 36, which is the big story here in California, that would revise Proposition 47, which lowered the thresholds of crime. It really allowed crime in California to run rampant. We have our panel here, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kayla McGee-White, and Gianno Caldwell. Steve Hilton, to you very quickly. Prop 36 is winning.
I just saw that
dramatically right now. It's expected to win. It would be a big deal for this state.
It's a massive deal because it shows that people have had enough of this far left attitude on crime. And it's not just that proposition. You see it on some of the other ones, on rent control and raising the minimum wage. It's a really interesting shift. And if I may, Trace, the other big point for us here in California, you look at this change, this massive reconstruction of the Republican Party under Donald Trump's leadership and the Latino vote here in California, the largest group now. And this points to the future of the Republican Party, because actually, if you think about the Latino vote, how long have we been told that the Democrats benefit from the diversity of the nation and the future? Look what's happening. The more diverse America becomes, the better Republicans can do if we keep going with this new Republican Party that Trump has fashioned.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And, you know, it's interesting, Kayla McGee-White, because we talk about Proposition 36, and Kamala Harris was asked about Prop 36. She would not weigh in on this. She wouldn't say whether she voted for it or against it, and that's significant.
And this was one of many policies where she refused to provide a clear answer on where she stood. And, you know, this strategy of avoidance, which we've seen repeatedly throughout this campaign from her, it was a gamble. She thought that because she was slipping in the campaign at the last minute and because she was running against Trump, that voters wouldn't notice or they wouldn't care that she was giving them a whole bunch of nothing. But I'll just say, I'm from one of these swing states, from Michigan, and even in the swing states, it matters a lot where Kamala Harris stands on something like Proposition 36, because if she doesn't want California to take crime seriously, what about the rest of the country?
Yeah, and nobody takes crime more seriously than Gianno Caldwell. You have studied this, Gianno, and this is a big deal going forward for California should this pass.
That's right, and that's why I started the Caldwell Institute for Public Safety. I got to tell you, I'm glad to see that many voters in the state of California have been pushing back against crime. Unfortunately, Gavin Newsom has been very supportive of the initiative of Prop 47. He thinks that there shouldn't be any changes. But this is a major problem, and I think we see this not just with this particular prop, but we've seen it with a lot of progressive prosecutors funded by George Soros, people like George Gascon, who people are fed up with, and that's why Nathan Hochman, who's running for district attorney of Los Angeles County, is predicted to potentially win this one really big. I think that Democrats have fashioned the idea that if you be soft on crime, then there's going to be criminal justice reform, when in fact there's been nothing but justice for the criminal.
It's going to win. It's probably going to win big, Jody Armour, but the governor of California is against it. He thinks it's just going to raise the number of people going to California prisons.
Yeah, well, the fact that Harris wouldn't answer the question about what she voted on this, a former prosecutor. She said, I'm the top cop. She, you know, her bona fides are that she's law and order.
She was one behind Prop 47.
Right. And so she wasn't, she's a frictionless weather vane. She gives you that impression. Blowing whatever direction the wind blows, she's willing to go there. And
like
that was
Lindsey
another
Graham.
Example. She should have said, I was the top cop. I'm for 36. I see the error of my ways. You know, I see crime going into a certain direction or whatever. But instead, she does this frictionless weather vane routine, and people.
But you can't expect her to do that when she was the one posting links about rioters and looters during the George Floyd era. This is not somebody who's about law and order.
Gianno, Caleb McGee-White, Steve, Jody, thank you all. Martha will be here later in the night when everybody gets tired there in New York, and we'll handle it from there.
They get tired at the end.
Okay,
Wow,
Trace, thank you very much. We're looking into a
Eastern
lot of
Standard
different numbers that
Time.
are coming in, and as you know, this is all baking bills at the wall, trying to go into different places. Wisconsin's on the board right now.
All right, what you
Bill,
got,
what do you got?
Wisconsin?
Just picked up something from the New York Times. I just want to repeat this. I was
Sorry.
trying to locate this on the map. and
Lindsey
it's
Graham.
true.
Yeah.
Right now, Donald Trump.
Good old
in the big
Lindsey.
cities
That's
of
all I was
America,
saying.
Miami, Chicago, New York, Dallas, and Houston. He is improving on his margins from 2020 by double digits. You think about that, right? Since COVID, you think about immigration.
Double digits.
You think about the homeless crisis. You think about how our cities have changed over the past 4 years.
As Jason would say,
Maybe
break
that's
out the
having an impact.
tinfoil hat.
What I'm looking at here is Wisconsin. Just want to point out two things in Wisconsin. I want to compare that to what's happening
Break out
in
the
Pennsylvania.
tinfoil.
I think there's a trend that is favorable toward Trump, okay? So here we go, Dane County. I'm going to take you back to 2020. I'll just compare the numbers for Biden and Kamala Harris, okay? So this is Madison, University of Wisconsin, et cetera. Ton of Democratic votes in this county. So she is underperforming Biden's mark by about 1.7 points. And that translates to, it could be tens of thousands of votes. Trump, meanwhile, is up about 1.4 going back to 4 years ago. Let me come up here to La Crosse, all right? You get Democratic votes here in La Crosse, right along the border there with Minnesota. So this is Biden 4 years ago. It's not quite 2.5, but it's close to it, where she's underperforming in a county where she should be doing better. And here you go, Trump doing 2.5 points better in that particular county in Wisconsin. So we'll keep an eye on that. Come out a little broader here. Come back to 2024.
It's still pink on the Associated.
We'll go into Pennsylvania and try and prove a similar theory, all right, in two places. One is Allegheny and Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
The
you
other is
went to Allegheny a
Philadelphia.
little
So
while
we'll
ago.
put this map into motion here. Put the slide bar out, okay? She's nearly meeting her number in Allegheny.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Trump's doing slightly better, just 0.6 points. The last time I looked at that, she was dead even with the number from Joe Biden from 4 years ago in a percentage-wise. Come over here to Philadelphia, because this is really where, if you're a Democrat and you want to win the state, you got to run your numbers up in Philadelphia.
I don't
This
know if
kind of
you
matches
can't
what
get
I just
it.
read from America's big
Look
cities. In
at where he
Philadelphia,
went.
she's
He went
underperforming
crazy.
Biden's mark
80.
from 4 years ago. And Trump is overperforming where he was 4 years ago.
All of them, light pink.
When you think about the number of votes that are available in Philadelphia, and you have 300,000.
Oh, that's a lot.
And that's a huge difference. I mean, you can run the totals up and never look back oftentimes in Pennsylvania if you're a Democrat running with a number like that. So let's take this off the screen. Come on back to 2024, and you guys are asking, how come we can't call North Carolina? Well, we may be getting closer because
90%.
Mecklenburg is in,
It's
and
almost.
Wake is pretty much in. This is Guilford. That's Greensboro. You got a lot of campaigning down there. It's a fast-growing area, too. There's about 22%
Minnesota
of the
did?
estimated vote is still outstanding.
Let me
It's an
refresh.
impressive number. I haven't looked
Yeah.
at this yet. Let's just go see
How much is in? Let's see.
with Joe Biden. Okay, so
It's at
pretty close to
46%.
where Biden
Still
was.
half the votes.
The raw number
votes
is
out.
lower, but on a percentage basis, she's just about hitting her number, and Trump's just a little higher, just a little bit there from 4 years ago. So maybe that's the reason
Not
you
yet.
can't make a call in North Carolina. Maybe, and maybe that changes in a moment here. We'll see. So this is Georgia. Too soon to call yet again. Let's see
Where's
with the
Fulton?
134,000. So 2.7. That has been consistent, guys, for a while now. On a percentage basis, it has not much moved. Trump is favored just under 3%. I can go hunting around trying to figure out why you can't call it. I would have to think maybe, DeKalb County still got a little bit of vote out there. I'm up here to Gwinnett County as well. A little bit of vote out there.
20%. How much is Cobb?
And Democrats scored their points in Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett, and DeKalb County. So Too soon to call right now for the Peach State.
Bill, listen to this. So Jen O'Malley Dillon, I quoted from it earlier, where they're kind of painting the picture of the blue wall and how they're doing great things in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan. But at the end of this email, she says, we'll continue to keep you all updated as we get more information. This is what we have built for. So let's finish up what we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. So the Biden, I mean the Harris campaign, sorry, it is the Biden folks that run the Harris campaign now. Essentially saying, you know what, let's pack up and get some sleep.
Let's see what happens tomorrow.
It reminds me of
It's 4 years ago,
Clinton in
Martha.
2016,
Exactly
because
right.
she said, you know, John Podesta came out and said, you know, well, we're all going to kind of sleep on this and see how all of this works out. And everyone else was saying,
Session.
we're calling these states. So
we may stay with us. We're
Concession.
watching it all as our special coverage continues. And we could have some big calls.
Yeah, you know, I know, man, but I mean, people make mistakes. Mistakes are not the same as, you know, purposely misleading people. They thought it was going to be what it was. They did call it early, but you know, it happens.
What if instead of giving a holiday makeover to some
It's
stranger,
like, you know, because I'm skipping them on here. I'm bouncing to I'm about to bounce over
the
to
name of your true love is Nick.
CNN, since they're probably not on commercial right now. CNN.
Vote in 2020, and he's
I have
at
no
56,
idea what
roughly the
state.
same, but a little bit, you know. So
Ozalki.
Trump is not underperforming.
Is that Milwaukee,
you know, it's
Wisconsin
maybe
again? Yeah.
within the margins, but when you see that well behind where President Biden was, and now you're waiting on this. I mean, there are some other small things. Let's take a look and see what else is out there. But as you can see, your biggest thing is here, and some of these votes up in here. If you're in the Trump campaign,
Ailes,
you know, we're talking about
Ailes,
can she come back? But
his-
if you're in the
his
Trump
sons
campaign,
are
you're
the-
also saying, do we have a
are the
push?
opposition.
Is there more coming in for us? And the answer is
The
yes.
Ailes boys.
The answer-
Oh yeah, they got all that Green Bay vote.
The
Look at
answer is
that.
yes when you look up there. So the next thing we learned from Milwaukee is how many votes?
How many votes?
What is her percentage? How does it affect the statewide math? And then how much is left?
Yeah.
How much is left? In your biggest area, you have to turn them out. Because then again, I just want to come up here and look at this.
Like,
Again,
as much
Brown
as I
County,
wanna know what's
this is Green
happening.
Bay, blue collar workers.
I think
Trump's
midnight is
61,
where I
Vice
stall,
President's
where I
getting
stall
37 or
out.
38 if you want to round that up. That matters.
Oh my God,
matters.
He almost shot almost 10 points. He had 9 points.
Right. In a battleground state, he's up and she's down in a
I mean,
place
I
where you
think
know,
it's
if for the Harris
comfortable.
campaign, the Biden campaign, you know you're not going to win here. You know you're not going to win here. But if you make it that race, if you make it that close instead of that close,
yeah,
you get a better result. Period. It's simple math.
Let's go on to the third of the blue wall states, Michigan. Jim Sciutto is at a vote counting center in Detroit. And Jim, you have an update on the vote in Wayne County. Tell us.
Well, let me tell you, we've been in touch with the Secretary of State's office really every few minutes here, trying to figure out when we're going to get another batch of Detroit, of course, the surrounding Wayne
gonna get
County
another
votes.
batch
And
of
we're
Detroit.
told very soon. They won't put a figure on very soon, but very soon. We know they're working hard, calculating those numbers, counting those votes, and that there have been no issues. They're not encountering any issues with machines, et cetera. This is just a process of getting the work done. We've also been in touch with Macomb County, where we were outside of Detroit earlier
The
today. They are
opposition,
also
that's still cracking me
expecting,
up.
they say, another batch of votes to be reported quite soon. And
batch.
here where we are in Detroit, this is the location where they've been counting the absentee ballots. Just in the last hour, another 2,500 or so absentee ballots came in. That brings us pretty much to the end of the 100,000 that they've expected. At some point in the next hour, we'll see another U-Haul truck come in with the remaining absentee ballots that they've collected from drop boxes around the city here. And they've been counting as they've been going. Remember, because they started counting last Monday. They didn't have to wait till Election Day. So those numbers will be done soon. I will say the Secretary of State told me earlier this evening that she's moving up her expectation that by midday tomorrow, they could report final unofficial results, saying she believes they might be able to do that tonight, perhaps
Me
after
too.
midnight in the next couple of hours. But of course, they'll have to get those Wayne County numbers done first. I should note, the Secretary of State just walked in here to monitor the counting of those absentee ballots, as she's been doing at precincts
Night,
around
Miss
the state.
Shaw.
All right, Jim Sciutto, thank you so much. Jim Sciutto
Hold
in
on
Detroit.
to
I mean,
midnight
John,
and see what happens.
I mean,
till
it's
then. I so
2024. They only have
appreciate you
16%
stopping by
reported
and hanging out all
in Wayne
evening.
County, home of Detroit.
Super
You know,
appreciate
one
you,
of the
Miss
things
Shaw.
you look
Thank
for
you
in
so
life are
much.
consistency.
Can't wait till
Death taxes,
Q's
Wayne
Corner
County
pops
comes
back up.
Wayne
I'm
County,
definitely
Gary,
going to be
Indiana.
in
Yeah,
the
they're very
building
consistent.
in
This is my 10th
attendance.
presidential election. and
Again,
the 10th
have a
time
good
we've
evening.
been
Have a
counting
good
late
day
tonight,
at the
and you're
Black
saying,
Job
hello,
tomorrow.
Detroit, hello.
Thank you for stopping
It's
by.
the way it is. But, you know, you see the Secretary of State's there, Jim is there.
And
Again,
you too,
that's
Shar.
nothing
You about
nefarious.
out?
It's just inefficiency.
Because like I'm hanging
to
around
your
here
point about that we're
to
living in a
midnight. I'm gonna
technological
see if
age.
they call anything
And
else
Jim
around
just said,
midnight.
you know, they changed the
And
law
then
in
I'm gonna
Michigan
probably
so you
log
could
off of
count
here.
some of the early votes, you know, beforehand and then
I mean,
release them after the polls
I think
close.
he's
So
in a good
it adds
spot.
to the why.
I mean, now, of course, some
But
stuff
right
could
now, let's
happen,
focus
but
on the what, which
he's
is
got
an
a pretty good
86,000 vote, almost 87,000
showing
vote
so
lead
far.
for the former president. Again, in one of the states he flipped.
Oh yeah,
In
forgot you're 2 hours behind.
I'll
Lucky
pull that out to
you.
make sure I'm right. Yes, he's leading in all three of them now.
Oh wait, yeah,
yeah.
that changed while we were
that changed
talking.
while we were talking.
She was ahead
she
in
was ahead.
Michigan, and
Nope.
now she is no longer ahead.
Toast.
Now Donald Trump
She's
is
toast.
in the lead right now. Not all the votes are counted, but right now he's leading in all three blue wall states.
Plus
see
North
this.
Carolina, plus Georgia, plus Arizona, plus Nevada.
Plus
We're not
toast.
done with the count. We're not done with the count.
But this is
this
is right now the map of 2016.
That is the map of 2016,
Yep.
and that is the 5-alarm fire inside the Harris campaign to get on the phone. Again, we're not done, and we lived through 2020. And I want to say it again, slowly and clearly. 2020,
Cooks.
this time of night,
Cooks.
there were states that changed, and they were largely, you know, Pennsylvania changed. Trump was ahead. In Georgia, things have changed. There's not as many mail ballots out there as in 2020.
Yep, it's
so
not.
I would not expect as dramatic a swing.
Nope.
The question then becomes, go state by state, county by county, is the math there? And, you know, I'm trying to be fair and try to be, yeah, it's possible. Yeah, it's possible. When you're leading in all of them and you're
All
Trump,
of
I mean,
them.
that's what you're sitting in the headquarters. So maybe they're not going to win them all.
Mhm.
Right? Maybe they're not going to win them all, but they're leading in all of them right now. And so let's just look at what happened here and come on in. Number one, it's the smaller rural counties when they fill in. When they fill in again, it's you say, oh, that's not a lot of votes. Well, that's a lot of votes when you have it there, and then you have it here, and then you have it again here. You know, you're getting 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 in all these little counties. 120 votes there. That's only 5% reporting. You say, oh, that's not much. It's a lot when you think you're going through a state and you have all these counties. And then the question is, so what are the Democratic margins, right? You've got 83 counties in the state of Michigan. So 56%, we're about halfway through in Kent County. It's the Grand Rapids suburbs. And
That's
she's
where it
running a
went
little bit ahead of the
live.
president there. But Jake, the big question in Michigan is, when do those Wayne County votes come in and what do they do to the statewide total?
All right, John. Well, CNN has a major projection.
Major.
CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This is the first
another
of
swing
7
state.
battleground states that we're keeping an eye on, and we are calling it for Donald Trump. What does that mean for the electoral count? Donald Trump now has 227 electoral
That means
votes.
cooked.
Kamala Harris has 153. 270 are needed.
It means she got cooked. Oh, I'm going to Fox's where I'm going to see what they talking about right now. You just got this lady's getting cooked tonight. That's what's happening. Thought it was going to be tighter than this. Didn't look tight at all. Let's get some volume. Thought you was going to at least give us a show, lady.
Donald Trump is a bad guy, therefore you should vote for us, even though we're not going to detail what our policy plans are. And you're seeing with a number of groups that they're saying, especially on the economy, we actually need some hard economic policy because we are hurting. And they've been told to either deal with it or that it's not happening. And the Harris campaign has not had an answer for those folks outside of what they've tried to say.
I think that issue that Donald Trump is a bad guy worked for them in 2020 in particular. I mean, people tell me all the time, no way Joe Biden got 80 million votes. I kind of agree with that. I think Donald Trump got those 80 million votes for Joe Biden. In the passage of time and with the record of the Biden administration, those concerns faded. And while I think a lot of people voted for him, like the voters you described, without much enthusiasm for him, but in definitely thinking it was a better deal back then than they are getting from this administration and have gotten from this administration. And if he wins tonight, it'll be the fact that they look back on his administration more fondly than they ever might have thought they could even 2 years ago.
We've said it before, Dana, about what former President Trump has faced. If you look at what they call lawfare and what he faced in Manhattan, He still faces a sentencing at the end of November. Judge Marchand there. He is still facing other cases. There is an appeal of the Attorney General's case, Letitia James here, that the appeals court looked like it actually was siding with Donald Trump.
Yes.
And they could have a ruling that either strikes it down or reduces it dramatically right after the election, even though Vice President Harris used that in many ads to say that he was, convicted and he also lost this civil case. It's pretty amazing that we are where we are.
It is, and I feel like I wish I were Shannon Bream right now because I don't know all of the legal issues, but I could play.
But you know the sense, 30,000 feet.
Yes, I think, again, it's one of those things that you think of all that he withstood, but it's also this result of these states that are coming in so far. It's because of what they did, right? And he didn't let it bring him down. So he would sit in courtroom all day, and then he would go campaign at night and go do a rally, and he'd be back in court the next day. And if you think even just about the creativity of the campaign, like at McDonald's, et cetera, they were just beating her to the punch every single time.
Yeah,
You're going to make a quick call.
They completely dropped the felon argument. Like, you don't even hear it. You didn't hear it through the course of most of the campaign.
Fox News decision desk can now
After they worked so hard to get
that
it.
Former President Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This has been a contested state. Vice President Harris
Supposed to been. Look, I mean, he's
went
pretty
there
comfortable.
many, many times. Democratic governor in the state of North Carolina. You saw former President Trump
And you lost.
go there
Got
a number of
cooked,
times,
girl.
about 4 times
Got
in the
cooked.
past 2 weeks to campaign. The campaign always felt that they were in good position in North Carolina.
Obviously,
now we
they
can
were not.
project that he will win the state of North
90%
Carolina.
in.
And
You
it's
cannot make that up
16
with 10%.
electoral votes. The Fox News decision desk can now also predict that Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. That was a tight race. It had tightened in recent days, but Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. So as we look at the race to 270, the electoral votes needed, it now stands at 232 for former President Trump and 198 for Vice President Harris.
So AP's got 205 to
The
230.
state in the
So we
battlegrounds
need to
that Trump
refresh
has
some
won 3 times. It was the only battleground state that he locked down in 2020. So obviously a relief at the Trump campaign that he has kept that one in his
Tar Heel
column
states.
as well tonight as we continue to move on.
Peter Ducey is live at the White House. What he's hearing from the Harris
What's up, Deuce? What you got?
campaign and the Harris path tonight. Peter.
And we'll start with what we're hearing here at the White House, and that is nothing. They told us that President Biden
And that is
some longtime
nothing.
advisors were inside watching the results come in on TV, but we have been here outside, and we have been noticing that a lot of lights that were on
off.
within the White House, at least from the part that we can see, have been turning off. So
Cooked.
it seems like some folks around here may be
Lady
taking
got-
the
yeah,
campaign
lady, you
co-chair
got
Jen O'Malley
cooked.
Dillon's advice in that memo that they should get some sleep and prepare for some results in the morning.
Prepare for
There
the
have been 3
cookout.
big changes, though, in the way that the Harris team has been presenting their case to us in the last couple hours. As results started coming in, they were telling us where they saw silver lining in all of the battleground states. They were also telling us that they thought they had a plausible case to win in all 7 battleground states. And something over the last 36 hours they've been pushing a lot is that they
Iowa.
thought Trump could come out and declare victory early. We're not hearing much of any of that anymore. The memo that the campaign co-chair put out is pretty broad and just something that they've been telling us since the summer when Harris took over, that the blue wall was one of their pathways to victory. That is not
Probably
new
right.
information. That is just
It's a
what they
cookout
got
right now. The girls are getting
Vice
cooked.
President Harris remains at the Naval Observatory right now. We don't know if she's going to show up at her campaign headquarters.
I don't think that was the case. I mean, she was a replacement for a crypt keeper. I mean, you saw he was reeling
And if Joe Biden is
when they replaced her with
anybody
her.
watching
He was
an indication of how he
reeling.
feels
Like
about
nobody was
all
feeling
these
that. Like
races
Dems was not
that,
feeling that. So
that
they
he
didn't
has
have
really
anything
not been
else
a
to
part
do.
of, He's made 6 congratulatory calls.
It really
4
was
of the
their
6
fault for being
are
weak
to people who just
and
won
not
in
running a real
Delaware.
primary
There
at
he
the
is heading
beginning and
next.
telling them to sit down.
Peter Doocy,
Instead, they
live
were
in the North Lawn. Peter,
cowards,
thank you. Another call
thinking
to
that
make.
That's
that
right.
was going to
We can
fly,
now
and it
let
didn't.
you know that
Once
the
he
Fox
went to that
Decision
first
Desk can
debate
project
with
that
Trump,
Vice
that was
President
it.
Harris will indeed win the state of Virginia. This was much closer. It was a state that the Trump team said they felt they might be able to expand the map,
Oh, he
but
got it.
he did better than he did in the prior
got it.
elections. But this has just been called for Vice President Harris.
Oh,
And
they already got it for the
President
points.
Trump
That's the
did better with
part of the
non-married
205.
men than he did 4 years ago in Virginia, which seems to be a theme that we're seeing in a lot of
That
these
does sound
states.
good. He
That
did
all
better with
according to
lonely
the Fox
men.
News
Nah, that don't
voter
sound good.
analysis.
I want to bring back our panel, but I want to read from an email that came from Jackie
Champion
Heinrich
of
moments
lonely men.
ago. I'll just read from it. 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. I don't believe it will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source saying, close to the campaign, I think we're losing this. I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Vice President Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. Harold Ford Jr.
Like for because do I stay up for this?
Numbers, Brett.
No.
The race, that Senate race in Pennsylvania
I was getting
between
sleepy.
Bob
Maybe
Casey
I'm not.
and Dave McCormick. It looks like McCormick with 81% of the vote in is leading by a point and a half, and we'll monitor that. I think that race, if McCormick wins that race, I think it's very likely to say that President Trump will win the Commonwealth as well.
Fair.
Building on some
Very
of the
fair.
points, reacting to some
Very
of the points
fair.
from my friends on the other side of the table, my party often says that Donald Trump didn't do enough on the border. He rejected a bill that would have been a compromise, that he didn't lay out specifics. He said no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, that wasn't a full-throated economic plan. And all that may be true, but sometimes politics in life isn't fair. And he's a different kind of candidate. I think if we look back, and this race is not over, we've got three, the blue wall here to hold. But if we look back at this, I think one of the things that this campaign is going to wish that they had done probably more effectively was to just lay out a bit of a plan on the economy and inflation and growth, to lay out a plan to maybe say we should have reinstated or kept in place some of the Trump border executive orders as we look to find ways to do things differently. Because just going back and looking at things just wasn't working with voters, and the polling data showed that. And the fact that we have more wealth today than we did 3 years ago, more innovation, more cures and therapeutics, more oil than we did 3 years ago, and they couldn't figure out how to run on that, couldn't figure out how to capitalize on that. So as we talk about reconstituting our party, that's some of the things we're going to have to do. And if you guys are successful tonight, I hope that President Trump is willing to reach out to us as well and try to figure out ways in which to grow the country for every American.
But don't you think he's done that? I mean, look at the coalition he has built. I think there's been an underestimation of what the definition of protecting democracy is.
Okay,
you have RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, who was in charge of the DNC at a certain point, saying there's all this lawfare. You're suing to keep RFK Jr. off the ballot. Nicole Shanahan, one of his vice presidential candidate at the time, feels the same way. And people look at that and say, he's building a coalition that actually works. The only thing I'm saying is Bret Baier wrote a great piece for FoxNews.com called about unity and about what happens when these races. This is one of the most divisive races in my 54 years of life. My only point is it will be time to whomever wins. And if it's President Trump, it looks like it might be, it's time to heal and move forward. And I think he'll have to do something.
Those words we've heard for like
it looks like
15 years,
but it's going to take more than that.
The last 3 to 4 elections.
To work with him if he wants to do that.
Hasn't been much healing.
Each side wanting to do it.
We're going to make a call here. Stand by.
Oh, who we calling? Who we calling? Oh, Senate control.
The Republicans will take control of the United States Senate. The party will hold at least 51 seats, which is enough for an outright majority.
The tipping point for this is Nebraska, where Fox News can now project that Republican incumbent Senator Deb Fischer will defeat independent challenger Dan Osborne. Now, this was a very, very tight race. The incumbent Republican pulling this out. And that means, because of Bernie Moreno and West Virginia, that it now goes over the top as far as the Senate majority, but we don't know the final number yet.
Right. We're still waiting for the Tim Sheehy race against John Tester in Montana, which is one that I think a lot of Republicans felt was something they were relying on. So we'll see if that turns out to be the case. And it's not clear yet who would serve as the next Senate Majority Leader. Republican leader Mitch McConnell, who is the longest serving Senate leader in history, announced earlier this year that he would step down. So there's a lot of speculation about who might take that role. And of course, that'll be the next conversation to have for the leadership in the Senate. But right now, a 51-seat majority for the Senate, 42 seats for Democrats. And this is a big deal for if President Trump wins again, he needs this majority in the Senate. We don't know what's going to happen in the House, if indeed.
Yeah, and we have seen some evidence that Democrats are having some success in the House. The question comes in the West and California, but this is a big deal, Britt Hume, that this is a flip of the Senate majority, and now Chuck Schumer will no longer be the majority leader. This is something that Republicans looked at their map at the beginning and said, this looks good for us. They didn't know how good, and we
especially
still don't know
after
how
Sherrod Brown in Ohio lost.
And it raises the possibility if Trump
that was
wins,
an alley
he
for
has
the
Senate.
Dems.
And the question becomes then, can the Republicans maintain control of the House? There's been a lot of confidence in the betting markets that they would throughout this evening, but just to keep you up to date, the margin of guess,
I believe they
the
will.
margin on the betting odds has shrunk a
They
little
have
bit.
everything. They have the House.
Holding on to all three.
I mean, when I say the
If I
House,
could
I mean
add,
the
like for
White
Mitch
House.
McConnell, this is what a way to leave, right? With another win.
Yeah, with the White House, the Senate, and the Supreme Court.
He recruited great candidates this year. Steve Daines, who was a senator from Montana who ran the whole operation. The Senate Leadership Fund spent millions of dollars very strategically, and they had to help with $3 million at the last minute to help the senator of Nebraska get across the finish line. She barely did, but she made it.
Let's also not
amid harsh criticism of McConnell
Sure.
from a not insignificant wing of the Republican Party on the right.
Yep.
Let's also not discount the success of former President Trump in these states, Kayleigh, that definitely in the case of Bernie Moreno, with a 10-point win in Ohio, takes him over the finish line. We don't know. In Michigan, Mike Rogers. In Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick. And in Montana,
this lead could grow. And there was a long, big conversation, especially when you look back at midterm cycles, about President Trump potentially dragging down tickets and hurting Senate candidates. And in fact, it seems like Senate candidates are finding coattails with President Trump. Interestingly, when we assess the prospect of keeping the House majority, Steve Scalise said we need at least an 8 to 10 seat buffer because he expects, should Donald Trump prevail, which it's looking very good for him right now, that several House members will depart and be various cabinet members in the administration. So you got to start thinking about that. That's a political calculation you can solve, on the inside, but something to think about nonetheless. I would just say this, the word here, the word on other networks that I'm hearing constantly is the word underperforming for Kamala Harris. We're seeing it repeatedly. We're seeing it among demographics. She's underperforming. And while we don't have results right now, we do have trends, and the trends do not look good.
Let me just interrupt. As we see on the screen here, this is Wisconsin. This is Hovde with 1.2 million to Baldwin, the incumbent. If we could flip it over to Michigan, Mike Rogers has a lead on Slotkin in that race, 50.3 to 46.9.
Incredible.
Now, these races,
losing
they fall in the
everything,
same
bro.
category. As I mentioned before, Ohio, Michigan,
all of this
Wisconsin,
blue wall.
they have a lot of the same issues, energy. All of them campaign similarly, and they all appear to be doing well and maybe outperforming.
Yeah, and just a couple of things about the Senate, because remember that Vice President Harris said that she was open to ending the filibuster if it meant that that was what was necessary to restore Roe v. Wade. There was also discussion, not hammered too much on the campaign trail, but the idea of making Puerto Rico and D.C. states has been kicked around for a long time, possibly expanding the Supreme Court. So these are ideas that I think in many ways were galvanizing to a lot of voters, and we're seeing what's happening in the United States Senate. So if this continues, well, we know now that there's a majority, so at least in the short term, those things won't happen.
Eventually, we're going to check in with Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill. We'll continue with our panel. We have some more raw vote total coming in as a lot of numbers as the race for 270 continues. More results and analysis.
Dude, the race for 40. What you got on my 40, homie? He only needs 40 more points. Let's jump over and see if they're panicking. Let's stop the volume there. Let's jump and see if they're pulling the fire alarms. No CNN here.
In from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Donald Trump in the lead, 51.2%. Kamala Harris at 47%. Donald Trump at 98,014 votes ahead of Kamala Harris, with 41% of the estimated vote in from Michigan. In battleground Wisconsin, Donald Trump in the lead, 50.7%. To Harris is 47.7%.
70%.
Donald Trump with a 68,000 plus vote lead over Harris, with 71% of the estimated vote in from the Badger State. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump up 50.8% to Harris's 48.3%. Donald Trump with 128,582 more votes than Kamala Harris, with 92% of the estimated vote counted in the state of Georgia. In the state of Arizona, another battleground, Donald Trump in the lead there, 49.8%.
Donald Trump in the lead there. Donald Trump in the lead everywhere.
Donald Trump with a 7,588 vote lead over Kamala Harris. That's with more than half, 52% of the estimated vote in Nevada. Donald Trump in the lead, 73%. Kamala Harris with 26.2%. Donald Trump with a 10,985 vote lead over Harris. That's with only 2% of the vote in from Arizona. From Nevada, only 2%. Boris Sanchez now has some new projections in the fight for control of the U.S. Senate.
Jake,
a major moment.
Dude, y'all just now talking about that?
They have
Sherrod Brown lost.
They are expected to flip their second Democratic seat of the night. This one coming in Ohio. There, Republican Bernie Moreno defeating incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown. Moreno, the owner of some luxury car dealerships, who invested early in blockchain technology, fought to attach Brown to the Biden administration more broadly, specifically on issues like immigration. Sherrod Brown, a populist who had survived some difficult tests in his state before, cannot overcome the political headwinds he is facing. Donald Trump has now won Ohio 3 elections in a row, and it's simply too much for the incumbent Democrat to overcome. So we are projecting that Bernie Moreno is your new junior senator from the Buckeye State. Meantime, 4 Democratic holds. The first one, a historic one in New Jersey. There, Congressman Andy Kim is set to become the first Korean American ever to serve in the U.S. Senate. He defeats real estate tycoon Curtis Bashaw. Meantime, in Virginia, there, incumbent Democratic Senator Tim Kaine, a former vice presidential candidate, he's projected to defeat Hung Kao, a former Navy captain. Another Democratic hold to tell you about this one, Martin Heinrich, the incumbent senator there seeking his 3rd term. He defeats Nella Dominici, whose father was the last Republican senator elected in New Mexico some 20 years ago. Another Democratic hold to project for you, this one coming in the state of Washington. There, Democratic incumbent Senator Maria Cantwell wins her 5th term as she defeats Raul Garcia, an ER doctor. Now, what does that pickup in Ohio mean for the magic number? We started out the night with Republicans needing to pick up 2 Democratic seats to take control of the chamber. With West Virginia and Ohio, they have hit 2, and now they're seeking to pad those numbers. Currently, as we speak, Republicans are leading in 4 seats currently held by Democrats. Let's get you an update on where those are right now with some key race alerts. These are live results coming into CNN. We start with the state of Wisconsin. There, the CEO of California-based SunWest Bank, Eric Hovde, is 29,000 votes ahead of Democratic incumbent Senator Tammy Baldwin, who's seeking her 3rd term in office. 70% of the vote, and we just got an update.
They're like, next
polls pretty much the same in Wisconsin for Hovde. In Pennsylvania, this has been going back and forth all night.
Got to jump over here because they're about to show some more polls, I think. What y'all got for me, Foxy?
This was no different.
And the Fox News Decision Desk believes that Vice President Harris will win Nebraska's 2nd district, the area around Omaha. Not a big surprise there either.
Not, but as you see, the 270, we're at 232 to 216 with these big races still pending. The path is getting narrower for Vice
Very
President Harris.
narrow.
Fox News can also project that Hawaii's
Very
Democratic
narrow.
Senator Mazie Hirono will win a third term. And the balance of power, as we just said, the
Right,
U.S.
party
Senate will
people.
go to Republican control so
I wonder what
far, 51-43. But again, you see
I
those
wonder how
white
much.
blocks
I
there.
really wonder if they're gonna.
We could see
call,
some more
I don't know if they'll call
Senate
Pennsylvania now. Let me
races
see how much.
continue to fall the Republicans'
How
way.
much
Okay,
reporting's in
so
here?
rudely interrupted Bill Hemmer by
83.
midnight, ticking down. Go ahead,
83%
Bill.
in
That's all
Pennsylvania.
good. I
That's
just
not
want
going to
show
happen
you,
in the next
based
few
on where we
minutes.
stand right now, if you were to call the game, okay, Trump's at
Georgia.
232. He just
Only
widened his
not
lead in Pennsylvania
7%.
by 4.
Ugh. Yeah, that's
Still not
done.
enough.
I don't have to watch this.
In Georgia right now, his lead went from 2.7 to 2.2. We'll check back in a moment and see where that is. If you were to hang on in Georgia, 267, still not enough. I was looking at Michigan a moment ago. He was up almost 5 points in Michigan. Okay.
I think that was 40-something percent, though.
It's his. He's back in
Michigan.
the Oval Office. If Wisconsin stays where it is, and I just checked the number, he would run it up to 292. And if Arizona, he was up 0.1 percentage points about 30 minutes ago. He's up 0.4 now. So he's increasing his margin. Almost half of the vote out there. Arizona counts slow.
Dang, lady.
Okay. We'll
You
take our
got
time on
cooked.
that. All right. It would be 303. So that's where we are, and we can run through all the things, and I'll show you what I'm seeing there. But Georgia's not yet been called here. But here's the margin, 2.3 now. Okay, so it popped up a tenth of a percentage
You're not going
point.
to make that.
Let's go through them. Pennsylvania. Yet again, all right. It was 4. It's now down to 3.7. Watch Philadelphia. There's still some outstanding vote there as well. Let's come over to Michigan. I said it was 5. What is it right now? It is exactly 5, 5.0. And while we have you guys, let's do 2 more. Wisconsin, where does it stand right now? At midnight on the East Coast, 3.9 now in Wisconsin. I see a lot of red on this map, guys, a lot of red. Normally you see a little more trickles of blue there. Now Arizona in the Southwest, as of now, okay, that's where it is, 0.4 percentage points, Trump lead.
I do believe that this one's done, son. I don't think there's going to be any overnight magic. Not with Georgia. Georgia's got 7% of the vote outstanding, unless all of it's in Fulton, DeKalb, Cobb, some of these stronghold areas. I don't see her making the gap up that Trump has over her in Georgia. So I think that's off the board. It doesn't look like she's gonna get Pennsylvania. And if she doesn't get Pennsylvania, it's it. That's it. It's like 17% of the vote left. Let's jump over there. Let me share the AP right quick, just so I can see before I cut this off, because I'm curious now. Myself, Associated Press. What do they have? Associated Press come out of Michigan. I was looking at Michigan specifically. What was I talking about? Pennsylvania. 17% of the votes left. I mean, again, I don't know specifically which counties are outstanding, but she's down by cheese. Look at that. So, I mean, is it possible she could come back overnight? Yeah, I guess, but it doesn't look like it. Like, she needs too many comebacks overnight. Come back in PA. You need to come back in GA. You need to come back in MI, come back in WI. Like, I don't see all of these comebacks in overnight. It could happen, but I doubt it. But anyway, and they flipped the Senate. So it's red everywhere except maybe the House. Like, and who cares if you only have one little branch? So it's Supreme Court, White House, the Senate. The Trumpster can pretty much get anything pushed through that he wants to. I mean, I know some stuff still have to go through the House, but they can deal with that when it gets there. And plus, and if they doesn't like it, I just take it to the Supreme Court where my homie's at. Anyway, that's gonna be it for me. But I feel like Biden's thing was different. Like, she's underperformed him too much in too many places. Like, it's just not even close enough for any magic. Doesn't look like. But we'll see. I'll be one of the, like they say, the monkey's uncle type situation. If I wake up tomorrow and a lot of those states she ended up getting, but we'll see. Hey, but you know what though, Bashar? Appreciate you hanging out. It's a late one. Even out in the mountain times, it's 10 p.m. So are you hanging out some more? Are you going to keep watching more of the coverage? I'm like, I'm done. It's midnight on this end. Oh my God, you have a great evening, night. Miss Joel, thank you for stopping by. An official good night and thank you. Balance in the mattress. Oh my gosh, man, I appreciate y'all hanging out. Hopefully everything holds. There's no kooky surprises, so people have to be mad and upset tomorrow, you know. And until next time, what plan to watch? I feel you. I feel you. I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did check it out. That way, if we do see something crazy tomorrow, it will be pretty crazy because everything we saw tonight was underperforming and a whole lot of reaching for her to get it. So we'll see. But I appreciate you hanging out. Till next time, peace. Stay informed. Probably holla. I'm gonna see what DWC cooking up tomorrow. I'll probably jump in his live if he's doing some recap. But anyway, thank you again. Have a good evening. See you next time. Later.